Good. Wonderful. This is a VoIP Users Conference number 535, unlike any other that you've been to. Well, if you were at the VoIPathon 2 years ago, it might be like that. Complete craziness, party time, lower the music a little bit, and guests galore from all over the world. I should probably just briefly thank the folks that help us do this, and that would be Simwood.com, Onsip.com. We'll be hearing from the CEO of Onsip, Mike Oath, a little bit later, in about an hour. Allison will be with us. But right now, continuing in the credits, ZipDX, of course, for the conference bridge. Also, Voxbone.com for the dial-ins, which you can see if you go to vuc.me/Voxbone. You can dial in from anywhere in the world. Local. Well, that was my little beard thing. And I should probably show myself. So the problem is I'm missing a screen for reasons you will discover soon enough. And so I will eventually be visible. Here we are. Cut. All right. And so first off, I'm going to welcome Andy Smith, who is co-oping the session. Andy, nice to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be here. I was there with the last one. I might not think it's a pleasure in a few hours' time, but right this moment, let's go. We're good.
It's great, isn't it? And pretty soon I'm going to take you folks into the living room, but first I should probably start the other audio stream. These are a lot of things for one person to do, you know, especially when you're missing a screen. What happened? Press to go live now. Thank you very much. All right. So, point is, we're going to be starting with not just anybody, but Matt Jordan from Digia. Matt, welcome back.
Good to be here.
Great to have you. Oh, should I switch back to voice mode? So this is a total improvisational thing, and we've decided that voice mode is good when we're not doing music, so here we are. Matt, what's happening besides Astrocon? Because we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. But on your playing field, what's happening? So bring us up to date a little bit.
Man, we're just...
You're not doing anything, in other words.
No, we're not doing it. We are inconveniencing a lot of electrons constantly. That's pretty much all we're doing. No, I mean, there's a lot of work going on. A lot of... we actually just released 13.3 and 11.17 yesterday, which are point releases of the two current LTS branches in Asterisk. Had a lot of really good stuff in it, a lot of really good bug fixes, a lot of really good contributions by a number of community members. Because we changed the release policy in Asterisk at the last AstroDevCon, which was kind of a big deal, although it sort of sailed right through because everybody thought it was a good idea. We now actually do new features in release branches. So if you're a contributor and you've got something really cool and you really like it, there is a way for you to get it into the current maintained branches. You don't have to put it just in trunk. And so we've had a number of good new features that have been rolled out in the past couple months. Some of these things are, they're small things, but they're things that really make Asterisk more usable in particular areas. So one of the ones was the ability to move a channel out between different Asterisk instances initiated from ARI. So the whole idea there is that if I had a channel that showed up on an Asterisk instance and a cluster of Asterisk instances, and it turns out that wasn't the right server for it to be on, you now have a way to tell it to go someplace else, and we'll issue a 302 out to the SIP device and bounce it to another Asterisk instance. That's handy for things like Paul Belanger actually had to work around that at the hackathon because that feature wasn't in there. And he was doing it because he had two queues basically going on between two machines, and he was doing a migration from one to the other. So you wanted to take all the existing calls in an ARI application on one, and then just seamlessly move them to another Asterisk instance in a cluster, and have the callers not even realize that. And because he's doing it in ARI, he could take the callers and the agents, move them onto another box, put them in a new bridge, and they had no idea that anything happened. And then you can spin down your other asterisk instances. So we made it a lot easier. And again, this is just in a point release. This isn't something like you have to wait to trunk. It just showed up, right?
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
Are you essentially just issuing a re-invite?
Yeah, just exactly. Yeah. I mean, all you're doing is either if the call isn't answered, you do a 302. If the call is answered, actually a refer request. So we're just blind transferring them over. But the nice thing is because this is being built from the perspective of the application developer within their application. So it's not like you have these massive amount of dial plan constructs that you have to go construct and then try to repiece it back together and then throw it into the queue application, and you don't even know where it's going to go because your app queue has no idea who the agent is, who the caller is, what the priority is. You can write all this stuff in JavaScript, right, in Node.js in your queue application that you're developing. So you may have like a routine that's like move everybody off, and it throws everybody onto another server, and it has maintaining the state that, oh, this caller was with this agent and this caller was with this agent. So it doesn't put them back into the front of the queue because it's your queue app. You can do whatever you want with it.
Okay.
It's things like that. And it's really emblematic, I think, of where the Asterisk project is moving to, where the dial plan's not going anywhere. The traditional ways of doing things are still always going to be there. If you really just need a real quick and easy queue application for a SMB PBX, it's there, and it works, and it's great, right? But if what you're trying to do is something really large and really cool, we are a platform to go do that on, and we're adding all the tools and capabilities to just be a generic media application server as opposed to trying to be the app queue for everybody. So we've got a lot of really cool things we're doing on that. The big thing that we're actually working on, and it's boring, but that's really important, is we are moving the project to Git. So we moved the test suite over, which was a lot of work, and we've got a Gerrit server up and running, which a lot of thanks goes to the OpenStack people for the amazing amount of work that they have put into the tooling around all of their infrastructure. It's just absolutely incredible how much stuff they've produced and just made readily available in open source. Everything from tools and the actual server applications themselves, Gerrit and Zool and Jenkins plugins and all sorts of things, but just how to go set things up. They've got great tutorials. They've got Puppet manifests for all the infrastructure. It's made it a lot easier to get this stuff up and running, which is fantastic. But we've got the test suite in Git. We're working on moving Asterisk slowly but surely. I've actually just put up a test repo while I was waiting for the VUC to start. So we've got a test instance of the Asterisk repo in Git. And then we're working on setting up Zool and Jenkins. Zool's the gatekeeper that sits between the Git repos and Jenkins. And, it's a long time coming. We've been dragging our feet, to be honest, from moving from Subversion to Git. But there's a lot of productivity gains to get that you'll get by moving to Git. Makes it a lot easier for people to contribute to the project. I've been very impressed with how easy it is to be working in a Git repo and just type in Git review and throw something up and it goes up for review. But there's been a lot of work that we've had to do over the past couple months to get there. So, and I would expect, by the end of April we'll be done with that.
So how much are you actually putting over there? You say the Asterisk branches. What are you going to do? Are you going to put all of them over there? Are you going back to 1.4 as well?
So the canonical mainline branches, everything, and by the way, I have the full history, like all the way back from 0.1.0 and initial import from CVS. So all of the canonical history of all the mainline branches is in there. So 1.0, the 0. whatever releases, 1.2, 1.4, all the 1.6s, all the way up to what the current trunk is. So all that stuff is in there. And then because there are a number of developers who also have team branches that they maintain, sometimes for customers, sometimes because they're works in progress, sometimes because they haven't had an opportunity to update all of the stuff in there to actually get them into the canonical mainline branches, but those branches are currently in Subversion, so we ported them over as well. So there's about 100 branches or so that we've ported over, along with every tag that's ever been made. So it's got the full project history. We're not losing anything by doing the migration.
Excellent. That really that does sound good. So does that mean we all know how popular Asterisk is and how many downloads and everything you get? I mean, are you responsible for the DDoS on GitHub?
So actually, if you go to GitHub now, you'll actually find, if you go to github.com/asterisk, you'll find the test suite in there. We've actually mirrored it over to GitHub. So if you want to see the contributions to just the test suite, there's about 20 contributors to the test suite at this point, but it's got all the nice little charts and graphs and little fiddly bits. What I'm real excited about, though, is that Zool has StatsD integration, which means if you've never seen the OpenStack graphs and bar charts and pretty little plots they have of their contributions, I mean, it's not going to show up right away, but as time goes on and we start, spinning up more of this infrastructure, man, they can plot anything. They've got plots for contributor, how many contributions per minute, and we'll probably more like contributions per day, but that's okay. We're not at the OpenStack level. They're at the 10,000 plus kind of thing. Number of gated test jobs and things that have passed and failed, and how many things, all these pipelines, and it's a if you like looking at real-time graphs, it's just a dream of stuff that goes flying by. So that'll be fun when we get there. I will say my history on GitHub looked a lot better when the test suite got pulled over. I suddenly had a whole lot more little green checkboxes next to my name. Validation.
Vanity's wonderful, Matt.
Yes, because that's what this whole thing's all about, right? Like, let's be honest. We're not in this for anything other than the imaginary internet points I can get.
That's all good stuff. The expansion of ARI, I fully applaud. I think that for me, Asterisk really has changed from being an application you deploy and you configure, and that's it, to something which is really completely programmatic now.
Yeah.
And that's a big change, and I applaud that. How much of that? I haven't looked at ARI that much. How much of this is event driven?
ARI is completely event driven. So, oh boy, let me see if I can't find a good example real quick. I'll put it in the chat here for you. So I always like to try to find some really small example that sort of encapsulates the whole thing. And on my GitHub repo, I've got I like to call it my first conference. It's a little Python app. There's the chat. And heck, for anybody who's listening in there, I'll throw it out on VUC land as well. VUC. There we go. Boink. So, I mean, this is a Python application. It's built using... Nope, this one didn't use Twisted. This just uses ARIPy. But it's just event callbacks. So you've got 3 event callbacks defined in this little Python application. Going in reverse order, because that's kind of how it's been written. The first one's called stasis start. And that's in a callback that gets called whenever a channel enters into your application, whatever it happens to be. In this case, my application is a conference. And so anytime a channel enters into the conference, I look to see if I've made a conference bridge already. If I haven't, I make one. And then I just shove the channel in there and I play a beep out to the conference. So every time a channel goes in, the bridge gets a beep. So everybody hears a beep when somebody joins in, and I just keep shoving more and more channels into this bridge. And they can all talk to each other. There's another callback for when channels leave the bridge. And if I end up at 0 channels, then I destroy the bridge. And that's actually the only 2 callbacks I needed. I have a third callback for when the channel actually fully leaves my application, so that I can print out a nice little message on my terminal that says so and so left the conference. I really could have done that in the channel left bridge callback as well. But the fact that all this stuff is event driven, this is really, ARI sits in that middle between AMI and AGI, where AMI was fully event driven. But you can only do so much with the channels, right? And you really only have access to channels, and you can only do so much with them. AGI, not event-driven, and it's really just remote execution of dial plan, but you can do whatever you can to the channel that you really could in the dial plan. And ARI is sort of fully event-driven, but you get handed the whole toolbox of Asterisk. So everything from manipulating the device states and MWI and channels, bridges, sounds, media, whatever. I mean, endpoints.
I'm sort of presuming that you can, as a very basic example, you can expand that to create different type of conference bridges with moderators and not, and so on and so on.
So here's the best example I've got of that. So there's we've got we've had two pairs of co-op students here at Digium. So these are sophomores, okay, sophomores in college, about their level. They had never used JavaScript before in their life, so they never even approached JavaScript as a language. They had no familiarity with Node.js. In a previous semester, we had at least gotten them so that they could install Asterisk. So that was as far as they had gotten, really. Like, they could install Asterisk, and they wrote a few tests for it. So didn't know the language, didn't know the environment, had never used ARI before in their life, barely familiar with Asterisk, right? Sophomores in college. In one semester, two of them wrote a almost complete replacement for ConfBridge. So in Node.js. And so they've got marked users and unmarked users and leaders and admins. They have a database that's controlling the configuration. It's got all sorts of prompt playback and DTMF menus and all sorts of stuff. And that's actually on GitHub as well. The current crop are actually doing shared line extensions. So they're doing shared line appearance. So they've got a shared extension, and they've got some stations, and they're controlling the BLF on the phones so that if I hit the BLF, I automatically jump into the shared extension because I'm a station, and then they've got outbound trunk dialing, and basically turning Asterisk into a bad key system, right? But again, you know, they were able. These are students, and they had to learn JavaScript and Node.js in addition to all of this, and they still managed to produce a nearly functional replacement for one of the larger applications in Asterisk in a couple months, right? So imagine what a full developer can do.
Give it to the students.
Exactly. Hire a couple co-ops. It's perfect. You know, we're really trying to, and they've actually done a really good job. I've actually been really impressed by the 4 students we've had. It's been a lot of fun watching them learn and do this kind of stuff. But I think it does speak to the power of what you can do when you open up Asterisk as a platform and you don't make people write things in C. I mean, that's really what we're trying to do, right? Here's all the things that we would normally do. If we were going to go build a dial plan application to go do something, we took all the little bits and pieces that we would need to go build something. We tried to expose that for a REST API and let people go build it however is easiest for them.
Yeah, that makes some sense. I'm not sure that I'm actually sad to see the demise of people using C or not. I can't really complain. I mean, it paid many bills for me for many years, so I can't really complain too much about it. But it's just so easy to get wrong. Yeah,
and I love C. I mean, it's still my bread and butter, and we still do a lot of work in it because at the end of the day, Asterisk needs to be really good at media. It needs to be good at SIP, as well as all the other traditional protocols that it speaks. We need to build out the API. So I mean, all this stuff. There's lots of work for C developers to do in Asterisk. Where I would say the dividing line is if you're building something for a customer and it is it's business application logic, I wouldn't. Why use C for something like that? Like you're not dealing with the media real-time stuff at that point. So to me, it feels like we're trying to let people use the right tool for the right job.
I think a lot of these things have changed over time for various reasons, but one of them, of course, is the growth in performance of the various servers or a PC in general, or just any form of processing unit. It's just now so much more efficient and does so much more than ever it used to. So you can make use of that, or you can go the other way and just slug it too much, like build an operating system. I'm not going to suggest anybody would ever do anything like this, but build an operating system where you end up with 500 layers until you hit the top.
Yeah.
Right.
We've really seen two things come from what you just said, right? One is that historically, people kept on trying to scale up, and that's fine when you're a monolithic application. And really, the Moore's law phenomena of the server constantly getting more and faster and faster and faster meant that some things that were important 10 years ago just aren't that important anymore. And some things, though, that you end up finding that despite these machines getting faster and faster, they're not really, you have to at some point in time scale out, right? That you can only scale up so far, and eventually you want to scale horizontally. The nice thing about the approach that ARI gives you is that a lot of the hard part about scaling horizontally is what do you do with your application state, and how do you maintain that application state across multiple servers? And Asterisk being, or any, quite frankly, large application like that, is always going to have a difficult time sharing application state back and forth between instances of itself. There's a lot of things that we've done to make that happen. You can share device state and MWI. I've got a patch up on review board right now that actually shares the Asterisk database between instances of Asterisk so that you can share arbitrary pieces of data back and forth. But, how do you share call queue state? Like the priorities of callers in different queues across different instances of Asterisk, and you end up with a massive amount of work that you have to do. I mean, it's not impossible, but you can, but it's a massive amount of work. And quite frankly, there's tools out there that are just doing it better. I mean, if I'm going to go pick how I'm going to do that today, I'm going to go pick something like Redis or RabbitMQ or one of these other really great pieces of technology that are great about sharing state in a cluster, and I want to go use that. I don't want to use something that somebody half-baked into an open source project that has nothing to do with that particular piece of data. Like let Asterisk go be really good at media and at communications, and let something else be really good at sharing state and pushing state in a cluster. ARI lets you do that, right? Because I can take all of my application state, build it out in Node, and then use RabbitMQ to go share that state between instances, right? And if an Asterisk instance goes down or I need to bring 3 more back up, well, that's fine. I can easily do that, and it doesn't change the state of my application. They're just resources to go use. Russell Bryant at the last AstroCon gave a really good keynote on that exact topic and how OpenStack relates to that, and how really what we're moving towards is these communications just being part of a larger infrastructure, part of a platform that auto-scales. And really ARI is a big piece towards that, right? And it's not just about now I can go build my own dial plan application, but now I can go pull all of my dial plan logic and all of my application logic out of my media engine and let my media engine just be really good at being a media engine and scale my application logic out separately. It's exciting stuff. I think it's a really interesting time where all this stuff going on.
It would be very interesting to repeat that, and we've just done a demonstration of such a thing, where we had an IMS system in the cloud using OpenStack, and we had Telestacks, that was Metaswitch's Clearwater, so open source IMS. So and then we had Telestacks open source application servers on the end of it, and made them auto scale. Yep. As part of a demonstration, and showed it all working live through the PSTN and mobile networks. So, yes, that is exactly the sort of place you need to be going.
Yep. No, it's. I think there's a lot of things that, as a open source community, not just with Asterisk, but I had some interesting discussions with some of the Kama Ilio developers on the Asterisk developer mailing list. And I think we're still in a world where, and I think everybody wants to get to the world that you just described, where you can do that. But a lot of that means really figuring out what are the pieces and parts that these traditional large-scale applications should be owners of, and what parts they need to let other applications go on. In any of those kind of auto-scaling horizontal deployments, there's things I want my SIP infrastructure to do, and there's things I don't want my SIP infrastructure to do. Right? I want something else to go handle that burden. And I think it's very I think we're still working through those points.
Yeah, probably the biggest one of them being things like billing interfaces. Always a pain. Always a complete pain. But still, I can carry on talking about Asterisk and asking questions and making you talk about it for ages, but I'm very conscious that we've actually been going for nearly half an hour, and Randy said about 3 words.
Yeah, well, that's very good, though, because I have been correcting many mistakes that I made for this 24-hour thing, because I forgot to open up the Vox phone lines and all of that kind of thing. So this has been great. And Matt's always a great guest. We're really pleased to have you. Always, Matt. You know that.
Well, thank you, Randy, and I'm glad I'm here. I'm actually going to have, since it is the 24-hour VUC, I'm going to be probably popping in and out slightly. I think somebody's about to drop by my office, so if I spin away from my chair for a little bit, I'll be right back.
No problem. We're always happy to have you.
Slightly.
Okay, great. So, Andy, I need to know how my audio level is, because you got me all paranoid now. Am I soft? Am I loud? Am I...
You sound like Randy, sir.
Okay, well, I'm Randy. I am Randy. Okay. Yeah, why don't we get Daniel in here? I'm lost without Telestream, guys. I'm sorry. I've got to go over to the other window here and tell him to come in and type. You know, if we don't get overrun by people, I'm going to just put it on Twitter and everything, Andy, and we'll just see if we can break everything.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Or I might go for a snack into the living room, turn a little bit more light on.
And stick some music on in the background for a little while.
I really need to walk around. This is going to be terrible if I don't walk around.
I actually think we're both going to need to do that.
You know what?
And
how about I put on a piece of music and we get up for 4 or 5 minutes? What do you say?
I think that would allow me to go and feed my very naughty habit for a while, wouldn't it?
Ah, yes. Have a smoke. Smoke them if you got them, folks.
Okie doke. Right, back in a few. Stick some music on there. Do you want to put something up on the video that says what's going on?
I don't know.
Right, back in 5.
Okay, we're kind of back. Let me just explain again that I'm on a single screen, so I have to keep switching, and it's really hard to do that, but it works. So you saw my living room. I went and fixed myself a little something to drink. Andy is having a smoke. And we have Daniel with us from Camaillo. Daniel, if you unmute yourself. Oh, let me remove this so that it doesn't echo.
Hey, Randy. Can you hear me?
Good evening to you. Let me make sure that I'm... Yeah, okay, I'm good. Yes, absolutely. And we're going to do a little switching here to get myself... Well, that should be good. Okay. Yeah, so Camaillo World is coming up.
Yep.
And we will be having a great time with you at that point.
Hopefully, yes, with Matthew as well. He was
Matthew
earlier.
Jordan, yeah, who just was speaking, will be there. So this is a lot of people. David Duffett also, right, from Digimuscle.
Yes.
He usually comes. Emil from Jitsi, I think, is coming.
Yeah.
Who's speaking and who's presenting at Camaillo World, by the way?
So, okay, we already mentioned Matthew, which will give us the updates about Asterix, and he already gave some here, but it's good to meet him in person again.
Yep.
Then Emil will have the Jitsi news and all the video bridge updates, and they have now a gateway to SIP, which somehow makes it easier for Camaillo to work with the video bridge. We'll get the guys from Kazoo. I think they presented at some point on VUC as well. They do a lot with other applications.
Yep.
You know, James with his
Dangerous demos. Dangerous demos?
Dangerous demos, yeah. Hopefully we'll get a longer session and we'll get more interesting demos and presenting that session. Then we are happy to have also like a good percentage of new speakers that you know, gives a fresh look of the event. Among them, we'll have someone from Libon project from Orange, France. So probably your
my favorite company.
Your favorite company and favorite OTT series eventually. So I don't know how many of you have heard of Libon, which is an OTT application. And
no. What does it tell us about it?
So it's kind of WhatsApp. It started with voice from the early version. Otherwise, yeah, it's the usual chat, file transfer, you know, image sharing, connecting with your friends. I haven't really checked, but I think.
What's the URL, Daniel? You know?
I think it's libon.com. Let me check it.
Can you type it in here and then, or type it in IRC? You're on IRC. Type it in IRC so we can.
Yeah, I'll put it right now there.
Because I don't recognize that.
Okay, so like here. I think they launch it also in other countries where Orange is present. Like
what's the origin of this project? What country are they in?
France.
Really, France?
Surprising.
Yeah, so they're probably out of Paris, I suppose, maybe. But
actually, it's from Orange. They have this division called Orange Valley.
Orange France, you mean, or Orange the company?
Orange the company, but
yeah.
I think it's mainly French company owned by France Telecom.
Yeah, well, Orange is half and half. I've never heard of that. Well, that's interesting. Well, if somebody's going to be there, that'll be very interesting to meet them.
Well, hopefully you have not tough fights with them.
No. Well, they're not in that. No, you know what? Well, that's a long story, but Orange.
Yeah, I know. Mobile operators, don't tell me.
Yeah, well, it's not even.
I worked
I'm
for
not,
one.
wait. I'm not even talking about mobile. Orange. You're right. Orange is. This is worth saying, just so you people understand. Orange is also if you want internet connectivity, Orange is the company, and they're in France Telecom, which is the historic operator. They say in France, opérateur historique, which means legacy operator. But then the French say opérateur hystérique, hysterical operator. Anyway, Orange is a so these people had a monopoly, just like I'm sure in Romania and other countries. All over Europe, the post office usually had the monopoly on internet connectivity. And the reason I really, really, really hate Orange as an ISP is because when we first moved here, we signed up with them. They sent us a modem. Then somebody came and hooked it up, I think. I can't remember that, but they tested it, it worked and everything. 6 weeks later, it still was not getting connected to the internet.
But were they the provider, or they had to give only the link? They were also the...
No, Orange, I mean, they're France Telecom, which is, they own all the fiber and all that, or the cables. So the point, they own all the wire. They own all the wire. So the point is, anyway, long story short, we had a smaller operator, because in this country, in France, they have what's called the dégroupé, which means that now they have to resell, they have to allow everybody, and again, I think this is the same in many countries, they have to resell. The only country that doesn't do this is the United States, and they are so screwed in the United States because they're stuck with the Comcast and whatever other three. You know, most cities only have one operator. Anyway, long story short, they were not able. I called them and called them and called them. Every day they said, we will send you, I guarantee you, we will send you an SMS or call you within a day. They never did. I called back 3 days later. We will call you, blah, blah, blah. And so I called them. I said, look, I've had enough. The person at the end of the line said, oh, but, okay, go to the nearest Orange store, take the router back, take the box back, and I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. Took the box back. They go, we can't take this box back. I go, what do you mean? Online, they told me I should bring it to you. They go, yeah, they say that online, but we can't take it back. So, I told her, look, I can't, there's nothing further to be done. You have to take this back, do this for me, it's all wrong. She took it back, she gave me the receipt. I got all the reimbursements, but 6 weeks of dicking around to get internet connectivity, it's ridiculous.
Actually, one of my first jobs I was back in Romania. I was actually a consultant for a company, and I was assigned to a project with a mobile operator in Romania. Dialog was the name at that moment, and somehow I was working relating to their billing department, implementing like a language for computing the fee per month. And from that moment, I decided that I will never go with like monthly subscription, because their billing system and how they do the accounting, it was a mess there. And I said, from that moment, I'm actually only with prepaid. It's gone, it's gone. Now it's better in Europe with all these caps on what they can charge you. But as a person traveling, all these smartphones download when you are on roaming, all the updates, and you end up in more or less being bankrupt. So yeah, I agree. The same is here in Germany. When you ask for switching the provider for internet, Telekom has to come, Deutsche Telekom, German Telekom has to come. What they say, they have to switch something in the local whatsoever, and it takes 1 month to do it. So fortunately, now you can get a stick and you are online for that month, because the old provider is gone, the new one cannot connect you. And yeah, it's a pain always. So I know. Anyhow, yeah, back to Camarillo.
Sure.
give some. Also have the guys from Orange Libon project.
Can I ask who it is from Libon? I'm desperately trying to remember the guy's name.
Do you know those people?
Yeah, they were at TAD Summit. I have the application installed.
Libon?
Yeah.
Weird. I never heard of it.
It's pretty good. It is pretty good. I have to say.
Actually, they contributed a couple of good things to Camellia, especially to this mobile interaction. When the application can go to sleep, you lose the registration on the server side. But somehow integrates also with like fixed phones, so you may have a desk phone that is connected, the user is on mobile, so you send a push notification, the application wakes up, registers, and practically you can start like a delayed parallel ringing, so first to the fixed line, and later you get a new registration before the other one is answering or is timing out. You can start a leg to the mobile application. So the talk will be actually about that. It's a guy from Italy originally, but he lives in France. As I think they have offices like for this application live on the project. Most of the people are in Paris area, and also it's a town on the ocean coast.
Yeah. I can't
Lannion.
remember the name of it either.
Lannion or something like that.
Mm.
Lannion, maybe.
It's an interesting project, and it'll be very interesting to hear their talk. And for anybody who's listening who isn't thinking about going to Camellia World, do. It's very, very worthwhile.
Are you going to be there, Andy?
Oh yes.
You are. Okay, great. Well, I am too.
For it myself, I shall be there.
Yeah, we have Leif Madsen with us, by the way. I just want to give a shout out in case he may or may not. Oh, and I'm showing, by the way, the events. We might as well mention this. 16th of April, Cranky Geek, right? London. Then.
Now we've got to start at the beginning.
I'm sorry. This is not in the right order. 11th and 12th, London, TAD Hack, right? That's it.
Yeah, that's a week on Saturday.
And that's very close, yeah. TAD Hack, Alan Quayle does, and he'll be with us later. I'll probably be sleeping, but hopefully somebody will be awake. Alan will be with us, and he's going to be talking about that. And he's an amazing Alan and Daniel are both amazing organizers. Both of these events are fantastic. So the next thing, Cranky Geek, I don't know how well that's organized, but are you going to that, Andy, by any chance? Cranky Geek? London?
I wasn't planning on doing so. Going to London at the weekends and me don't generally mix. Actually.
Ah, yes. Well, someone will be there, Cranky Geek. I just want to mention it because I like the folks that are doing that. Then we have, of course, Berlin. Unfortunately, I can't see the date. It's May. Daniel, what are the dates again? It's May. It's in
May 27, 29.
What is it? I'm sorry, I'm talking.
May 27th to 29th.
27th to 29th. I mean, I'm going to be there and I have tickets, but I don't have them in front of me, so 27th to 29th. Okay, and the film strip that I'm seeing is covering my little billboard that I made. And then Lisbon, 13th, 14th June, with another tag. This is one of the big TAD Hack. I can never pronounce it once we get going, right? TAD Hack. Not Tag Hack, as I said when James Tagg was with us. TAD Hack. We need to take it easy because there are only something like 23 1/4 hours left. So we really need to slow down and just take it easy. Let's see. We've got Ule is going to come in at some point. I know that Allison is coming in. Life, you should hang around long enough to say hello to Allison. And he unmuted for a second. What was that? He actually unmuted.
I think it goes live.
Okay, I just said I'll do my best.
Okay, great. And Matt Jordan mentioned Paul, I think he said Boulanger. I wasn't sure. I've never been sure how to pronounce that.
Boulanger.
Is that how Paul says it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Does he speak French?
No, his wife does, though.
Okay,
I
well,
thought it was called in Bellinger.
yeah, Bellinger is the Americanism. All right, anyway. Daniel, obviously we're proud to have you as a part of this thing. The VUC is one of my loves of my life. I've been doing it for 8 years. This is our 9th year. I believe you and I met. Let's do a little reminiscing. I should put a little reminiscing music on, but it's too hard with one screen. You and I met, I think, maybe at a MooCon.
Yeah, I think
in
that
Berlin.
was first time.
In Berlin.
Yeah,
right?
Berlin or Rostock.
No, we met in Berlin. It was the first one.
We met in Berlin. Yeah, that was first edition. Then. Yeah.
And I would like to put in a word for a MooCon. A MooCon was a very, very fun event, I thought. I really liked it. So, and I met a bunch of interesting people there, including you. So we met there, and I've been to Camellia World twice. How many have there been? More than
all
2?
editions so far.
So I've been there each time. All right. Well, I'm going to be there next time too.
We started late. Actually, we had another event in 2011. That was 10 years from the start of the project. It was more oriented to the community. And we used to do some events when Voice on the Net was the VoIP show. We had like a track inside the conference part of that event. Yeah, it's good to have an event. I try to see faces rather than keep discussing on mailing lists and forums. I think that's a good point where you can meet other people's. You already know it's not that marketing or sales event. We try to keep it more related to people that do things, and still trying to underline like business model or so, but not this juicy, presentation with a lot of promises, or how to say,
Daniel, I don't know if you know the term. In the United States, there's a big thing that's called multi-level marketing, or MLM. And what it is it brings people together under the premise that sometimes it's cleaning products, but it's also a lot of internet stuff. A lot of these conferences are based on, come to this conference, spend $1,000, and you're going to make a lot of money because you're going to make these contacts and blah, blah, blah. None of these conferences that I go to, including certainly Camellia World, have anything to do with that kind of thing. These are conferences where you meet people in person, you talk to them, you have, in a certain way, you have privileged access to people. For example, Emil, whose team is developing Jitsi, thank you very much. No, nobody prompted me there. This is hour 1, right? We're still in the first hour, ladies and gentlemen. Emil, who's developing Jitsi, or Daniel, or other people who are doing all kinds of work with Camellia World or Digium, whatever. The point is, you run into these people. It's absolutely amazing, and it's a very convivial. Is that a word in English? Because it is in French.
It is.
Thank you. Convivial event. I've been to many Astracons. I've been to 2 Camellia Worlds, maybe 3. I can't remember. I've been to every event I've been to. I have been really pleased to meet people, and I've also been pleased to introduce people who I know to people who I know who don't know each other. I mean, this is the way this stuff works. And once you've met someone in person, you have a much deeper, much more important connection to them.
Yeah.
It's very rare that I have, and I can think of one person that I met at one of these conferences. It wasn't Camellia World at all. It was some stupid thing in Paris with orange. The only one time in my life where I met somebody and I thought, this guy's a real asshole. Excuse me, pardon my French. and there was no point in going up to that person and saying hi, blah blah blah. But if you wanted to meet like Leif Madsen, for example, a guy who's been around in the asterisk world forever, you could just walk up to him and go, "Hey, Leif, what up?" Right? And he would be there, human.
Look like frozen there.
Yeah, he's frozen. No, he's busy doing so. He's actually working. He's actually working. But if you want to talk, working, yes. But these are the people who are making all this stuff happen. And right now the flavor of the month or year is WebRTC. You'll meet people who actually pretty much invented this technology. There have been many people at TADHack last year in Madrid. Andy, who was there. Now you can drink while I'm talking. There were people from Google. There was at least one person from Google who was there. Yay, Andy. I mean, this is where it is. I don't know what it'd be like to be at Google I/O, for example. That would be certainly something strong and interesting. But this is in the world that most of us operate in. A lot of the people, like Ule hopefully will come in soon. He's in Stockholm. And here's Michael Graves. You're going to meet people who have helped define SIP. It's just incredible. And with one exception, I've never been disappointed with meeting people in person.
Yeah. I don't know about, you mentioned Google I/O. I don't exactly know the dimension, but lately I saw like really big conferences that are called, I don't know, it was OpenStack. I don't know the name in Paris, but they were like, I don't know, 5,000 persons there. I'm not sure how much you can connect there.
You're not going to, yeah, no, you're not going to, what you're going to do is you're going to get a little toy from Google I/O. But on the other hand, if you really were motivated to meet somebody from Google or someone who was doing something in that world, you could. But yeah, it's nothing at all to do with a Camellia world where you're in a room and almost everyone is there, and people are very approachable. That's important to understand. No matter how shy you are, if you want to, I think Daniel is shy actually, right? You're not that extroverted, right? But if someone came up and said, "Daniel, I really like your project and I would like to do this," that would be an immediate conversation, right?
Yeah, it's try to be friendly and everyone getting to know each other. It's one of the goals. Maybe worth to highlight from now that could be very interesting for everyone. Being, you said this year could be WebRTC, next year could be another topic. Quite hot now. It's voice over LTE, given this migration to 4G, right. 5G. And we got Focus together with like a daughter company and some other guys building a test bed there, so practical people could try with their own device. Hopefully will work. Will be more or less in the same area as Dangerous Demos. Putting all this stuff together, because you have to put antenna, you need to get the radio going on. But we are developers there and a lot of engineers. By the end of the show, hopefully we'll get it running. But I think, a lot of people they're trying to come a bit more into practical things there, and one of them is this voice over LTE testbed.
So that's a big thing, VoLTE or voice over LTE, yeah.
Yeah,
that's something that's going to be the flavor of the month next year.
Yeah, but these things now using open source software almost pretty much throughout, so that they're license free. It's like the whole way that people will look at a mobile network is about to change completely, and it just seems that the mobile companies themselves just don't understand the impact of this. And it's one of those things where somebody is going to take open source software, put a lot of money behind it, and blow them apart, pretty much. just on operating costs, and it's going to be an interesting time, not just for the operators, but also for the software developers. I mean, the value of things like Camilio will become immense. I believe so, anyway. So well done.
Yeah, no, I was in Barcelona, and Victor from Cobis, or the guy doing a lot of WebRTC, organized this WebRTC meetup. James was there. I don't remember. You are not in Barcelona, but James Body was there.
James who?
James,
He could.
you noticed that he was all like.
James is on holiday.
Pictures,
He can't be here tonight.
Yeah, James always.
James will be joining us after dinner, and it is now pretty much after dinner, so expect him fairly soon.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, and there was an interesting discussion about the WebRTC and like telecom world, and my opinion was that the open source, it's like a big chance now for operators, because somehow everything is out there. Like you need a media server, you have Asterix and so on, signaling servers for high capacity, you get Camilio or the kinds like. And yeah, looking at the WhatsApp or even the big internet companies, they relied a lot on open source, you know, web servers, programming languages, Python, PHP, and so on. Of course, for their specific needs in telecom, it's about real-time communication, but applications are there, including this video bridging. You know that in the past you had to pay a fortune to get a bridge, and now with the Jitsi guys, they give you like for free. So they have the chance of like catching up, because you talk with some telecom guys these days, and you know, not publicly but behind the scenes, where you discuss like freely, and they invest a lot on like blocking WhatsApp, blocking Skype, blocking all these applications, because they lose revenue, but they will lose it anyhow. We got VPNs, we got TLS. They just make us a bit more creative, not me, but in general, the others. The people will find solutions, and instead of investing in like research development, they invest on this new packet inspection and blocking the application. So I think by, you know, taking the open source, they can build the application, and Libon is one example. It seems to catch up a market in some countries, because they use Camilio for routing between agents. They do it encrypted with TLS, so it's somehow secure by default, and they can use other applications like XMPP for chat, like WhatsApp started at some point, and I think they changed the protocol meanwhile. But again, everyone that is now very popular, they reused what was available out there. They didn't write anything from scratch these days. And open source will be the first to approach, in my opinion. But we will see. Let's see. You know, telecoms still have a lot of money. They have a strong lobby around governments, and they try to regulate in their favor.
Well, it's the political landscape that's going to change things. And that depends so much on the way that anybody who is not an operator is able to lobby, because you're absolutely right. The telecoms companies still have a lot of money, and the real value that they have these days are their local licenses and the roaming agreements that they have.
Yeah, and also spectrum. It's rather valuable.
Well, that's what I meant by local licensing, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
So how it's in UK now? You get some free spectrum for.
It's coming, but it's not entirely there. There is guard band spectrum that we can use, but it's only meant for experimentation. There is not very much of it.
You know, there was an interesting thing that came up just a couple of days ago. I was reading where somebody from Verizon, was it? I don't know if you've noticed, but a year ago there were massive cries of spectrum shortages. It was, you know, it was all the rage. But those cries have died off. or at least they're not being made with such gusto in recent months. And in fact, Legal admitted openly the other day that they have massive spectrum holdings that they haven't deployed and they don't plan on deploying. They bought them up simply to own them so that nobody else would own them. And so the value of spectrum is maybe higher than we think it is, just because the incumbents have been going to such efforts to ensure that nobody gets any.
Could be, yeah, I agree. I remember from other kind of businesses, like even football, sometimes big clubs buy good people and they keep them on not the main team, just not let others take them.
Sure. I remember once a company I was working for got signed up by a distributor, and the distributor had no interest in moving the product. They just didn't want anybody else to have access to move the product, so took them off the street.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a good time to bring in Mike from OnSIP. I see he's here, and let's just make sure that we can hear him okay, Mike?
Great, thank you.
Okay, and OnSIP.com has not only been, I mean, I've been with them for I don't know how many years since they've been around.
Yeah.
And of course, they've helped us with VUC for many, many years as well. Michael Graves, you're very familiar with OnSIP, obviously. And Mike Oath. Mike, you only come on about once a year, so I can never remember how to pronounce your name. Is it right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Oath, like take an oath.
Exactly. Yep.
Perfect. You have some news for us, but first I want to thank you folks for staying with us. A lot of people, when we started, this is our 9th year starting, right? And a lot of people, the people that I approached about doing this, I go, yeah, I'm all excited about this idea. They're like, yeah, fine, that's great. What's a podcast? What's an interactive podcast? Well, this is a conference. We've done 500, this is the 535th conference.
Wow.
OnSIP has been with us for probably a couple of hundred of those. And you folks have actually presented a couple of times, maybe over the last 2 years, with WebRTC and so on. There's some exciting news from OnSIP. The last time it may have been getonsip.com. I think we're past that now, and we're on to other things. What do you got to show us today?
No real marketing announcement or anything. Today we wanted to kind of highlight some of our nonprofit customers.
Sure.
For us, just from the product side of things, the WebRTC continues to work really well. Our WebRTC platform as a service is going well. We're launching a new ACD queue with enhanced reporting. That's going to be another week or two. But we wanted to come on today to kind of want to congratulate you. It's quite an achievement. And I didn't know it was 500 episodes too. That's over 500.
535.
Wow, that's great. But we have in our 40,000 customers, we have a fair number of not-for-profit groups, and 3 that we like kind of talking about. And as a company and individually, some of us have worked with some of these organizations as well, which is nice. But really, the first one is Tuesday's Children. It was formed right after 9/11, and it was formed to help the children whose parents or relatives were victim of 9/11. They've since expanded their mission to cover children whose parents are victim of any terrorism anywhere in the world, as well as wars. They have some upcoming events, and if I put a link over here, can we get to their website?
We'll
We'll
repeat it in IRC and put in some notes after.
Okay, great. So it's just tuesdayschildren.org. Now, how do I get back to the Hangout? There we go.
Okay, I have typed that into IRC.
Oh, great.
We have the lovely Allison Smith with us, too. Okay,
Oh, hey, Allison.
let's see if she can speak as well as look beautiful. She's probably not quite ready yet.
So
Very
Tuesday's
nice.
Children.
Yeah, so TuesdaysChildren.org. Yep. Cool.
Yep. Then the next one is a company called Mana Nutrition. And their goal is to provide nutrition to third world companies in kind of meals ready to eat packages. It's a peanut-based food in single serving packages, and it's mother assisted nutrition. And so it's these packages go to the mothers who then feed them to their infants and toddlers, just a small serving of this a couple times a week gives them all the nutrition that they need. It's very affordable, and it's been and they produce right now with the donations that they have 46,000 pounds of manna a day that gets distributed to Africa, North Korea, and so forth. So another great great cause, and they are mananutrition.org. Great website, and much more information than I can give in a short amount of time. And then our last one's really fun. It's a great company called Little Kids Rock. And they're based in New Jersey, and they have all kinds of high-end rock and rollers as their spokespeople. Chad Smith from Red Hot Chili Peppers, among others. And I think they are just Little Kids Rock. Let's see, littlekidsrock.org. And they provide music lessons for kids in grade school, junior high, and high school. One of the really cool things is they've invented a new kind of school music program called Modern Band, where the kids will do musical styles like rock and hip hop and pop and so forth. So trying to get the kids to engage a little bit more in the music. So that's it. That's the that was our goal to come in and kind of talk about some of our nonprofits that are near and dear to our heart.
That's fantastic. Allison is telling me we want to talk about some of our stuff too, because we have a team that does Kiva Lending, and I have a favorite charity as well. You guys are probably doing that.
Yeah.
You sound
we have
like Kiva. So, but Allison is saying she has a digital VoIP phone. Somebody else is going to have to take care of that because I can't do everything. Mike, I just want to thank you folks for supporting us, first of all, in all these years. And I am a paid customer, so let's face it, I have no disclaimer to make. I have a couple of accounts on OnSIP, and I highly recommend OnSIP hosted PBX. I love that.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have to try to debug Allison's problem. I see her face. I'm going to give you a, let's see, I don't know what this does if I do this, but I think you get a little bit of a, you meaning the people who are looking at the recording or on YouTube, you get Allison's fixed shot, but we're going to have to try to get her on here. Meantime, I would like to talk a little bit about Kiva for just a moment. And I'm going to do that by lowering my mic and changing screens and putting on some slides. There are only a few, don't worry. It's not one of these home slideshows where you're stuck at somebody's house for like 3 hours. Don't worry about that. There's like 3 slides. I'm just going to tell you what it's about and ask you to join our team. We have done some great work, and you're going to see that in just a second. Okay, so this is random, so we've come onto the countries slide. I don't even know how many countries there are, but there's a lot of them there. Okay, this is, we have made 931 loans. Let me put this in perspective for you. Kiva's CEO, and I'm not getting echo, why? I don't know. Somebody's coming in with echo. Maybe Alice.
Randy.
Yes!
Hey, I just dialed in. That's probably why you're getting an echo.
Okay, you're dialed in, you're there. the sweetheart of our conference is with us. Okay, just a second, Allison, because there's only 3 slides, so I might as well show these and get over them, and then we'll chat a little bit. What is this up? Okay.
Take your time, darling.
Okay, hold on. So, getting back to our VoIP Users Conference, let me see if I can find this on IRC to go back to it. I'm trying to go back all the way to, there it is, kiva.org/team/VoIP_users_conference. You'll see what we've been doing. So as I was saying, we have 931 loans. I personally have funded 400 and some loans, more than the CEO of Kiva. Now, this is not a huge amount of money. It's just that I've been doing it for 7 years. Let me put myself back on so you'll see the sincerity level. I have to find myself first. Okay, Allison, you don't know what's going on, but hey, trust me, it's good. We're only in the first hour, folks. No, we're in the second hour now. Anyway, I love Kiva. I think it's a fantastic thing. A couple of young people started it. This is Internet for Good. They went to Africa and they saw a need and they did this thing, and this is a fantastic site. Go to kiva.org. But please, if you're listening to this, you're interested in VoIP probably, or in the business or whatever, join our team. Even if you're not, by the way, you're welcome to join our team. Kiva.org/team/VoIP_users_conference. We've got something like 36 folks that are doing these loans. If you think about 400 and some loans, you're talking about 400 people or groups. Mostly it's groups. So these are thousands and thousands of people whose lives have been changed by this loan. Let me explain how Kiva works really quickly. Yes, we do not, as lenders, I don't get a penny of interest. In fact, I've lost like almost 1% because loans default, people don't, their business fails, whatever. But it's a very small, 1% is a tiny percentage. The other 99% have had fantastic success, and they have changed lives of whole families, whole communities. So the way this works is you go to kiva.org, you put $25 down, $25. How many Starbucks is that? I mean, that's like, what, 5, 4, 6? I don't know. It's a few coffees. You put this down and you allow people to help people expand their business or start their business. Now, one of the criticisms, why I haven't had a drink, I'm telling you, but this is hour 2. Let's go to zoom out to hour 24, come back and see what this is like after 24 hours. These people we're giving them a guarantee of their loan. These are financial institutions in the third world. So yes, they are making money. There's nothing you can do about that. People who loan money make money. But the point is that we, as lenders, Kiva lenders, are putting funds down to guarantee their money. So they do get the loans. And as I said, in 99% of the times that I have loaned money, that money has come back. And the reason I have been able to make all these loans, it isn't really that much money. It's a certain number of hundreds of dollars. But I keep putting it back, because I really believe in helping people, and I believe that this is a great, great initiative. And at least 36 people who are part of our community, the VUC community, have also joined me in doing this. I just saw a sign from Michael. Maybe he wants to tell us about his latest activities. I'm not sure what that meant, but I saw him flickering.
No, several years ago, when I decided to stop just listening and start actually participating, Randy was making a pitch about Kiva, and I thought, gee, that sounds really sweet. So it happens that sort of incidental revenues that have been generated by activities such as VUC or blogging or whatnot, I have routinely sent to Kiva and inspired some of my family and in-laws. I've been dropping little Kiva gift cards in their Christmas mailings for the last few years so that they can get excited as well. The upshot of it is it's grown, and it's just so rewarding to think that there can be a carpenter in Honduras who's building affordable houses for people, and for the paltry sum of $25, you can help him get that next house or series of houses put together. It's amazing. We love it, and it's all Randy's fault because he was the one who pointed it out.
And the real point here is that it is a loan. You're not actually losing any money here, well, unless they default, of course.
Absent for just a moment, so please continue.
And in fact, an initial $100 or $200 put into a Kiva account, it's a little bit like playing a table in Vegas. You just let it ride, and the loans get repaid, and the loans get repaid, and you dish the money out again, and the loans get repaid, and over that small initial investment turns around and helps people again and again and again in different places.
Well, I'm going to plead guilty to being completely remiss here. I've just logged into my Kiva account to find that I've got $110 in credit that I should have relent.
That's 4 loans that can go.
Yeah. So we shall have to do that. That can happen a bit later. When everybody else has disappeared and we're struggling for things to talk about, we'll do some Kiva lending.
One of the things that's interesting about Kiva is the psychology of it a little bit, and the bit of the sociology of it. And you look at what kinds of groups there are, and who tends to default, and how the defaults break down demographically or geographically, or all of that. It's all very interesting. And so my wife has decided that because she is Hispanic, that she likes Central American and South American, and particularly women-run businesses. So that's where we tend to look for.
Do you know what? That's exactly what I look for. It's been South American and women-run businesses.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, at least, that is the best thing to do, is to enable the people who actually feed people.
Yeah. Can I say something as the dean of the Kiva lenders in this group? The women's groups are the better investment, and that's why my rate is below 1%. I think Ule is with us, by the way, which would be great. But that's a really good technique. The women's groups, for whatever reason, are very, very careful about reimbursing their loans. At any rate, groups are a better investment than individuals, unless you find something that you see that you feel is particularly worthy, because, hey, it's all good.
And did you know that more recently they're actually issuing Kiva loans even within the U.S.?
Yeah, there's a Zip, right? Isn't that the thing? It's called Zip.
I don't know about Zip particularly, but there were a few I noticed that were actually within the U.S. and some were like pertinent to disaster recovery efforts in different parts of the country, like Louisiana and whatnot.
Well, as long as it's not Texas, I'm good with it. Joke. Okay. This is hour 2 of the VUC conference.
One of the things, because my own personal spin isn't quite as narrow as my wife's, but being a caffeine addict, I tend to like people who are doing things like little corner stores and stuff and selling coffee, or in places where coffee is grown, which is sort of all through Central and parts of South America.
Can I just make a point of an issue of management here? Mr. Resnick, sir, please. He's disappeared. He's gone. We're full, is what I was going to say. And I think we actually...
Trying to find the microphone. Yes.
Right. Yeah, we're full.
And
Alison can only be there...
let's get Alison in here. Let's get Alison. Alison, darling.
Dale, we can...
Hello there.
No, that's the other. Hello, Ole.
Hello, Randy, and the rest of you.
How are you doing?
Just fine. It's late evening
Yes.
here. You're walking the dog. What's the topic?
For now, I don't know. Kiva was a topic, but we're going to move away from that. But Allison, are you still hearing me?
Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Nice. Wait, I have one.
Yes, I am here.
Wait a minute.
How are you?
I have one. Just a second. Oh, how do I get this? All right. Duck. Hold on. Wait for it. Oh, wait. That's not the fader's not on.
Look to the skies. Keep watching the skies.
That takes you back a little. We need to refresh.
Who is that? My goodness.
Yeah, we need to refresh our stock. Where's Kyle Fife,
Yes.
by the way? I'm very, very disappointed that he hasn't shown up yet. Allison, what's new with you? You're going to AstraCon, I guess? I'm going to guess.
Oh, absolutely. First of all, I'm so sorry about the video problems.
Yeah.
Yes, I will be there, and it's Orlando, which has its pluses and minuses.
Mhm.
I have an aversion to great big theme parks, as I'm sure you do too, Randy.
Oh, yeah. Allergic.
Yeah, allergic.
Although I did play at Euro Disney many years ago.
By play, were you dressed in a fuzzy outfit?
No. Oh, you want to hear something funny that happened to me? I had a client who was out in that same direction many years ago, and I was on my train going out there. And it's the same line that goes to Euro Disney, but it has a fork in it. So one fork goes to my destination, the other goes to Euro Disney. And there was an Italian family yelling at each other, and they were looking at the map. So I go, can I help you? And so, they wanted to go to Euro Disney. So I said, oh, you have to get off at the next station. Good thing you're just in time. You have to get off at this next station and go across to the other platform and take the train. So they thanked me profusely and went off to the other train. And I was really proud of myself and pleased with myself. And then about 5 minutes later, I looked out the window and I saw I was on the wrong line. And in fact, I sent them to the wrong line. So they were on the right line. I was on the wrong one after all these years. So Euro Disney. Theme parks, yes. All right, well,
Yes.
obviously within the AstraCon context, who cares about the theme park, right? You're going to go see Matt Jordan, not the Dolphin. Correct?
That's right. That's where everyone's going. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm such a draw, right?
Well, you are. But I don't know. What else is Matt? Do you know Orlando? Is there other things to do?
First of all, what I'm about to say is nothing against the fact that I'm not thrilled that AstraCon is going to be in Orlando. I don't think have we done an AstraCon in Florida? I don't think so.
No.
Right. So this is
No.
one new place, so that's awesome. On the East Coast, so much closer to all of our friends in Europe. Orlando, giving it credit, is got a lot of great convention centers. It's really set up for conferences. I have been to some other company conferences in Orlando. On the other hand, personally, it's just as a personal opinion of where I prefer to go in the United States of America, Florida's not my favorite place. But that being said, I know a lot of people are really excited about going to the theme parks, and Florida's got a lot of really great things there. I'm more of I'm from Michigan, right? Like originally, so I'm much more
Are
of a.
you?
Yeah, I am originally from
You're a
Michigan.
neighbor. I'm from Minnesota. I didn't know.
Oh, don't you know?
I'm practically from Michigan. I was right on the other side of the water.
Canada.
It doesn't matter that much. What else is if you're going to something like AstraCon, it doesn't really matter that much unless you're bringing the spouse who needs, wants to go out. But personally, I have absolutely loved the AstraCons that have been in Atlanta because it's easier to get to and it's not too far. Denver, Boulder was great. Phoenix was great. The one I gave a miss to was Las Vegas because I just don't like Las Vegas at all. It's apparently was so far out that it wasn't even really there.
Yeah, we were way out. We were a long way.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought Las Vegas was one of the best run Astrocons ever, to be quite honest.
Really?
I definitely had my reservations because I am not a Las Vegas fan. I thought Astrocon in Las Vegas was put on amazing. I had absolutely no reason to leave the hotel for 3 days, literally.
Yeah, well.
And I don't gamble.
But you weren't at Las Vegas either. I mean, it really wasn't right there.
I didn't even go to the downtown area. I didn't even try to go to Las Vegas. I stayed at the Astrocon the whole time. There was so many things going on. I just hope Florida's like that.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing, I am, I'm pretty happy that we're going someplace that isn't just new. I think that's nice to go to some different places and keep the different conference venues fresh.
Sure.
So, I'm excited. When we had some discussions about possible locations because we had some really good suggestions from people. I know Philippe, if he ever watches this, is probably shaking his fist, going Seattle, which would have been really cool.
Seattle would be great. I lived in Seattle at one time, and it's a beautiful city.
It's a beautiful city. For everybody in Europe, that's a long.
Very long. Yeah, I wouldn't have liked it.
You got to cross the pond, and then you got to go across the continent. So, not that we're the biggest continent by any stretch, but I mean it's still a long ways around there. So, I was actually really glad they were picking something on the East Coast. And if you're going to pick something on the East Coast, Florida's a great place to go. It's there's probably a lot of direct flights to Orlando because it does have the theme parks, which will be nice if people do bring a spouse. And if not, then it's it's a short hop down from Atlanta, so that makes it pretty nice and easy as well.
That would be the way I would have to go. Actually, would be from Atlanta. The Atlanta ones were great. There was one that I did not go to that was in what?
DC?
Not Boston.
DC,
Yeah.
That was the other one I know on the East Coast.
How did that work out? That was good.
I'll defer to life. That was before my time.
Okay, all right.
I remember it being pretty good. That was the first time I had ever met Paul Belanger. I took a train up to Ottawa to meet him in person for the very first time, stayed over at his house, and then we drove from Ottawa to Washington in one day. So we spent 12 hours in a car, very first time we had met.
And the bromance.
Wow, bromance. All right, let's bring Allison in here. Allison, unfortunately, we don't have your video, but you're going to go to Orlando. This is presumably not your first rodeo. Not your first time in Orlando, or is it? I have never been personally.
I was there years ago. We had a cruise that left from there and came back to there. So we unfortunately did the whole SeaWorld thing, which I really, really hated. But there's lots of great things to do there, so it'll be exciting. And also, I'm going to New Orleans in May to speak at the On Hold Messaging Association conference. Believe it or not, there is a conference for on hold messaging. So that will be kind of neat, I think.
Yeah. Well, New Orleans will be fantastic. In fact, New Orleans would be an interesting venue for Astrocon at some point. The on-hold messaging, interesting. I don't know what to say.
I do have a love. I love New Orleans.
I'll be. Sorry, Matt.
I'm sorry. I was chiming in with that. I would love to do New Orleans. I actually lived in Louisiana for 2 years as well, so I'd love to go back down there. That would be a really fun Astrocon venue.
It would. Yeah, I think we'd all get into a great deal of trouble. I have a feeling if it was in New Orleans. Yeah.
Well, you think you're going to be safe in Orlando?
Yeah. Well, what else is there?
Not. Yeah.
What else is there to do? Actually, I was trying to go to Astrocon, but I would like to see. My dream is to have the Astrocon band, right? So we haven't been able to get this to happen yet, unfortunately. So I've been trying for years. It's just not going to happen, I guess.
I don't know. Mark Spencer plays piano, right? So.
Well, I didn't know that, actually. I know Mark, but I did not know that. But there are many, many pretty good musicians. I mean, I don't want to get into my credentials, but I've been on the road and I've done things. But Ben Klang, for example, is a very good drummer. You know Ben, Matt. And Allison, you know Ben too, probably. You know Ben Klang.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, and plus he's a great guy, which helps also. But he's a very good drummer. And I'm sure if we could find a bass player, we could have done something. Yeah, he met his wife. He met his wife. I did not know that. She's lovely too, and a wonderful person.
Yeah, she's awesome. I shouldn't have. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I think Chestnut and Ben told me that.
Well, that's possible.
Catherine Klang. She told me that so they do a marching band in because Ben lives in Little Five Points down in Atlanta. That's a really, really cool area. And there's like a neighborhood marching band kind of thing that they have. And if I recall correctly, that's where they met. But yeah, he's fantastic.
My story about Catherine Klang is at the Atlanta Asterisk Users Group. She came to pick me up at the airport in the Eldorado that was actually driven by Burt Reynolds in Smokey and the Bandit. It was outstanding. This thing, I can't remember how long it was, but it took something like $112 to fill the tank or something like that. It was crazy.
I think she and Ben work together too. So she's at these conferences, and she's a very, very nice person to meet too. Very sweet. By the way, Mike Oath from SIP left us, but he mentioned that he just signed up for 2 Kiva loans. I hope he's in our group, because otherwise it doesn't count. No, they're great. They're doing great work. OnSIP.com, one of our sponsors for many, many years. At one time, Digium was our sponsor, but let's not go into that right now. Allison, what else are you doing besides the Music on Hold thingy?
You know, oddly enough, I have been doing some coaching with people in the yoga community. I'm a long-standing yoga practitioner, and I had an instructor whose speech patterns, believe it or not, were actually kind of driving people crazy. So I took her for coffee and gave her a little bit of counseling. Well, you know, she was doing that whole upspeak thing where everything is in the form of a question. So that's
called Valley Girl, isn't
it? A little tiresome. Yeah, yeah, and also she had kind of like a little bit of that Kardashian vocal fry, which is very prized with women in their 20s.
Right.
So I actually cured her of that, and I've been asked by the yoga studio where I practice to work with other teachers. So it's turned into this kind of fun side industry.
Wait, Allison, you know, between professionals, let me give you a tip. When people ask you where you practice, you go, I don't need to practice.
Good one.
Here's a voice for you. See if you can identify this.
Hi, this is Patty Loveless. You don't have to wait for the phone to ring. You're listening to the VoIP Users Conference right now.
I guess you don't have to identify it.
Wow.
That was Patty Loveless, ladies and gentlemen.
Cool.
Bada boom.
Very cool. Can I just say to Life, congratulations on baby number 2. Oh, he just walked away.
He had a baby number 2?
Hey,
Who knew?
Yay!
Thanks. I heard my name as I was walking. I ran back.
You had a baby number 2? I didn't even hear about baby number 1.
Yeah, that's right. I'm all secret and stuff.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, big guy.
Yes.
Woo.
Thanks. It works.
Back to work, slacker.
I have to say, it does only seem like yesterday that number 1 arrived.
It seems like yesterday he was married. What are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah. So, Life, you know what? They figured out what causes that now.
Oh, good. Let me know what it is so I can figure that out. I'm doing something.
I think I have a pamphlet at home that explains that. I should probably review that at some point.
Well, so Allison, are you doing any work for the prisons anymore? Is that still the thing?
Yeah, actually, that's kind of an ongoing thing. So I do a lot of announcements for phone systems for prisons. You can actually pay prisoners parole and stuff like that. And obviously, they wanted kind of a non-sexy approach to those prompts.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, yeah. There's also another auto dialer that I voice that calls registered sex offenders and tells them that they have not yet checked in with their parole officers. I know.
Yeah, you've got all the good gigs.
I really do, and every day it's something different, so I feel really blessed.
Yeah. Well, that's excellent.
I just read Life's comment. You're
Yeah,
I
was just going to ask. I was just going to get Ule in here, and here he is. He unmuted himself. Go ahead.
What kind of prompts did you do for a prison? If you want to escape, please enter your credit card now and stop with a pound sign. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
There must be business going on there that you can hook into.
Well, you know, it was about paying their parole, or you could actually purchase items for prisoners. And I just remember that you can only purchase a certain amount of socks every month. So one of the very strange prompts was, you have exceeded this prisoner's sock allotment for the month, or something like that. It was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
There are some things I read and I just can't believe I'm reading them. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's...
What have you been up to, and when are you coming to Bordeaux?
Well, I'm coming to Bordeaux soon, as I said, for several years.
Yeah,
right now I'm not traveling anywhere because of the back, but...
Tell us about TLS-O-Matic.
The TLS-O-Matic is yet another thing that I expected someone else to do, and I waited for someone else to do. I proposed to a few people, then I realized that someone else was me again. I've been running TLS tests at CIPIT for many years. Daniel has been involved in that, setting up some Camelio servers for it. And basically, since I started a lot of activity here in Sweden on the topic of more crypto, we decided to set this up, me and Daniel Stenberg, who is the primary author of curl and libcurl that we use in both Asterisk and Camelio. So I ended up setting up all the servers, and he did a lot of client tests for it.
So is it SIP, HTTP, everything, or?
Right now, TLS-O-Matic is only HTTPS. I'm going to add SIP tests that we've been running at CIPIT. But it's kind of cool. It's for developers that want to test. And since I'm writing a new module for Camelio, a curl module, it fits very nicely into that, because I want to capture all these errors in my own code, so I have my own test bed. So, but it has generated some traction. I'm getting a lot of feedback from different people testing it, and people have been forking it on GitHub. Everything is on GitHub. All the scripts I have to create my CA, to create all these certificates. So it's very obvious what I'm doing on the server side.
Hey Ule, is that underneath your personal GitHub account?
You'll certainly find it if you go to me, but it's under Edwina.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to know where I could go look for it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But we'll set up the TLS-O-Matic so for SIP as well. I'll see if I can get some traction from Daniel there and help. I probably need to go down to Berlin and help him with a couple of beers, and then we'll spend all night setting it up again.
Sounds like a plan.
Daniel. Or?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, and some wurst.
Wurst to have, yeah. You would be here, I bring the wurst.
Only I can remember.
So
What
speaking of convening in Berlin, and I know I've been in and out of the VUC here because it's 3:40 and I've got at least another hour of being semi-available, but have we talked about Camelio World yet?
We kind of have, and we're going to be moving on to going into Jitsi. I am in Jitsi right now. I'm showing you, in fact, Jim is in Jitsi. He can hear me, but he can't hear you. The Jitsi, how many people can hear this? I don't want to completely blow the place away. But if you go to jitsi.vuc.me/24 hours, you will be part of the next segment. So, Ole, Daniel, Allison, maybe you can get in. What is your problem with video? Maybe you can get in on that. jitsi.vuc.me/24 hours.
Yeah, you know, Randy, I have
Yeah.
an antiquated laptop that pretty much died, and then for some reason the iPad is not compatible. So not to worry, I'm upgrading. It shouldn't be an issue next time.
If you have Chrome on your iPad, try going to that on Chrome. It'll give you a certificate warning, just for the heck of it. And otherwise, you know, we'll see you another time. But if you feel like joining us, we're gonna do some experimentation. We have something like 23 hours in front of us. I'm shaking my head, thinking, what were you thinking? But because I've been up since 6 a.m. My wife had to get up at 6:15. The alarm went off. I was up at 6:15. So it's not going to be 24 hours. It's going to be more like 34 hours for me. But anyway, Jim, if you can hear me, you seriously need to get rid of the backlight and put some front light on, by the way. We're going to be maybe trying to make up for the cut that we had with... there he goes. Okay, he's cutting. He's closing that. Now you just need to put some light in front of him. So, Allison, you think you could try, if your camera's working at all? That's a little better, Jim. That's a little better. If you think you could try jitsi.vuc.me/24 hours, see if you can join us on that. You try that?
Okay, I will
You have
try
to
my best.
leave this one, and otherwise I'll talk to you privately later. Wait a minute. That did not sound like I wanted it to, but that sounded like somebody who's got 23 hours of talk in front of them. No, it might work. You need to use Chrome, though. But if you use Chrome, maybe you don't have Chrome. Anyway, it's always a pleasure to have you with us.
Absolutely. And, you know, Randy, I have to take this opportunity to say, you know, congratulations on 9 years. I think you do so much to unify the community. Nobody else does what you do. So
we try.
Hats off to you. And you are also one of my favorite and most incredible people in the world.
We try, and you know that I love you, darling. If ever anything happens with our marriages,
right back at you.
You know that if anything happens within either of our marriages, we know where that's going to go.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, well, proposal online. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, and of course, I met your husband, and he's a wonderful guy, so I have no chance.
Absolutely. Yeah, no.
Anyway, see you soon, Allison. I really love throwing these stupid things back and forth with you.
Absolutely, as do I. And listen, I'll try to rectify something and try to maybe call in the next, 23 hours.
Yeah, you've got 23 hours to get it together, so see what you can do.
I shall try.
Okay, kid.
Bye, darling.
Take care.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so who do we have where here? I am on Jitsi, which means I can go into the... Ooh, look out. So we're looking at... This is Jitsi now. Andy, say something, because I don't know what I'm doing here.
Well, if you don't know what you're doing, I think we're kind of in trouble. But, yeah, you're in Jitsi, everybody else is in here. And Jim is somewhere there in Jitsi with you. I think. I've lost you.
Now, here's the problem. Jim can only hear me. So everybody has to now go to the URL, which I publicly announced as jitsi.vuc.me/24 hours. Oh, look, my chest. jitsi.vuc.me/24 hours. And I'm going to go in the living room and stretch my legs. Ole, why don't you go to Jitsi?
I'll come back in a few hours.
No. Right now. You got to do it.
Right now, okay.
Yes. Because what we're going to do is we're going to reflect Jitsi. Everybody comes into Jitsi. Thanks, Life. I am going to be walking around in my living room because I may need to have a bite to eat and a little dram to drink. Do you see how that cleared out, Andy? Cleared out quite nicely. I'm going to go put a different... Oh, wait a minute. If I put a different headset on, how is that going to work? If I move to another... And where's Jim, by the way? Wait a minute. Here I am.
He's there.
Well...
He's turned his camera off.
It's hard for me to... He turned his camera off. Okay. Yeah, right. Okay. How are we going to do this? Should we take a musical break while you go smoke a cigarette?
I was going to actually just talk to you through ZipDX while I went to smoke, but hey.
Let me put a tune on here while we figure out what we're doing. I need to go. This is The Woman in White. Wait a minute. I need to pull this fader up. Put this one down. Woman in White.
Sorry, I've still got the other one. Hang on. Now I have no idea what noise is coming from where. I can see your video, yes. Oh, I can actually no, I can't see your video. I can see your postage stamp size video, but I can't select it.
Through the mist of the past, she blackened my soul.
That only applies to you.
So fast.
No, you can quite understand that. If you click on any of the people in the film strip at the bottom, they will become focused. But if I click on you, I'm not fixing your camera, so may I suggest please you refresh for a second?
Down Cadillac Valley, I copped me a dime, did it in the alley. Save a lot of time. When I almost died, I slid to the ground. I heard a kind of
that's much better.
like a siren sound, and I remember moments of bliss, the scent of a smile.
So how much different did you think the voices?
Seeds of sorrow lay buried deep within.
Yeah, quite. I mean,
Never going back, never going back there. Ever again.
If you said it was 20 years ago, I wasn't surprised. How long ago, Randy?
What are we talking about?
How long ago did you record this music?
1995.
So that was 20 years ago. Well,
Yeah, 20 years ago. Andy, have you ever looked in YouTube to see what even is going out there?
no, I haven't actually. Right, I just leave you through at minute 5.
I woke with a scream in a stone cold sweat. I know that means that I'll never forget that she got my money, nearly took my life. Now it's time I stop running from the woman in white. I remember moments of bliss, the scent of a smile, or the pleasure of a kiss. The seeds of sorrow stay buried deep within, never going back there.
Okay, I think I have the right microphone. So, who's on Jitsi? Looks like Daniel. Did Jim stay? Jim, you need to light up your face a little bit, if you can.
Not on Jitsi, on ZipDX.
You're on ZipDX. I can't believe this is only the second hour, the middle of the second hour. Well, I'm not tired, but I am confused. So what's happening is we're transmitting ZipDX one-way video and audio from ZipDX to the Hangout, and that will go into the YouTube theoretically. I'm trying to monitor which fans are on. My laptop's fan is on, so it's in Jitsi. I guess I have to. There's Andy. Andy, are you in both Jitsi and the Hangout? Because your video, your bandwidth looks a little challenged. And when I click on Ule, I got nothing. Let's see. Click on Jim. Okay. Jim, do you know what chapter of what we were talking about the other day got missed? I'm not. You know what? I'm not hearing you either. Why is that? Let me see. Well, it might be on this end, so don't go too crazy. Where is this going?
I can hear you, Jim.
You can?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Go ahead, Jim. Say something. Well, that's where it should be coming in. Hello? Wait.
Andy heard me earlier.
There we go. All right. No, this is strictly a... Well,
you got too big a production schedule.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on here. All right, but anyway, you are here. Let me just look at the recording level. Yeah. Where did we? I mean, we cut off at like 13 minutes.
At 13 minutes, I had just gotten into the second slide, so I can almost start over again and just do that.
Well, we
can do it in 15 or 20 minutes.
All right. Well, we can do that. Sure.
And you've got recording on there?
Yeah, everything's recording in every possible way.
There's Michael. Good afternoon, Michael.
Hello.
Bidu.
So I need to set up bias. Beginning.
Oh, we must have almost been going 2 hours because I see that we have...
Yeah, you're at
1 hour and
1 hour and 57 minutes.
How about that? We have 8 hours for each hangout, theoretically. But of course, those can be cut up if we need to. Sort of. So you have a way to share. You know that if you want to share the screen on Jitsi, though, you need to. There's an extension that has to be downloaded.
It's already in. I'm in.
Okay.
Are you seeing it?
Hey, there it is. Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I need to remove the film strip. Here we go. We can do that. There we go.
Okay. Oh, all the joy of setting these things up and running them.
Yeah. So we're good here. Michael, he's the one that would. Well, he's not in this, so.
Yeah, he's there.
Well, I mean, he's in Jitsi. Somebody who is not in Jitsi needs to check the quality. It looks good to me, but.
No, I'm seeing him in Jitsi, and I just heard him.
Somebody just breathed really hard on a microphone. Nope. I can't figure out which things are.
Which reminds me, give me 1 minute. I'm going to get a glass of water because if I get talking for this,
no problem.
I'm going to need some water. Just a minute.
No problem. Okay. In the meantime, we have spoken of Kiva, and that's something that I believe very strongly in. And I'll tell you about one of my other favorite things on the internet later on. But right now, what's going to happen is when Jim gets started, I'm going to go in the other room and go on a totally other computer and see what kind of mischief I can get into.
I've almost... You there?
Yeah, we're all here.
Okay, yeah, I've almost gotten over my cough problem.
Oh, good.
Don't go to my doctor and ask how I got there.
That's right. You had a cough. You had a cough the other day. That's right.
Well, it was much, much worse 2 months ago. And it helps to go off a couple of medications. It helps to get some antibiotics.
Oh, are you taking a blood pressure medication? Because
I was on some blood pressure medication. Actually, it was on antihistamine medication.
Well, one of the things that I was prescribed years ago caused a cough, and my doctor said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, there are blood pressure medications that will do that, and
that's funny.
Changed from one years ago because of that.
It's weird.
But I also found Reactin causes coughing, and that's an antihistamine up here.
Really?
And it also helps the weather warmed up, and there were a couple other things that happened. So, anyways, I keep joking with my wife. She can't stand the silence around the house anymore.
Well, every time we change climate here, every time the season changes here, I get a cough for like 3 months. And when I go to the doctor, he goes, everybody in the city's got the cough.
Yeah, no, it's not
endemic.
It's not endemic to just one area.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's endemic when it comes around. It comes around.
Yeah. So, are we ready to roll?
We're rolling, and we're ready to roll. As far as I know, we're recording, and you're on.
Where do I see this thing myself?
That I don't know.
There it says shared document. So it's loading it. Why is it? What is it doing?
I see experience Skype to the max right now.
Okay. No. What the heck is this? Who's share Prezi?
Prezi's a whole other thing. Suddenly I see Michael.
Hello.
He did a double take.
Yeah, I thought I had it set up. Just a minute. Let's try it again. Share. There. Are you seeing it?
Yeah, yeah, that's it. No, okay. Experience Skype to the max is what we're seeing.
Yep. Okay. So for the rest of those who weren't on last Friday, what happened was that I started this, and Randy had an issue with his PC at that end, and he had to reboot, and we lost a good chunk of the recording.
Yep.
So, and Michael actually took over being a gracious host here. Anyways, so 3 years ago I wrote a book called Experience Skype to the Max, and actually the history that led up, Randy, that's still there on the recording, but because I gave some background, but fundamentally 20 years ago the employer I had developed one of the first voice over IP offerings. It had a few minor problems, like there was no directory and you were randomly trying to find people and so on. And then in 2004, I started using Skype. I got involved with Skype Journal in 2006, wrote a lot of posts. In 2009, I moved that over to my own blog because Phil had trouble keeping the server going for that Skype Journal website. And once it's gone down twice, I decided I better go on my own. And in the interim there, for a couple of years, I worked with one of the Skype hardware developers who had some headsets and HD video. And I got to, in the course of all this, I got to know a lot of the people involved in Skype. And then about 4 years ago, the hardware company sort of evaporated. I decided that I had all this knowledge in my head. It was no good there. Maybe I should write a book. And so I wrote a book and published it in August of 2012, which had somewhat reasonable uptake, but let's just say I wouldn't want to bet my life on it. Then last spring I was approached by a publisher who happens to be it's called A-Press, and they're a subsidiary of Springer, which is the largest publisher of scientific, technical, and medical books. And they are doing a series of books on more for users on Windows. There's something out about Android applications. There's stuff coming out about Office. And they asked me to do the book on Skype. So it published, I guess, 2 weeks ago. Finally, it's available on Amazon in both a print version. Here. I don't know. I guess you can't see it. I'll show it later. Print version and an electronic version. And the beauty of working with a publisher like Springer and A-Press is they do all the marketing. They get it up on all sorts of sites and locations. And even in my Facebook, every time I go to Facebook and pull something up, one of the ads is for my own book. So they're obviously doing some Facebook ads and Google ads. But they also have some distribution programs that sort of like Amazon Prime they're involved in, which is a lending program. For A-Press, they have a lending program and so on. The justification, of course, is the fact that to A-Press to get involved in this is the fact there are 300 million monthly average users of Skype. It's fairly mature in terms of what you can do with it. And I know most of the players on here have sort of sworn off it, but you know what? It's my desktop phone sitting at home in my office. I don't have a phone otherwise. And it's worked very well. I've done a lot of tech support with it, made a lot of phone calls, and so on. In fact, in the book, in the introduction, you can go through my history of experience with long-distance calling from the time when we lived 2,000 miles from Toronto, and we made one long-distance call a year back to relatives in Toronto. My father's salary was probably about $200 a month, and when calls were like $2 a minute, he didn't make many. Down to today, when I call somebody in Germany at least once a week, and I never see a phone bill, and it's in video, by the way. So just to go through the book, okay, I guess I have to advance this with the, yeah, there we are. Okay. As I said, 20 years exposure to IP-based communications, over 10 years. It's probably more like 12 years now with Skype. 9 years of following Skype, smartphones, and IP-based communications. There's over 900 blog posts. The Skype Journal people let me move all my Skype Journal posts onto my Voice on the Web post, which, for archival reasons, I find handy every once in a while. And been involved in many conferences. As I say, built relationships with Skype hardware and software vendors. And, one of the biggest things I find is that still get people used to the fact that it's not just free phone, voice and video calls. There's a whole bunch of other things that you can do with Skype beyond the basic voice video call and chat. And it's still growing. They're still enhancing it. We'll talk a little bit about what Microsoft's done in a few minutes. But basically, you've got video, voice, chat, and collaboration. It's on all sorts of platforms, and talk about how Microsoft's been improving it on all the smartphones recently. And I call it an osmotic migration into business because it recalls, oh gosh, it was 30 years ago when the PC first came out, and we saw, and I was involved in selling one of the big add-on hardware boards for PCs, and we saw, witnessed gradually that PCs were moving into businesses. People would get them at home and say, hey, great, I can use this spreadsheet at work. I might even get a budget that works on a spreadsheet. And we saw the same thing with Skype. It first started out as more or less a consumer offering, largely in Europe because of the expensive cost of having a phone in Europe. But you know, somewhere around probably between 35 and 50% of Skype usage has been deemed to be used in business. There's little awareness of the full extent and all the tips available, and there's all sorts of hardware issues, although in some sense, as I'll explain later, that's gotten a little simpler because of the evolution of hardware itself. So since Microsoft acquired it, which I think was late 2011 or early 2012, we've seen it go to more or less a consistent UI on all the, especially on all the smartphone platforms and on the Skype for Windows Modern. Everything is, the first thing you see is something about recent favorites and people, or contacts in the case of Skype for the Windows and Skype for Mac. They've added video messaging. A year ago, group video calling became free, but it still doesn't have the full feature set of something like Hangouts, because you can have up to 10 participants on a group video call, and it works quite well, but it wouldn't work for situations like what Randy has here. They've moved they moved Skype's chat messaging and some other features of it onto the Microsoft Instant Messaging back end, and moved all the instant messaging users over to Skype. And there were a few people screaming and so on, this little thing was missing, that was missing, but I think that's pretty well gone away. Some of the things we're seeing now, I talk about this persistent asynchronous buffer chat messaging. What it means is, if you're not on Skype and I send a message to you and you come back on within 30 days, you're going to see that message. Also, when I put a message on my PC and I next go to my iPhone or my BlackBerry or Skype on one of my mobile phones, that message shows up there as well. So you basically am able to walk out of the house and continue to follow a Skype conversation. In fact, I was doing that this afternoon when I was up at my gym, and a couple little questions came in and you can answer them quickly. They have recently launched a new desktop user interface on Skype 7 for Windows Desktop and Mac. That's had mixed response, but basically if you do a few tweaks, you get it back to almost looking like what it was previously in terms of usage of space on the screen and a couple of other issues. The main thing is all the features still work. I can still make outbound calls. I can still share screens and so on. More recently, they've been working on integration of Skype into Outlook.com, Office 365, and even integration into Outlook itself. The other thing that's come out, but I don't recommend for business use, is Skype for Windows Modern, and that's simply because it just doesn't have the feature set that Skype for Windows Desktop has, and I just find it a harder interface to use as well. So we'll come back to some of these in different slides. On the mobile side, you've got that consistent user interface. Everything starts out with a screen that says recent favorites people, and of course now you have to have everything else come up on other screens because of the size of the screen and so on. They have, one of the major complaints about Skype for iPhone when it first came out was, I was lucky to get 4 hours of battery life on my iPhone. Now I can get a day if I don't use my iPhone a lot, which I don't because my primary phone happens to be a BlackBerry 10 phone. But on all the devices, whether it's Android, iOS, BlackBerry, or whatever, the battery life issue has pretty well gone away. Another major improvement, when Skype was first acquired by Microsoft, they had this video on smartphones and iOS especially that was like 160 by 120. I call that real super postage stamp size. And now the video resolution is either quarter HD or full HD. Just depends on the device you're working with. But I made a Skype for BlackBerry call to somebody on their iPhone the other day, and the resolution and quality at both ends was excellent. They've launched Skype for Windows Phone 8. They've got Skype for BlackBerry 10 and Skype for Amazon Fire. And on the iOS versions, they've taken advantage of some new iOS 8 features so that if you place a Skype call to somebody and they're on their iPhone, apparently it's almost supposed to be there. You certainly get notifications, and you can answer it almost like you handle your regular voice calls. And they've also added a feature on the iOS version where you can host up to 4 people on a group voice call, not video, just voice. So where does Skype remain unique? And this is obviously a group that has a lot of experience with other things. Hey, we're doing this on Jitsi, right? I hadn't used Jitsi before today, but Randy kept on talking about it. I said, okay, I got to try this out, see how it works. And but you know, Skype is primarily focused and was developed as a communications platform first. And so I like to have the Skype client running in the background on my PC, and you know, calls come in, etc. It's just there. That is my desktop phone. I should, as an aside, say also on my account with Rogers, who's my service provider, they have a feature called Rogers One Number. Rogers One Number is actually software from our friends at Counterpath in Vancouver that Rogers uses, and as a result, I can answer my BlackBerry on my PC, on my iPhone, on my iPad, anywhere I want to. And one of the beautiful things I found about it last summer, I was in Europe traveling around, and I put my phones all in airplane mode, except for one that I was using a TruePhone's World Plan SIM that was my connection. And what was I going to say? The oh, sorry about that. Oh, come on. Sorry, I'll get back to it. Anyways, the directory issue. Dan York recently wrote a post about the directory issue and and the importance of having a lot of users that you can access on something. And I have something like 500 contacts in Skype. I should weed that down, but the point is, just about everybody has Skype. There's 300 million monthly active users, and that's a huge issue related to its uniqueness. On the feature set, obviously we got the chat, voice, and video. We've got enrichment features like file transfer, like screen sharing, that sort of thing. One feature that I find rare on other platforms is the edit, remove chat messages. I use that all the time on Skype. You make a mistake and bingo, you can go fix it, and away you go. Another feature, especially related to when you're using Skype on your PC, is that you build an archive. I have one Skype group session that goes back to 2007, and it's searchable. So it becomes very handy. Somebody sends me a password for doing something, I can go back and find that password, or I can go back and find a URL or whatever. You can make calls to and from landlines and mobile phones. That's why my main way of calling outbound certainly is from Skype. I do have a US Skype inbound number, however, we don't have Canadian numbers for that. But I use the US number sometimes, like if I'm on a WebEx session and you have to make a phone call in, etc. And Skype is integrated into Outlook.com, and it's becoming integrated into Office 365, and I'll mention a couple more things later on. So in the book, the first chapter is basically an introduction, picked up as a chapter title. We find this, let's just use Nicholas Enstrom's "people like to talk" phrase. Talk about connecting to Skype at home and abroad. and then enriching conversations with Skype. So the connecting to Skype is talking about, getting set up with Skype on a device, getting an internet connection, that sort of thing. What are the basics so you can start to use Skype? And talking about building a contacts directory. In enriching conversations, we move into the file transfers, the screen sharing, the archiving and recall and that sort of stuff. And I talk a bit about how your whole chat window becomes a log of your activity on Skype. It's got call detail records from when you made a call and how long it was, that sort of stuff. I found 3 business cases of small businesses that are using Skype so that they can work worldwide, and they're discussed in Chapter 4. Then we get into talking about Skype on the desktop, on PCs and Macs. Sorry if anybody's in Linux, I just didn't go there. It's not a high usage area, at least for the type of people we're addressing this to. And then I go into talk about Skype on the mobile devices. Then talk about calling and messaging landlines and mobile phones. Messaging relates to the fact you can send SMS messages outbound but not receive them, which I find handy once in a while. And one of the biggest uses, however, of Skype is in chat. And, I see that experience, and then we see other things coming out like WhatsApp and Slack and other things, and realizing chat has become the biggest application of real-time communications, and it's an advantage because you've got, you can have asynchronous conversations, you can put stuff up and somebody may come back an hour later and answer your question. You have a quick yes/no question, makes it very efficient and that sort of stuff. So there's a whole chapter talking about chat and using it as the virtual water fountain in a worldwide company. Then we talk about managing your Skype account and subscriptions. Get into a chapter talking about the hardware. There was a bunch of Skype certified hardware that sort of backed off for a couple of reasons, but the main one being is most of the audio and video hardware you get these days handles the super wideband audio bandwidth. It handles HD video, and also a lot of our webcams are actually built into displays. They're built into smartphones. So, the market for third-party webcams has gone down. Probably the market for third-party headsets is still as wide open as ever, but there's a lot of good headsets out there. Go in to talk about, in the next chapter, building geographically dispersed teams over Skype and collaboration issues and some sort of discipline issues, the fact that you've got to have agreement in the company of what you're going to use it for and what the protocols are, not so much the technical protocols, but actually the operational or protocols, keeping on subject, that sort of thing. I know of one case where if somebody went off subject but said, geez, this needs to be looked at right away, everybody run out and do it, and they take everybody off the focus of what they're really supposed to be doing. Then there's a chapter talking about Skype on Office 365 and Outlook.com. And I say link at this point because that's what it is. This is where Microsoft is making some major changes. However, one of them is they're going to have Link be changed over to Skype for Business with a new user interface. It's still going to be something that you're charged for. However, not a lot. And even now, you can go, if you have Office 365, you can go and get a Link add-on for $2 or $5 a month, depending on the feature set. And that's just an add-on to Office 365. You don't have to have an on-premise server. Microsoft does the servers for all that, and that really addresses the issues where Link used to have to be a case of, you had to install it on premise-based equipment, and now you don't, and you're basically, it wholly changes the business model for the small to medium business market. Chapter 13, talk about the way ahead. Let's talk about WebRTC, and also I put a section in there on if you're looking at other real-time communications, here are the things you have to look at and the questions you need to ask. Finally, a glossary to just describe some of the terms used and so on that you and I are used to, but maybe the average reader isn't. So the target audience, real target audience is a small business, how they can build business relationships worldwide. But the personal use comes in, and if you're traveling, and how many times is the parent calling home and helping his child with homework, or basically it becomes an exercise in that parents, when they're traveling, can keep in touch with the family at night, that sort of thing. On the small business side, it has been used for building worldwide teams. When I worked with that hardware company, we had people in Spain, we had people in the US. At one point, we also had people in Hong Kong, and one of them was in South Africa. And we just kept on rolling, kept on working. We knew where everybody was at. Obviously, all the collaboration tools, voice, video, chat, and using the enrichment features, file transfer, screen sharing, screen capture. One of the things I often use is Snagit has a link into Skype, so you can actually capture something in Snagit. You hit the Skype button and find the person, and bingo, they've got that picture without having to even store the file or anything. And the other market is prosumers, which I think of as professionals who have their own small business. In some sense, there's no defined boundary, but this probably helps to define the market. So why did I go with a publisher? I mentioned this earlier, but A-Press being a division of Springer, and Springer will be promoting the book as well as A-Press through some of their programs. It took over all my production issues the last time. They had copy editors. They did all the formatting and set it up, and I could just focus on writing the content. And the last one was just an ebook. This is now a print and ebook. And here's a new trend in publishing is that Springer or A-Press are using print-on-demand services. If you actually order it from Amazon, it will be printed that night on using their Create Space infrastructure and shipped out to you the next day. And it's pretty good quality. I finally got the books last week and was pretty amazed at how good a quality it is, and other people have mentioned that too when they've seen it. And then if you order off of A-Press, A-Press has arrangements with a print-on-demand service. So that gets rid of all the inventory issues associated with book publishing. It basically means, however, your book may not show up in a bookstore, but we're losing bookstores every day here.
Yeah.
In fact, we had one in downtown Toronto called the world's biggest bookstore, and it was huge. And it is now a pile of construction rubble while they build some tower on that site right down at one of the main intersections in downtown Toronto.
Yeah, no, I think that print on demand is a really, really good thing, because if for the people who want something printed, that's fine, but the print model for the past century or so, which has been, print X hundreds or thousands of copies, and then destroy them, the unsold ones. It's kind of broken now. So that's excellent.
It just changes the whole business model for publishing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not even to mention the fact that a lot of people have e-readers and read them on Kindle or whatever. But the main thing is, if you
more of the e-book to go out than the print book.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's what
the e-book is in color as well. The print is in black.
Right. That's a whole big other thing that's happened now.
Color printing on Create Space is very costly.
But I mean, if you want a book, fine, but you don't want to print thousands of books to have them
it goes
languish.
Into all the inventory distribution issues and all that sort of stuff that just are told.
I got to tell you, I was looking for a particular book. I don't know if anybody's heard of Theodore Sturgeon, Sturgeon's Law, right? The science fiction author. I was missing one of his books in a series of anthologies, and I walked into a Barnes and I think it was Barnes and Noble. It was, what are the two, Barnes and Noble, and what's the other one? What's the other big?
What is the other one I used to go into when I was in Los Angeles?
Anyway, I went in there and I said, "Do you have such? Can you get me such and such by Theodore Sturgeon?" It's like volume 7, and I have the other 10 volumes, And the guy goes, just go on Amazon and order it. I thought it was.
And I happen to know there's a whole sub-market of rare books on Amazon.
Oh yeah.
And know some people who have played in that game, where they collect rare books and make them available through an Amazon service.
Well, that's a whole other subject, because that's like vinyl. Rare books, it's a different thing. But if you need a book to read, a book like this, which is a book about a particular thing that's pertinent right now, I mean, usually you're going to want the ebook. Andy has putting his finger to his mouth as if he wants to say something, but now he's going to unmute and say he doesn't.
Okay. The other place, first place I saw print and demand used, quite frankly, was university textbooks. So a prof develops a textbook for his course. You go over to the U of T bookstore here, and you order the book, and you pick it up the next day, and they only have to print the 40 books that they need for that class.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like something that would be good. You don't want to waste wood and trees today.
Exactly.
Hey, Jim, we're going to move on to a whole other thing. We're on Jitsi right now.
Okay, I'm almost finished here.
Oh, I thought you were done. Okay.
Okay, because there's something I want to bring up here.
And you were shorted last time, so I want to give you as much time as you want, and we do have like 22 hours at least left, so go ahead.
So
no
obviously
problem.
The marketing channels are mentioned there. I've discussed that sort of thing, and it helps to have those channels. I think they've still got to put it on iBooks and Google Play, but they'll get there. The sort of topics I wanted to discuss last week when we did this, and we did get into some of this, is it's about the user experience these days. We see other things like Wire coming along. We see Hangouts we like because good quality video, and you can have 10 participants but have 100 viewers and so on. We have a big challenge in terms of innovation on a legacy and familiar platform, which is Skype's challenge at this point, because there's a whole bunch of stuff out there already, and you have to build out and make that continue to work. And you bring out some new feature like the new desktop interface for Skype for desktop or Windows Desktop or Mac, and all of a sudden, oh, geez, I can do this, do this. Listen, you take a couple of days and you're used to it, and you can still do all the calling things you could do and that sort of thing. There are a couple of different issues I found with the Skype for desktop for Skype for Windows Desktop 7, but they're not critical to my operation. I mentioned the directory issue, talk about educating users and go beyond voice and video calling. I've got a feature set to show you in a moment to evaluate alternatives. And then we get into the whole area of where does it play a role in unified communications or anytime communications. This was brought up 2 weeks ago on the VUC call when Dave Michaels was on. We got talking about rooms, and I was thinking, and we were looking at a sort of total unified communications platform. Well, Outlook.com's pretty damn good at that. You've got your email, you've got your access to your contacts directory, you've got access to OneDrive, and on the right-hand side, there's Skype. So you can have your email, you can talk to somebody, and that sort of stuff. And even everything you do in the in Outlook.com on Skype actually gets reflected back to all your other Skype clients. When we're looking at alternatives, here's what I look for is, okay, first, do they support the crystal clear voice that you get with Opus or even Silk? Do they support HD video? How many platforms is it available on? Skype's still the only one that seems to be on everything. I didn't mention 2 platforms. One is Xbox and the other is TV sets. And Skype is available for a lot of TV sets. There's a place you can go to on the Skype website to find out which models. Skype dropped a lot of...
Check there. A second, Jim. I have to say that Skype on the Xbox using the Kinect is really quite clever in the way it follows you around on video as well, and zooms in on the person that's talking.
My only experience was to go down to the local Microsoft store. I talked to one of the salespeople there who was quite familiar with it, and I said, "This is a consumer product. It's not part of our target market." So it just gets a mention. And the problem with TVs is that TVs still you can't be a participant on a conference call, whereas actually you can on a multi-party call, I call it. You can be a participant on an iPhone or any of the mobile phones. You just can't. You have to host it on a PC. Obviously, does it have a support for calls with landline and mobile phones? And I had a pretty telling discussion with Jonathan at Wire in terms of saying, I don't want to go through that again. He sort of witnessed it all at Skype, and that's a huge overhead to sort of build up support for. There is the enrichment features. Can you do photo and document sharing? Like in this case, hey, here we are, we're sharing a PowerPoint. Can you do file transfer, screen sharing, archive, and search? One of the limitations, by the way, of Skype for iPhone is you can only transfer photos, not files. And if you think about it and you look back at the iPhone, there's OneDrive now from Microsoft, but there's really no way that it stores files on the devices you find on an Android device or a BlackBerry 10. And I got some experience with that. I've been involved with a fax product called PamFax, and we redeveloped the whole thing over the last year and realized, okay, we can fax documents from an Android, from my BlackBerry 10. I fax in prescriptions, but you can't. You can only fax in photos or send in photos or interact with photos on iOS devices. A rather interesting observation. You can do screen sharing again, archive and search. I talked about most of the archive and search has to be on the desktop PCs, partly because they've got the memory to store all that stuff. You can only go backwards about 30 days on a mobile device. Whereas, like I say, I have one that goes back 7 years. Does it support multi-party conversations? Do they have to be hosted on PCs, or can they be hosted on mobile? One of the other products I used is BlackBerry's BBM product, and they have a feature called BBM Meetings, and you can actually host a 25-participant group video call from your BlackBerry. So you can also host them from a PC or from an iPad and so on, but the fact that you can host it on a BlackBerry is pretty amazing, and it's actually very good quality. How many participants can be involved? Do we have presentation mode, which is sort of what we have with Hangouts, where you have a few active players and many passive viewers? And then, is a call activity logged, archived, and searchable? Do you have this chat session persistence, the buffering of messages? Can you mirror across devices and platforms? One of the first things I took a look at WhatsApp, and this also applies to BBM, is you can only have WhatsApp or BBM on one smartphone. You can reflect them back to a PC through a web browser, or in BlackBerry's case called BlackBerry Blend. But on Skype, I can have it. I have it running on the iPhone and the BlackBerry on an Android platform, and I can go look at it anywhere. And the ability to monitor and manage spam. I had a little discussion on Wire the other day where I was pointing out to Tim, you can go in and say only allow designated contacts to contact me, so that you don't get these messages from young ladies in Ghana wanting to be contacts. And finally, there's a whole security issue. And my only comment on that is the only time in 7 years I've seen an issue with security on Skype was back about 5 or 6 years ago. Skype actually had to work with another contractor in China called TomTom. They wrote a version that you could monitor the chat conversations. They also forgot to secure it down. And so there was a little issue. Actually, it was discovered by somebody at a research center down here at the University of Toronto. And I went down and met him and got the whole story. But basically, he had found a way to go into the TomTom Skype stuff, and he had downloaded a year's worth of information just to prove he could do it. He wasn't going to distribute it or anything. But that is the only time, and Skype quickly filled that hole once the people at U of T here found somebody who would actually answer a call. In those days, it was a little hard sometimes to find somebody you could talk to at Skype, and but they wanted to get the story back to Skype to shut it down before the New York Times got a story out. We have all these issues going on with NSA stuff and that sort of stuff, and we all know that Microsoft can only say so much about that, and so that remains a cloudy issue. On the other hand, my thing is that, boy, you need a huge bank of computers and a lot of computing time to do a lot of this stuff, to monitor 300 million conversations every month. So that's, this was my summary for some of the other products out there. FaceTime, lots of people use it, but you got to be on Apple. Video Hangouts, we've just talked about that, and Video Hangouts is another channel Randy's using today. Wire currently is an evolving thing. We can do chat and voice calls with it, share YouTube and SoundCloud and files. However, there's no video yet, and well, all of us on a session that includes Randy and Andy and a few others, we've been feeding our stuff back to Jonathan, and he assures us that, yeah, this is evolving. The big thing with Wire is it's got a lot of the technical people who were involved in the evolution and development of Skype, so there's a lot of experience there. WhatsApp tends to be, at the moment, chat-focused. It's tied to one phone number. I've got WhatsApp running on a BlackBerry 10, and I can't see that account on my iPhone, for instance. Facebook Messenger, well, they're still going around trying to get that sorted out, and also positioning it with respect to WhatsApp. So Facebook has two messaging things. I tend to find Facebook Messenger, Google Talk, and so on. Those are sort of things that are a way of adding communications to something else that's going on already. And it's not primarily a communications platform. And I mentioned Skype Access there because during writing the book, I went back to test out the video calling on Facebook, and it turned out they're still using that infrastructure they set up with Skype about 3 or 4 years ago, because the first screen that comes up has a logo with Skype and Facebook. BBM has chat, voice, and video. The thing about BlackBerry Messenger is that they're built on some technology that was developed for QNX for use in cars. And I've had the demo in the cars of the QNX stuff, and it's pretty amazing, actually. The voice and video quality is excellent. They even have this spatial stuff that, sort of stereo voice. You can hear somebody walk across a room and see them walk across the front of the car, or hear them walk across the front of the car. That sort of thing. And so BlackBerry actually pulled in some of their technology experience at QNX to build up the BBM voice and video. And also I can follow it on Blend, BlackBerry Blend. I follow it on BlackBerry Blend on my PC, and have access not only to BBM, but have access to all the email coming into my device, all the files that are on my device, and so on my PC. Blend is a pretty unique experience. BBM meetings I mentioned earlier. Skype for Business and the Skype integration. We'll probably see it announced as Skype for Business sometime in the middle of the year. Their big thing is that they're actually going to use whatever backend they've had, but they're going to use a new user interface that's basically based on the Skype user interface. There were, in the course of writing the book, even A-Press, from one of the editors I dealt with, she had been on a couple of link conversations and didn't find them good quality and that sort of stuff. So they had some issues to deal with there, and that probably explains also why they needed Skype's back end and Skype's Skype's technology.
Okay, we need to terminate this, Jim. You know why?
Yep. Go ahead.
Because my wife just texted me and she wants to see me and hear my voice.
You better get there and let your wife see
my beautiful
visage.
beatific face. Actually, what I'm going to have to do is change this over. Let's see. So we're going to go off of. Can we do this even? I'm not even sure. No, I don't know. I think I can. We're going to move off of.
I'm going to try to get rid of this screen sharing. So if it comes up.
And we got Tim Panton on. He must be on Jitsi. Hello. No audio.
There he is. I see him.
No audio. Still no audio. Bleeding edge, folks. Bleeding edge. There was a comment about, the Linux users are always shortchanged in all these technologies. Tim, I can't hear you, and I don't know why, because if I could, we're back to the default microphone dilemma.
You need to start singing "If I Could Hear You Now."
Yeah, really. He's working on it. What's funny is I'm not in Jitsi. Well, wait a minute. I sort of am I not? Wait, let's see.
You're there.
Yeah, but you can't see me. Can anybody see me? How do I put myself on? Oh, yeah, because I removed the film strip. So for my wife, I bring the film strip back up and put my... Here we go, yeah. All right, now, hey, you can go to sleep now, my dear. Oh, wait, it's over here. The mic. Which camera? Yes, okay. This is the FaceTime built-in camera. Kind of pretty much sucks, right? But at least my head is centered, unlike a lot of our guests. And here's Andy, Daniel, Tim with no voice. Wait, hello. Wait. So
But
why does Tim?
The sign is that you are muted. Have you unmuted on Jitsi? Because it looks like you are muted.
Ah, Tim, you're muted. Unmute, and you'll be with us.
There's a little menu that should drop down from the top. With a microphone.
No, it's even, yeah, he's...
Now it's unmuted, but still no voice actually now. Before it was the sign with...
Yeah, he was unmuted. Now he's just on the wrong... Okay. What is... Ah!
If in doubt, when in Jitsi Video Bridge, refresh.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, all right, he's going to do that.
Right.
There it is.
Yes. Well, good advice.
Well,
thank you, Andy.
there it is, Mr.
Voice.
So good question. Which microphone am I now using? No, the right one.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, excellent. So.
Ah.
Excellent. Good.
Okay.
So I am using the microphone. I thought. Jim, am I allowed to talk to Jim, or are we
sure?
Still...
Yeah,
well, we're yeah. As long as you don't try to talk to anyone that is in the rest of the world.
Oh, well,
yeah.
Then nobody else is going to hear me.
No, we all hear you.
Okay, cool. No, I was just. I mean, I didn't catch your thing the other week, so it was good to catch up on it now. And I think the last bit, you were talking about the difference between Facebook being like a way of extending, real time out from something else. So you're doing something else, and you suddenly do a little bit of real time, and you go back to doing, your Facebook updates or whatever.
And the same applies to Gmail.
Right. Versus the things like Skype and my big red phone here and all that stuff, which is like it's a single-purpose communications device.
Yeah.
Which way do you see that going in the future? I mean, do you think that?
That's why one of the things I mentioned, one of those alternate things or somewhere I mentioned, it's all about the user experience at this point. What gives an easy experience to set up and make a call? I mean, one of the reasons I wanted to try Jitsi today is I wanted to see, okay, how well does this work? You guys have been talking about it on Wire and so on, and saying, okay, maybe I should take a look and let's just see how it works.
But Jitsi's still not. Jitsi is a communication device. It's not embedded in like I think the extreme case is like the app that at the end of the sort of buying session you get to see your salesperson and talk to them or whatever, but it's only it's like part of the sales funnel or something, and it's much more embedded in the whole experience. I mean, the only one I can think of at the moment is Uber. Uber do this quite well. That actually most of the experience is like text-based and it's on your screen, but just every now and then you get to talk to the driver and say, no, I'm around the corner. I'm hiding in a bus shelter or whatever.
Which I can appreciate very much. I'm actually going to have a different experience this summer because I made Pan Am Games volunteer. The Pan Am Games are being held in Toronto in July, and I'm a volunteer, and I'm going to be a liaison officer between one of the National Olympic Committees, probably the U.S., because it's the only other one that speaks English besides Canada, and the Pan Am Organizing Committee. Well, they're getting 1,200 Chevrolets, SUVs for this event, donated by Chevrolet. But guess what they've got on them? OnStar. And you get an experience, a different experience of, okay, I'm driving along, something goes wrong, I've got some official who needs to be at his event, or athlete who needs to be at his or her event, and we're stuck somewhere, and we need to get in touch with somebody, that sort of thing. So it's going to be interesting to see how that experience works in terms of again, in the context of driving people around, you sometimes need to communicate. And, you know, and again, it's the same. If I'm on Gmail and I see an email message from somebody, I can go and click on it and send a chat message. Even when I launched the book about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I found it more convenient actually to set up a little bit of a Facebook group chat and send a message out to a whole bunch of people just saying, hey, actually what I did was I created a Facebook entry that went to these people, and we ended up in a group chat where I got some responses and so on. So it's, but it's going to be about the user experience. I think the same with WebRTC is if you go into Wire, they've already got it integrated and working, you know, and if you're running a contact center or a customer support center, it makes sense to use WebRT Sectology and embed your communication right into the device, much like Amazon does which Amazon does with Mayday.
Right.
And it makes sense. I'm reading a book, I have a problem. I'm trying to buy a book, I have a problem. Hit Mayday, you get your help, you're on your way. Those are more the contextual user experiences that I see happening, and there's going to be, you know, but you're not going to take away from people, you know, a business team that's built up, you know, we've got lots of companies based in Toronto here that have people all over the world as part of their employees, some of their employees, and you know, and the whole opportunity there is you can get the best guy for the job anywhere in the world rather than having to be limited to your local market, and you know, a lot of them communicate on Skype. I see a lot of them are using Slack right now. There's something
right.
internal to a company, but they still have to use Skype to go outside the company.
I'm going to do the thing I've said to several people, and I suspect I haven't said it to you, Jim, but if you have a spare hour, I really recommend going and watching the video that was a recording of the Slack CEO being interviewed on Pando Daily by Sarah Lacey. It's a really, really interesting video. He's fascinating. He's really interesting. He's basically, his thesis is that messaging is the thread of a modern company.
Well, and I think that sort of hits on another theme I'm seeing, and I sort of hinted at it in my presentation. 90% of my Skype activity is chat.
Right.
And because it's asynchronous, the stuff's there, that sort of thing. And where do we see other applications coming out and being used? WhatsApp was built totally around chat. Even when I first used BBM 5 or 6 years ago, I remember being at CES in Las Vegas, and the only way I could talk to people was through chat on BBM.
Yes.
I'm trying to go and meet Andy Abramson for lunch, and I have to use BBM because it's so damn noisy and there's so much traffic jam and everything else that, you know, the text message on a sort of separate channel was the only way that it was really going to work.
So my favorite story of that was I went to MWC a while back, and you know, Mobile World Congress. You'd think that, you know, the natural communication method was going to be mobile phone, voice, and possibly SMS. Turns out that it isn't. It's actually WhatsApp. The whole thing is organized over WhatsApp on the Wi-Fi, rather than using the you know, the messaging that the conference is nominally about, which I thought was like deeply ironic, actually. But
yeah, and actually, BlackBerry has just put up on their blogs about a reporter who went to MWC this year and found that even the RF connections worked a lot better on his BlackBerry than his iPhone, and he wanted to use both his iPhone and BlackBerry and compare them, and he ended up having to use his iPhone or his BlackBerry because his iPhone couldn't keep up with the connections at the conference. Yeah, one of the big challenges these days is still, can you go to a conference and actually get a decent connection for over-the-top services?
I think one of the issues, though, is that actually things that people are building, because the iPhone's now such a capable computer, people are building apps that load up heavier and heavier requirements on that data connection, just because, you know, you've got a thing here which is as, you know, this is as quick as my desktop. In fact, it's probably as quick as that desktop computer over there.
Here's one app that I use now quite frequently. This is my iPhone. It's called Transit. Now, we have several transit authorities around here. We have the Mississauga Transit, I live in Mississauga, which is Canada's fifth or sixth largest city on the western edge of Toronto. It includes the airport. And we have the Toronto Transit Commission, which is the City of Toronto's transit. And we have a commuter line called GO Transit, which runs rail lines and buses into the city and across boundaries. I can go to transit and say, I want to go from my local GO station, and I want to go to 5800 Yonge Street to pick up my uniform in a month. They just sent me today and said, you got to go up and pick it up someday for the Pan Am Games. I go in here and say, okay, Meadowville GO station, 5800 Yonge Street. It says, oh, you could take this bus at this time. And it gives you actually 4 or 5 alternatives. And interestingly enough, it also says, oh, I could take Uber X and it would cost me $41.54. So there's a case of all the data that's being pulled in to this app and integrated to have a very useful feature on a smartphone.
Right. So I think that's I think that's great. Those sorts of apps just free you to use public transport it means that you can use public transport in a city you don't know.
Well, even at a city I
change for me.
I refuse to drive into Toronto if I'm on my own. I mean, traffic is terrible. They're redoing a couple of major expressways along the lakeshore in preparation for the games. So, you always got one lane at least closed down. And it's just so much easier. Just go get on a GO bus, go get on a GO train, and just go into the city. Especially the GO trains. I mean, they have their own right of way. And you're into the city, and I don't get into the city exhausted and that sort of stuff. So to have something like this application where I could just say, okay, I want to go this place, here's all the things you have to take, here's how long it's going to take you, really allows you to, it's just one great example of enhancing your daily life.
Yeah, I hardly drive these days, actually.
Where are you based? Are you in London?
No, I'm outside Manchester. I'm kind of halfway between Manchester and Liverpool. But fortunately, or by design, actually, on a decent train line, so I can get on a train to either Manchester or Liverpool or down to London or whatever. But I find myself driving less and less these days. And every now and then I get in the car and the battery's flat because I haven't driven anywhere for 6 weeks.
Can we make a transition here? Speaking of Liverpool, let me see. What is this going to do? You guys in Jitsi won't see this though, so we'll wait and do that later. We do need to move over to FreeSwitch because we're going to do a whole other thing. We're going to replace Jitsi with FreeSwitch.
Oh, somebody going to send me a URL?
Yeah, we'll try to take care of that. I wanted to show you folks the Beatles thing. See, but if I show that, you won't see it. You won't see it in. We'll do that during the transition. So. Oh, yeah, that won't work either. Wow. This one screen thing is very difficult. I'm going to switch the video over. So Jitsi is going to go away. Oh, I can't even do that. How am I going to do this?
What are you trying to do?
We've
got a pile of geeks.
There's a terrible hardware problem where the settings, I'd have to reset a bunch of stuff. We'll do that in another Hangout. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave Jitsi. However, whoever's in Jitsi can certainly stay if they want to. And I'm going to move over to FreeSwitch. And that URL, by the way, if I can, again, because I have one screen, I have to go way over here. That's Cantina, cantina.freeswitch.org/Verto. That's where we're going to move to right now. Jim, thanks for completing what we were missing. There was a couple of moments where I had some problems getting you on Jitsi. We'll have to get into that with Emil and the company later. But
you were able to record it this time.
Oh, it's recorded. It's on the as far as I know, anyway. And we're just about to go into hour 3, I guess. So Cantina, Jim, you want to try something new? Cantina, CANTINA, HTTPS, cantina.freeswitch.org/Verto. I'm going to.
Alberto.
No, it just goes on. It's just a web thing. So Andy and company, here we go. I'm going to leave. Whatever happens, Jitsi will still be up, I think. But
what's the extension name I need for?
Hang on.
Verto, VRTO. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
3500. Sorry. Input your name.
Okay, the default one. All right.
I'm
good.
sorry. Okay. Goodbye for now.
CIN.
Here we go. There we go. So we're moving there now, and VERTO, and I am going to. So hopefully it'll switch by itself over to. It says connecting. How do I get out of full screen? Okay. HTTPS. Come on then. There we go. Here we go. All right. And now we are going to name. We're going to go to VoIP users. And we're going to go to 3500. Oh, it's 3500. Sorry. There is CID number. I don't know what that means. Let's click it. See. Is it going to work? What was the caller ID number? Was there one? Does it matter? Just trying. Oh, yes. Allow. And
How exciting.
Oh, you're here. We can hear you just fine.
Excellent.
Got you. I just unmuted.
what do I have to do to actually get to the
I
right?
keep moving around the screen. It's very disconcerting.
Okay, yeah. Here we go. That's it. Now we're there. All right.
Hey, Brian, you want to change it? What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I will change it to a different layout.
Some layout without.
7.
Without work.
All right, we got Ken Rice, we got Daniel, we got BKW, we have Michael, we got William King, moderator. Everybody's a moderator in this thing. Anthony, Tim is with us, and I think I named everybody.
So a single bad word and I'll get thrown out by all of you, presumably.
So the new thing is to be able to, if I cover my mouth, I'll be muted, right?
That is not on currently, but do you want to see how happy Brian is?
Sure.
That's Tim is. Right here is Daniel.
Brian, your video went away, Brian.
Am I still here? Oh,
yep.
we got more people. I got to change the layout again.
Oh.
So how do you do the layout? What's the do you mix it in the bridge so that you lay it out in the bridge, or is it laid out in the web browser?
No, it's in the bridge.
There's actually a config file that scaling and coordinates, basically.
Big difference in audio levels there.
And then the bridge figures it all out from there.
Wow.
Whoa.
Where did my video go?
Ken, your audio is like 1 dB compared to everybody else.
This technology.
Are you guys hearing the same thing I am or not?
He sounds fine to me.
Say something, Ken. You guys, it all looks good.
We have 10 people.
Oh wait, there's a stereo effect.
Look at Zoa.
Right?
Look at Zoa lying in
There
his
is a
bed.
stereo effect based on location.
Oh yeah.
Right. So Randy, if you've got only one earphone on, then you won't hear people who are off on the left or right.
I've got both, but it's not stereo. It's mixed together. So maybe that's why he's phasing himself out.
Shouldn't screw it up if it's mono. It should be.
Wonder where. There's my video right
if
there.
If it's calling over stereo and it's being mixed to mono, it might be keeping the wrong side of the channel.
Yeah. If it's cross-phased, it's just making him very soft.
So the red bar on Brian's video shows how happy he is.
Oh, great.
And it's permanently above the halfway mark, I hope.
My video wouldn't do that. It would probably tell I was happier.
What camera
How
is
many
it?
how many video channels can you get through a bridge?
How many did we load up the other day? It was a lot. 30.
Wow.
So if you like postage stamps, that works pretty good.
Yeah, unfortunately, none of us have our own countries, so it doesn't really work that way.
I mean, I think effectively 16 to 25, somewhere in that range, where you have everybody on screen like we have here. And there's some other stuff we do to person, prominent, like presenter mode, and then have everybody else's video off screen.
I think Ken's audio is on a channel I'm not receiving. I think everybody's on the right and he's on the left or opposite, because he's the only one that's soft. I'm not talking politically.
I think you've got.
Whoa! I'm not talking politically. No, I know that I'm feeding this.
With the way it works for me.
It works good for you.
A nice start.
Plus you're squelching in and out. Well, I can't disconnect the audio and put a headphone on because then it won't come through the to the Hangout.
The video performance is now kind of noticeably. Is that my bandwidth or is that the server side? Is everybody else slowing them?
There's plenty of CPU left on the server side.
Okay, hang up.
May well be my bandwidth. Or my machine.
No, Tony was just changing the bandwidth down. It was set to like 6 megabit or something. So it was probably flooding everybody's bandwidth out.
Oh yeah, that was probably.
Check stereo. Okay, we're gonna. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be missing something here. Oh, refreshing did not. All right, toggle.
Yeah, you can't refresh. You have to hang up and call back.
Well, how do you hang up? I'm looking for end call. Okay, here we go. All right, so for those of you who are your device settings. Microphone default. For those of you who are listening to me, I'm trying to find the stereo setting. I don't find it. We're not in the call anymore. All right, let's just do this thing and see.
I'm actually only getting occasional audio from the.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I'm not in the right place anymore. All right.
No, I know, but I'm not only. I am. I'm there as well, and I'm only getting occasional audio.
Where's the stereo switch? Oh, what is this? Why are we? Here we go.
The bandwidth back down again to something.
I think I'm going to end and come back as well.
Yeah, well, I'm not getting the right thing here.
Test on some pretty intense settings.
We've also been testing locally, not.
Now everybody's soft. Okay. No.
Yeah, it's shocking what doesn't work over a 3G connection after.
Well, I mean, Tony will go and work remotely sometime and work off of LTE and sit there with a video up for a good hour or so, and it works surprisingly well.
So to explain,
I don't know if you've ever looked at it, but Chrome to Chrome, the VP8 now is actually pretty smart. It cranks the bandwidth back down. It kind of detects what's available and cranks it back down again.
The hell was that?
It's quite impressive to watch. It's like it'll detect how much you've got within a second or so. In fact, I should be watching the bandwidth graph now.
It's not. The Chrome side is not actually that smart, and it does some pretty silly things like changing resolution on the fly too.
All right, I've been having some caller ID number. I don't know, 1 2 3 4. I'm out of the call. How do I don't see any stereo possibility here.
The future of telephony.
Always nice. Thank you.
Not just the quality levels, but also the actual resolution of the video will change. And you have no control over it all.
Put your mouse up over user controls, Randy.
Oh,
So
yes.
we're all looking forward to using H.264.
Yeah, now...
Scroll down a bit.
Makes no difference to us?
What? To what?
So this server-side video transfer.
They've changed the layout. There used to be a tick box, use stereo underneath that.
SIP.
Are any of the browsers H.264 available yet?
How do I get back to
it's
the...
in FreeSwitch now.
Come off it. Just scroll down. It'll collapse.
Yeah, it's in Firefox.
I mean, I know it's in FreeSwitch.
Yeah, okay. But no, it's supposed to be in Firefox.
It seems to be okay.
With this kind of weird invisible plugin from Cisco. There's some legal trick they do.
Yeah, I mean we haven't figured out distribution yet, but we're working off of OpenH.264 code currently, and it seems to be working well.
Yeah, if you were smart, you could use the Cisco one and then use. I'm not sure how that works actually.
You have to use their binary from their website.
You have to use their binary, and each person has to individually go download the binary, is my understanding.
It's pretty transparent.
That would be part of the install script.
Firefox just does it.
Yeah, that's what I need to figure out. That's what I need to figure out how Firefox has done that.
Firefox has a special agreement.
We may do that. We may do a licensed one. We have to figure that out still.
Right.
Make code work first, and then figure out all those legal things. It's I mean, it's not an issue for us until we have to start distributing binaries. Once we distribute binaries, we have issues.
I think the point of it is that if you're adhering to license, you don't distribute
right.
binaries.
So if you're
Binary is
distributing
distributed
source,
for
it's
you.
the person who built it's responsibility to acquire the appropriate licenses.
Yep.
Right.
Actually, I don't even think we're distributing source in this case. I think we're just linking to it.
There was also some kind of an upset.
It does a
upset number of seats or something
as part of the build script. Or
We're actually that is one thing of FreeSwitch that we're backing off on considerably. With the next version of FreeSwitch, most of the libraries are going to be system. So there's going to be we're packaging a lot of them ourselves, so you can, at least on the platforms we work with, have simple commands to install them, but we're not going to actually build tons of stuff like we used to.
Oh, more RPM gets and this, or apt gets, or
many more apt gets or yum install targets. But we don't have that all done yet, but we have, probably, just this week, probably a dozen new things that we pulled out of our tree and put into separate packages.
We have footage of our package maintainer.
Watch this.
Where is he?
What happened? We have to keep talking because FreeSwitch times off after 5 minutes.
So what's the story about the new office?
Can they hear us? I don't think they can.
Noises about office.
I don't know. They should be able to. Oh, no, they can't hear us. They can only hear me.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I already have an office at my house. I did that 2 years ago.
Right.
Which is separate from the house. It's my own space. So I have a question. Where's Mr. Bodie at? Because he had a conniption fit when we showed this off to Andy without him being here. So where's Mr. Bodie at?
And he's not here? Yeah.
So Bodie's been on holiday the last week. I barely heard from him for a couple of weeks now.
He was supposed to come in after dinner, but he didn't for some reason.
Hours, I think.
Well, I know that.
Are you muted?
Oh, yeah, I'm muted.
Andy's,
Okay,
and
unmute me.
amusingly, I met
How
James
do I
Tagg
get
on a
unmuted?
railway station
Press 0.
a couple of weeks ago. I have no idea what he was
On
doing,
what?
and he didn't tell
Go
me.
up to user controls so it opens up.
So there are
Is Andy muted? You might want to unmute.
Andy's swearing, I think.
No, I'm asking why I'm.
I can't get my audio's broken on the bridge.
Toggle audio. Hello.
Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service at this time.
Am I? Can you hear me? You guys hear me now?
Can we? Randy needs to unmute.
Well, I hit a thing that says toggle mute, and I assumed.
Are you muted, Randy?
Well, I don't know. Am
I
I?
can't tell if he's trying to talk to us or not.
I can't either.
Okay. Toggle local audio. Oh, toggle audio mute. Hello. Am I muted?
I can unmute
You are
it.
now muted.
Unmute.
Yeah, go on. That could be fun.
I'm now unmuted. Supposedly. No? It said I was unmuted. All right. Toggle local audio mute.
Oh, no.
There he is.
Is that it?
There you go.
What is local audio mute compared to audio mute?
Locals mutes it at the browser, and you're not sending any audio at all. And then the other one is remote in the conference itself.
Okay.
So how did you make that work? How did you stop sending audio in the browser?
Some Boolean you toggle in the stream object, like just set it to true or false. Active equals true or false.
I thought that still sent some like comfort noise or something. It seemed to still send a few K of audio or something. But I should look again. Maybe it's changed. Maybe they've improved things.
You never quite know.
We usually negotiate turning it off.
Can you hear me now?
It tends to cause a delay.
Yes, we
We
can.
can, Andy.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah, but you have lovely echo.
Yeah, well, I'm probably still unmuted on the Hangout.
Sounds like Citizens Band in the U.S.
There we go. No echo. Oh no, echo. Oh dear. Yes, Mr. Bodie has indeed gone on. Well, that echo is horrible. On the holiday, he's been to the south of Italy, where the weather has been cold.
South of Italy, as in Adriatic, or further?
South of Italy, as in about as far as you can go down
Rome?
on the edge of the
Sicily.
heel of the boot.
Sicily.
No.
Yeah, Sicily. He's off swimming with the fishes, is he?
Yeah.
Or is that's another?
Cicely Tyson.
So
Waiting for
I
all
was
those.
threatening to move out the hotel because the Wi-Fi was rubbish.
Hey Randy, do you remember that?
That's new.
He made him move rooms for him and everything.
Did he not just take his TruePhone LTE SIM with him?
Yeah, well, in the middle of nowhere when there's no connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suspect his other half may have chosen that hotel specifically for that.
Bad
that
Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently has a microwave link to the nearest town.
Who, James personally?
No.
Hey, this is IP Communications and VoIP.
Oh my.
We're at vuc.me on the web.
Well, that's an old one.
We meet every Friday at 12 noon Eastern Time.
Wait, it's not Friday.
We would like to thank Simwood.com for their support. Simwood can turn you as a developer into a telco. Another
I don't know.
supporter of the VUC.
I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but YouTube is no longer going to allow that shit. We're going to have to stop those announcements.
Audio conferencing system that we are using right
It'll
now.
be on VUC.me, I guess.
Our local rate numbers are provided by.
My battery's about to die. Do you have the stream URL for it?
Everyone who contributes to the VUC.
I don't.
Numerous
Look at that.
Thank you.
Let me just see if it's actually doing it.
What do we can do the RTMP one, right?
an absolutely amazing moment in time where I found the fader, so I'm now talking.
Oh
about
my
it.
God!
And we
Found
have
the
the
fader.
slide up. I'm going to leave this up for a second.
No, it doesn't seem to be
because
live.
Tina
Oh, wait a
FreeSwitch
minute.
is with us. Now, we had to do something because every person here is critical to FreeSwitch.
I'm confusing.
We purposely located them all over the globe so that if anything happens anywhere, there's still the rest of the team.
God, what was I drinking?
Now that we got that out of the way. Andy, you and I met up again.
Tony, what's up with the top right
It's one
box?
of the most amazing conferences I've ever been to, literally, because it was really
But I
great.
don't
We
have the
met a lot of
streaming
great
URL
people.
for that.
Yeah.
What did you take away? Anything?
It actually works.
Oh, an awful lot.
Besides what you stole from the hotel, I mean.
The towels.
Robes, towels, and such things. No kidding.
Oh, is it? Oh, and it's putting
was really interesting with up to about 500 people around the world in the 5 satellites as well as in Madrid. And
oh, it's
the
got
thing I took away from that more than anything.
Look at how young he looks.
Enthusiasm there is, particularly amongst young people.
That's rotten, Randy.
Andy, you were quite a young man then.
Pushing the envelope going forward, mainly in the mobile.
Sound similar though.
I just need a bit more of a tan.
Met a lot of really good people.
Maybe there's a bit of weight.
The hell were we talking about? Oh, look at this shirt! Oh, hello, dude.
So that's Bertie specifically for testing your video.
I think it was. I think it was.
The next one, somebody is going to tell us why.
I forgot where I was. I was somewhere, and somebody came up to me and said, "Are you wearing that shirt so we can check the video
God.
encoder?"
Yeah, well, I think I was for that
We're
one.
actually going on. This will be the 10th ClueCon.
It's SWK.
Since the very beginning, and it has come a long way from the little crappy hotel that we were in the very first year.
Oh yeah, much better.
The number
No
of
SWAT
people
teams.
there-
Much better.
So, so how do we find out the stream URL of the live one? Isn't that what we need?
What are you looking for?
Only if we're going to try and confuse everyone.
I'm fine with
Talk
that.
about creating a loop.
Oh, the live YouTube.
Yeah, we're going to try to put the live YouTube.
Oh, you can get that by going, but it's a minute behind. You can get that by going to.
What do we need the RTMP.
Well, you'd get it by, first of all, you have to get to the YouTube. Oh, the RTMP. I really don't know. The URL would be easy to find.
I've got the YouTube URL.
Yeah, I'm working on
Brian,
it.
do you know how to get that?
Yeah, there's got to be a
Mike, I
formula.
Okay, no, William's extracting it. Hold on. There is a way to get it.
There is a way to get it.
There's a way for you to get it. You have to reverse it.
Oh.
Pull it out of the page the other way.
From
Can't you proxy the YouTube URL?
Wait a second.
And
If I go
mirror
to
it?
well,
No,
we're not
the
really
actual
pushing. We're not really pushing to YouTube Live, but let me see.
William's almost got it. He was going to pull it.
Oh, he's got it. Okay. We used to mess with this for YouTube Live, but I don't remember how it works.
What do you? How do you broadcast now?
In Hangout, it's easier.
Yeah.
Because the stream dropped all the time when we were feeding YouTube Live. It kept dropping on both ends, and I have a really good touch wood. A very good bandwidth right now, so it wasn't that. It just keeps dropping. Michael was using Wirecast, which is, a $500 program. I have that too, but it's true. YouTube Live will complain that the stream is not pushing hard enough or whatever.
Yeah, we've been through those.
It's a constant. No, I mean yeah.
No, it does all the time.
Yeah, YouTube's a mixed
know exactly what you're talking about.
But you see, that's the whole point. Is that the Hangouts you have a lot less control, but they actually stay up a little bit longer. We only had that one glitch last week where my system froze and it killed the Hangout somehow. It should not have done that, but it did. So you can't restart them once they die.
Oh, like the Hangout ended?
Yeah, if the broadcast button, once you start broadcasting, if you click the stop, you can't start it again. And I didn't click the stop, but something happened when my machine froze. It sent some glitch to the Hangout, and that it looked like it needed to stop. Because if you drop, because I've also had problems with my ISP where I've just dropped. And when you drop, you have at least a minimum amount of time, if not forever, where once you've started the Hangout, it'll keep going. These are mysterious things. You have to keep experimenting with them. They change them every other day.
Is ZipDX still up?
It should be up, isn't it?
In which case, I'm going to disappear.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me see.
Listen on ZipDX.
Let me see if I'm still on. Yeah, we're still talking on ZipDX, which means we're still on MP3, and we just started a new segment on VUC.audio. Anyone using Teleport, you guys? Teleport to
Teleport.
That's the thing we were talking about earlier. The synergy thing.
Yeah. Anyone else have any? Because
Brian, do you have Synergy running on Yosemite?
No.
How can you not use one of the two? Is there something else? Is there a third option?
I mean, the reason that Brian and me don't is we have big desktops with multiple monitors, and then we just remote into everything else from our single machine.
Okay.
I have 3 27-inch displays on my desk.
Well, I could have any number of displays, but I need 3 machines to go back and forth.
Oh.
So, because the ZipDX, for example, is just an old Mac Mini, but it does that fine. It bridges the two, and I've also got IRC running on that.
Yeah, see, because we have so many monitors, we
Right.
remote into other machines and just.
Wait a minute. I guess now that I think of it, I guess I could remote into the Mac Mini. Why not?
Oh yeah,
I didn't even think about
remote
that.
desktop into it.
Yeah.
And
I mean, all I care about, remote.
then you
no.
don't even need a screen on it.
Well, no, I don't want to remote into it. I want to be able to talk. I want to be able to use the OS 10. I want to be able to use what's up right now is the IRC app, Colloquy or whatever, however you pronounce that. So
yeah.
I would like to be able to use both keyboard. Plus, Brian, when you post your URLs, for example, with Teleport, you can just grab that and it's in the buffer. It's in the, you copy it. You can copy it to another machine. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that with Synergy also.
But Synergy locked up the machine. According to, I'll have to try that again. Maybe it wasn't Synergy. It was just the day that I installed Synergy, it did a really bad thing because we had this over an hour and a half hangout, and it stopped the video at 13 minutes, and that was really bad.
Yeah, I am not having success getting the RTMP URL.
So if I go let me see. Is there a way? How do I get it? If I go to YouTube, let's see, live events. Maybe there is a way.
Yeah, like the
live control room. Let me see. Is there a place?
The one you stream from, or separately?
Well, I'm not streaming it to it. That's the problem. So.
It's Hangouts.
I don't see a way. Yeah, I don't see a way to do that actually.
Is there like a settings panel that you, as the owner, have?
Oh, you know what? If I this would really be a pain, but if I brought up Wirecast, that would know. But then it would be trying to send another stream. I don't know. I hesitate to do that. Why could you not get the RTMP? I don't know.
What's going on? Is that the audio stream delayed?
Cards.
You mean?
What?
Are you not hearing everything play back in a second time?
No.
No.
Oh.
You probably started the VUC.
I started the video.
Yeah, it's a minute behind.
On the same machine.
It's a minute behind, yeah.
Yeah, it's really funny. I was like, oh, someone got it working. No, it's just me.
No.
The reason
That's pretty funny.
The reason that we can't find the RTMP one is because we're pulling. Because YouTube's actually serving it up with Bash instead. So the web page we get doesn't have the RTMP.
Right.
Wait a minute. So the only way to get it may be going in with a browser that doesn't support Flash. Do you have any? Try opening your
I have
IE.
one. I've got a browser that doesn't support Flash. I've got one of those.
No, it doesn't support
Dash.
Oh, Dash. Sorry, right. I need an antique browser.
Maybe? Yeah, because it looks like YouTube switched to playing stuff with Dash. Dash is a little bit funky in that it has separate audio and video. We don't have anything. We didn't come up with anything that plays that. There's nothing in VLC that plays that directly, is there?
Not Dash, no, not yet.
Yeah,
I did
that's
see that there was work coming down the pipeline, but it's not in there yet.
That's what's going on. Is the reason we can't find the RTMP is we're not getting it. I wonder if there's a way to force YouTube over to RTMP.
Well, you could lie about the agent, user agent. There's a so is it Safari has a setting where you can lie about what your user agent is claiming to be?
We can use YouTube Downloader to get the streams, can't you? Want that? Get it, William?
Capital
F.
It's
RTMP dump also has something that I'm looking at right now.
Screen 4 has it.
Screen 4? You seem to be doing something on Screen 4.
Just to explain to people who might be watching either the recording or on YouTube Live, we actually have patched into FreeSwitch. I don't know if they can hear. Can anybody hear me, actually?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. You never know when you're muted.
Yeah, we're listening.
That's the thing. No one knows on the internet when you're muted. So Ken is looking a lot like Duck Dynasty. I don't know if you... Well, never mind. Anyway, to explain to people who might be wondering what's going on, this is a Hangout, but we're feeding my laptop from FreeSwitch, from their conference bridge, into the Hangout, because we're doing a lot of experimental stuff tonight, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, about 9 people, or bots, depending on how you define. No, they're all people, I think. What is this? That's Andy smoking a cigarette, the one where you don't see anybody, I guess.
Yeah.
So you can't put anybody in the forefront here. This is automatically switching to the person who's speaking.
We can force specific.
No, what I meant was I can't. With regard to a lot of other things that I've tried, so I can't like click on Ken and have the Duck Dynasty guy come up on the top.
No,
so
that would be interesting.
The issue is it's a single video going to everyone.
Right.
So you don't get the ability for each individual person.
Which makes it better quality, actually.
As
far as I can see.
I think the actual video result is better.
Yeah. No, it is. I think it is.
It does mean you get some benefits. You get lower overhead on the server because you can do things like have a single video transcode for all users. So we don't have to transcode separate streams for every person viewing.
Absolutely.
So that's helpful. But it does take away individual stream stuff, like you can. But the ability to, make some JS that signals and says, Ken is now goes in this box, and we have a ton of flexibility on layout.
And I'm looking. Who's coughing?
An XML file I posted in the IRC channel earlier.
I can't see who's
so
coughing.
You can customize those anywhere you want. We can use the auto floor. Or we can also specify specific different streams go to different specific boxes.
And I'm looking at the upload and download, where the upload doesn't matter so much. It's 134 kilobytes. Yeah. The download is about 525, so that kind of confirms what we were just saying, which is that you're getting one picture, basically, one video stream. 535 kilobytes is not huge.
I mean, we can also adjust that the
Interesting.
bandwidth consumed on the outbound stream.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably better to come in with a little bit smaller resolution since all the boxes end up making a smaller video, so it ends up being pretty wasted.
It looks really good, though. In fact, everybody on the Hangout and on YouTube can see what I'm showing here, which is the bandwidth being used, basically. Look at this. This is wonderful. This is a time thing from the last hour. So interestingly, yeah, we've cut this way down. The bandwidth, when we were in Jitsi, we had about what looks like double. I can't tell, it's too small, but it looks like it was about double the bandwidth. Right
well,
now
Jitsi's
it's
sending separate streams for everybody.
I
right?
guess so, yeah.
You get good and bad with that. You get a lot of flexibility, but
Yeah.
you pay for it with bandwidth and with significant CPU differences. On every client, we had that issue with Jitsi when you ran too many, or with Hangouts when you have too many people. Because you're transcoding every stream, the overhead is.
No, this is actually pertinent because my laptop is not running hot. The fan isn't on. Whereas just about anything else you run, anything else I've run on it. This is a MacBook Air 11-inch. It's a couple of years old, so it's probably the least powerful MacBook around these days. The fan isn't on and it's not hot, so that's interesting in and of itself. Pretty good.
What how's the server looking, Brian?
Let's see what we got. Yeah. We're mostly idle.
Idle?
Yeah.
We've got, this server is using 12% of the total CPU resources.
What I could notice is that your stream is going and coming back to you, so if you do some movements, you can see it's coming delayed to you, so it's a bit confusing sometimes.
Yeah, that round trip back to yourself is
yeah.
Not much we can do about that.
With Jitsi, they show the local stream, so it's immediately a different feeling, but otherwise, everything looks good. Just that when you do a movement and then you catch it up later, like see you in the past.
Yeah, I'm trying to think the round trip.
I'm in Berlin, so I guess it's taking a bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. There's a video jitter buffer in there, which is going to gobble up a few frames, plus actual round trip and encoding time. What do you think, Tony? A few hundred milliseconds, probably.
Yeah. Well, only for yourself. It's like you always see yourself more delayed because you have to go all the way
there and back. Yeah, I mean that's the trade-offs you get with with something like Hangouts, where you have the multiple streams, a lot more bandwidth, a lot more local CPU usage, but your video is local. That being said, I mean, conceptually you could lay two videos over the top of each other and lay your local video in the web client, but with the switching it would be a whole lot of message passing just so it knows where your box is supposed to be. And so we could display the local one, but on top of the other one, it would be a little bit weird though.
So practically, yeah, you cannot have like a fixed position for a participant because then you will stream too many videos. Yeah.
No, I mean the bridge absolutely, the MUX actually has the ability to do fixed positions. We're just in layouts that don't have fixed positions, and that's totally configurable.
Okay.
Have I lost the stereo effect? Has somebody switched that off, or am I just my ears?
The stereo effect is specific on different layouts. And,
okay.
In the sample config, I don't think it's on them all. So. it's likely that
Well, this one's on, I think. Oh, maybe it isn't.
it doesn't
I
sound
think
like
it's
it.
on mono now. I think you're all in the same. Which makes sense if you're doing switching to one kind of on-stage user at a time, then it makes sense that you like make them front and center.
Yeah, I need to actually make a note to.
That was on one of your
That,
tasks.
that was on my layouts.
Oh yeah, no. I know at least one of them has it. See, one that only has 5 little boxes. That one has it on. The speaker will always sound to the left more since the big.
So 1 up plus 5. People in here, but.
One of the things that cool.
Yeah, that one's got audio. That one's got stereo.
Well, Andy's moved anyway. Where's Brian?
Down on the bottom.
Brian's
And if
got
I'm
silent.
not muted, you'd probably hear me.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but everyone's coming in one ear now. Everyone's on my left.
How about now?
No, I hear Daniel over here.
Yeah, no, it's
over there.
Yeah, the weird thing is it keeps putting you in the whoever's talking in the floor position, so it moves their audio with it.
But now I don't see all the streams, or
yeah,
no,
I changed it to.
Oh, you changed.
How many people do we have in here?
We have 10. So
the 1 and 9 should work.
Yeah. Everyone doesn't have video in here. There's a couple without video. Yeah, Ken's here without video.
I must say, the configuration file for all these different things is great. So simple.
Yeah, I think we actually have that documented too.
Have you started using a standard XML parser, or are you still using your own?
I mean, it's not standard.
You had last time I looked, which I admit was a very long time ago. You had this wacky way of doing variable substitution.
Yeah, it's all the same.
Okay, it's still there.
Yeah.
Excellent.
You don't need a full validating XML parser for live stuff. Where was I trying to go? Oh, here in PalmVC.
We have to leave something for people to make fun of to distract them from any other real reasons.
Because some of that stuff's really hard to fix. If you're actually interested in the format, I pasted the file earlier, but at the bottom of that document, I just on VUC. There's some docs on how the formats work.
Okay, I'll have to go now. It's over midnight.
It's getting late. Daniel, thanks for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you.
And again, congratulations. I'll see you tomorrow. Or
Okay.
Actually today.
Yeah,
today.
later
It's
today.
early today now.
Okay. We've got Jason will be joining us from Down Under in just a second, I think. I just sent him the URL for here, and
who is?
Is there a maximum here?
No.
No, we still got plenty of CPU. We can have more.
Okay.
I mean, until we run out of CPU.
Jason, yeah. Well, in which case, all right, wait a minute.
We'll be
Okay,
okay.
have fun.
Yeah,
Bye.
take it easy. Bye.
Bye.
I mean,
Okay.
we can make impossibly small pictures of everybody if you want.
Okay, well, anyway, Jason is in Brisbane, and he's a good friend, but he hasn't been on VUC much because of the time. So let's see. Oh, everybody's small.
We can make them small like that, or should I?
So, Mike, tell me, what happened to your ceiling? It's like, it's confusing. It's a visual puzzle.
He's in a spaceship.
It kind of looks like that. It looks like, the Enterprise on a day when it's being repaired.
I'm gonna keep the lights on. Hold on a second.
So we're going to try and bridge this to the Polycom WebRTC thing, video bridge, as well, Randy.
What's that?
There
Are we
was
going
a
to
whole.
try and bridge this?
With Jitsi?
No. With the Polycom video bridge.
Well, we're going to keep on FreeSwitch for a while, and then Jason is going to come into to this bridge, hopefully.
Do a Polycom video bridge?
Well, the fellow Jason in Brisbane is working for Polycom right now, and he has a thing running that's a SIP. You just call in,
Oh, he can probably
bridge
call
that.
with SIP. Yeah.
Well, let's wait and get him in here and see, and then we'll see what happens. Maybe he can call. Maybe he can call with his conference bridge in. Is that what you were saying, Andy? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
That would be
Should be
funny.
able to hit
Daisy
either
chain, sure.
364.
Daisy chain.
Yeah.
Right, guys, I'm going to abandon you.
Oh no!
Fall asleep.
Well, it's late, huh?
Really?
Where's Jason?
Yeah, well, it's late.
Yeah, it's late and
But I'll.
anniversary.
I'm hoping to make it to Chicago this year. I'm thinking a rematch with Phil Zimmerman's in order.
We'll set that up, Jerry Springer style.
Yeah.
Is that a drinking game?
No, we'll hide him and then say, "We brought him here to meet you in person," and you come out and everyone will go, "Ooh."
Excellent. No, we should do that.
Get him to make fun of you while you're not there, so he doesn't realize you're hiding in the wings, and then come out.
Yeah, no, definitely. We could go for that.
Get some video of that.
Oh, he
Yeah,
wrote
Tim.
an hour ago.
Tim, when you appear tomorrow, sorry, this echo is really distracting.
Oh, maybe I need to. Yeah, okay.
I don't know why you've got echo.
No, it's
You're
gone.
the only one with echo.
It's gone. No, it's gone.
It has now gone.
I had a
It's
fader
not
up.
mainly gone anyway.
I had a fader up to play music.
You're not on Firefox, are you?
Yeah. No, it's me. It's me. Go ahead.
Anyway, when you come on tomorrow, if you are up for it, I'd quite like to have a chat about streaming options for things like Jitsi.
Streaming options.
And indeed for.
What the hell is he on about? What are you on about?
If you want us to repeat this segment when people are awake tomorrow, we can do it again.
Well, it's all going to be recorded.
Depends on how many people come. We can do this a couple times. It's fine.
Yeah, you can come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll come back in later, Randy, and hang out with you after midnight.
So you,
if I'm
you guys
awake.
all working tomorrow? Being a religious holiday in some countries and not others?
The holiday?
Yeah, these guys are
Oh,
super
well.
religious, I'm sure.
Well, it's a Christian holiday, but Jairus is Jewish, so he picks and chooses which one he wants.
It's actually Passover tomorrow, but that's a whole
That's right. That's right. Because I invited.
Shared history there.
Because I invited what's
Passover
his,
and Easter rarely coincide. But
Yeah, no, I invited Sagi.
Dominica? Yeah.
I invited Sagi, and he told me, it's Passover. Can't make it. So yeah.
You should be able to now. It's not sundown yet.
Well, I told
Wait,
him.
is Passover?
Well,
Passover
sundown in
starts at
Israel, yeah, for sure. They're an hour later than us, and it's coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning.
I can't remember which day it actually is. I think it's sundown
It's-
tomorrow. Is it tomorrow already?
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So that means
for Daniel, so he's what time zone is he in?
you're actually getting comments back on your VPX.
Is this the first 24-hour one you've done since a really long time ago? Or you
No,
used
it's
to do
only
it
a couple of years. I
I
can't.
remember when we first started the project that you did one. You were doing it.
Yeah, well, we did one in 2007, the very first year, too.
That's the one I remember.
That was a big one.
Right,
Cantina.
I'm vanishing.
Okay,
We'll see you
take
guys.
care. Is it canteen or cantina? It's cantina.
All right, bye.
Okay, later.
Right, see you, Tim.
So Andy, you've committed to stay the whole time. ERTO. Maybe yeah, that's TO extension 3500.
His comment, Tony, was to not do multi-thread for the decoder.
Okay. All right.
Shut up, really?
Yep.
You guys want to show off any more of the?
Oh, there's some elements. There's other elements we've not shown off
Show.
at all.
Some cool benefits to having doing the server-side transcoding.
I think the whole thing there, and I have got echo back. Don't know where I'm getting echo from.
No,
Are you
it's not
playing
me
the
this
VUC in
time.
another window?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
I
got
know
something else happening.
I know what it is. No, I've
Yeah.
got both Hangout
And
You got two things. You got two things up at once. Yeah. Yeah, Tony. He basically said don't use multi-thread for decoder because the busy loop will kill you. I was like, yeah, that's exactly what the bug says. We know that already. There's the CPU usage on that box.
Huh.
Shared from my screen.
That's screen share.
No, I've still got echo.
Oh God, what is this gonna? What am I doing here? Tell me that. Three. Well, wait. We're in hour what? 4. That's not too. Wait, is that right?
So this is not the same box as last time, guys.
No, this is a new box that was purposely acquired. We actually have a pair of these, staging and production, because we're going to start using this for our weekly calls that we do, and we're going to be probably hanging out in public a lot more like we did in the past. So at any point in time, you could swing by and we'll probably be there.
Okay, so that's telling me it's 24 core.
Mm-hmm.
24 real cores or 24 fake cores, man?
It's 12 core, 24 with hyperthreading.
Fine.
So,
It's dual hexacore.
So it's basically not touching the CPU. Using some RAM.
Oh yeah, it loves the RAM.
VPX loves its RAM, so that interesting.
So yeah, it's it is Intel Xeon X5650 at 2.6 gigahertz, and they're not even revved up to the full 2.6 right now. They're idling at 1600 or 1.6.
Interesting, isn't it? The way that the performance of these things. I've got terrible echo.
I want to know where this echo is coming from because it's not on my end this time.
I'm not hearing any echo either.
Well, he's hearing it on himself, and he's the only one in the Hangout. But so if I pull the fader up that's feeding the thing back for the music, then I can understand why he's hearing it. But now I don't.
Mute the Hangout? Did you mute the Hangout?
Mute the Hangout and see.
I have.
You have muted the Hangout? Well, then I could mute myself. I can mute myself in the Hangout. I guess that no. If I do that, nobody will hear. What am I doing? This is where at this hour it gets really hard to figure these audio paths out. I'll mute myself just for fun.
We went through a round of that before.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I mute myself, okay, then what does the Hangout feed? Well, the Hangout's not feeding anything except Andy, actually. So I'll.
him, so what's up with that?
Can you hear me, Andy?
No, I couldn't.
Yeah, but you got no echo?
But I got no echo.
Yeah, so you're listening to two audio streams at once. That's why you have echo. It's not echo, it's a lag between the two signals. Because how are you hearing? You're in FreeSwitch, right?
You're listening through headphones.
Wait, are you listening to FreeSwitch?
No, wait a minute. You're listening through headphones.
Well, yeah.
Therefore, the microphone is not going to pick up any stream that you receive.
Huh?
So it's not you rebroadcasting it.
What? No, I have no microphone. Well, I have this microphone, but I keep turning it down when I'm not talking. No microphone.
No, I've got echo.
Yeah, well, the point is, you're listening. Turn off, leave the room of FreeSwitch and see if you still have echo.
I probably won't then.
No. So you're listening to two streams of audio that are not together.
But when you muted completely. Did anybody else here in FreeSwitch hear what Randy said?
They would if I was speaking.
No, when you were muted.
Yeah, I heard him the whole time.
Yeah, because
Right,
I muted the...
He only muted to me through the Hangout.
Yeah, and
I stopped hearing you completely.
But, yeah, because... Oh, okay.
So I'm getting my feed from you.
Migraine. What are you saying? You're only listening to one thing, but you're getting echo on that one thing.
Well, if you mute again...
Yeah.
Because I'm not convinced that my connection into...
How do I mute? Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 mute. Or 3, 2, 1 mute. Okay. So I'm going to keep talking, but I'm going to count down, and I'll be muted.
Right. And once you do mute, I would like somebody else in the Hangout, rather in the conference, to say something.
Well, they can't. They won't be able. You won't be able to hear them because I'm the one bridging that.
No, I'm in it as well.
Oh, well then that's why you're hearing the two audios.
No, I've muted. No, try it.
3, 2, 1. I'm muted.
Okay, you can unmute me.
Yeah, now you've got echo.
Yeah, that's because I unmuted on the Hangout.
Well,
Make sure you could hear me.
You're listening on the bridge, on the FreeSwitch bridge, and you're not hearing them for some reason.
No, I'm not, and I don't know why. There's something gone really weird.
Yeah,
with my audio. Do you know what? I think it might be time for me to reboot.
Why don't you go smoke a cigarette or two?
No, I'm going to reboot.
Reboot? That'll be like 20 minutes, right?
No, it won't. I shall be back in just a moment.
Okay. The trouble is, if I play music now, so I can go take a nap or something. Let me see. If I play music, will it go into FreeSwitch Bridge?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Let's see.
Well, you said someone was about to call in here.
You tell me. What song do I have? Ken's not here, otherwise this would be good for him.
Yeah. You can hear it.
Yep, we can hear it.
You guys getting that?
Yep.
Now listen to this story.
I walked into the office, it was 10:30. Bossman said you're fired if you do that again. Got back from lunch, it was 3:45. He said, let me tell you something before you walk out that door. Let's get it straight. You can't be playing hooky, coming in late. Business is business. Here's the bottom line. If you want to stay in business, got to come in on time. The very next day, you know, I called him well. I told that Mr. Boss Man he could go to hell. I waited for his answer, but he slammed down the phone. Since that time, I've been on my own, singing business is business. Let's get it straight. So don't be playing hooky, coming in late. Business is business, as far as I'm concerned. If you wanna play with fire, you're gonna get burned. Now I got a company, 300 strong. Did it all the hard way, and it didn't take long. Young kids of today, they don't understand. They look at me and say, you must be jiving, man. Yeah, this is business. Let's get it straight. So don't be playing hooky, coming in late. Business is business, as far as I'm concerned. If you wanna play with fire, you're gonna get burned. Yeah. Business is business, let's get it straight. So don't be playing hooky, coming in late. Business is business, take my advice. If you wanna stay in business, don't try to deny. And I just realized we weren't in music mode, so that sounded like shit. All right. On the Hangout side. On the Opus side, it probably sounded okay. Let's see, what mode are we in? Yeah, we were in voice mode. What a shame. But we did keep the bridge open. And he's back after a cigarette.
Yeah, right.
No, you didn't.
I have found that I have a local audio problem, and it's my speakers, I think. And I have a feeling they're not working.
Having speakers in the first place is a problem. That's for sure.
No, it's not. I do like to listen to things out of speakers.
Well, it's nice, but if you're trying to communicate...
Well, I think that's where the Free Switch conference should come out. And it's not. So I'm going to have to find out what.
I hear you. Oh, God. What time is it? 1 o'clock. So that's, we've been going for 4 hours. That's 1/6.
Are you trying to depress us or something? Yes, we've made it through 4 hours. There's only 20 to go.
No, 20, no, 18. I'm sorry. Your math is a little off. Wait, 4? Oh my God, it's not 6, it's 4. We have 20 hours. All right. Oh, God, 20 hours. Yeah, right. All right, this is where, yeah.
Why do I think it's going to be a really interesting night?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Let me see. My phone is telling me it's 0059. Ah, okay. Next up. Let's check our email. Is it the bank? Oh, here's our statistics for the broadcast. It's a new record, 1 listener. That's on that 1 channel. Okay. Hey, got to keep the bridge up. 5 minutes. No, he didn't. Apparently he disabled that on the MP3. I don't know if anybody's listening to this on MP3 anyway. So we're looking at the console. Is this still moving or not? I can't tell. I don't. Yeah, it is. CPU 3.4. Why did it go down so low all of a sudden? God, don't you guys know you're not supposed to run as root? All right,
That's
never
the
mind. Little joke there. Forget it. All right.
It's a dev box. It don't matter.
So presumably the reason it's gone down is that there's less sort of video processing to be done on what is a mainly black static screen. Most of the information is relatively static.
Well, can we test that by putting me in a big? Yeah. Well, that he's not very dynamic. All right, go ahead.
All right.
Dance.
Dance, oh boy, dance.
Oh boy, dance. So, are we getting any more? Any more activity on the CPU with all the?
What happened to?
About the same.
About the same.
Yeah. It's actually gone down a little bit more. 3.18, up 3.65.
You know, I
So
just realized something. What we should do is that you guys, well, that's what you were trying to do, I guess, is get the YouTube stream in which we could reverse this whole thing, and you could be watching what I'm playing on video, but then we wouldn't see you. It doesn't work. This stuff is so mind-boggling.
We were just trying to do some VUC inception.
Yeah, well, that would have been good, too.
I bet you if someone, Brian, do you have IE? Can you?
Well,
see
can't you just share? Somebody could just go to the YouTube stream and screen share it, right?
Yes, that doesn't do audio.
Well, it would if you were able to pipe in the audio. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm doing.
Chrome Screen Share won't do audio.
Well, no, Chrome won't, but you have to have another thing.
What's the link to the VUC conference? Can you give me that?
The video? Hold on a second. I'll hit it you on.
Which
if you can figure out how to get that in an old browser so you get an RTMP stream address, then we can play it back. The problem is when I load the web page, it's giving me Dash stuff, so I've got no way to plug that in and play Dash stuff.
Oh.
1 second.
How long these batteries are good for on the headless, on the wireless?
I can hear you, Tony.
No, whenever Jairus talks, it's black.
Weird. Ow, hit my knee. Damn it.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Keep the noise. All right. Every 5 minutes, right? What happened to Carl Fife?
There are no RTMP. There are, unless one of these is that, Mr. Jairus. Let me post this to you.
Let me pull up Wirecast and see if I can figure something out from that. I might be able to.
Oh, Brian, we tried that on Box. I don't think YouTube DL looks at RTMP.
I don't know what's going to happen when I do this, though. I don't even know where it is. Wirecast. Oof, it's having trouble coming up.
Got the video mute.
Ah, here we go. Yeah, so sources, output.
VCA. Just
So
gray
you
when you
video mute image.
Oh, I didn't set it. Yeah, we didn't do a video mute.
Ah.
It's set and you didn't copy it over.
I didn't copy it over. That's the problem. I missed it.
Show settings. No. Output.
Video muting so you don't have to watch me eat pizza.
Output settings.
There we go.
You got it?
Switch video muted. Audio not affected.
Oh, the image that shows up instead of the big gray box when I'm video muted.
I'm looking to try to find this. Authenticate, YouTube, encoding. That doesn't like the authentication. Fetching active events. Come on. I can't remember why this wouldn't work. Should.
I've seen the YouTube download give RTMP URLs before.
Fun with packaging. Jesse Mod AV doesn't work with the AAC like it does on SID. Got the experimental feature flag on still, so.
Gonna have a long night, Randy.
Yeah, I might have to go get some more lemon juice.
What about that open network stream thing in VLC? The YouTube thing? Will that actually do playback?
What exactly are you trying to do?
Playback the live VUC stream back into as a conference member and have a VUC inception?
You don't need, you just need the regular YouTube URL.
You can do that?
I presume you could. Depending on what version of these media libraries are all like randomly wrong and right in different versions, but yeah.
That's the URL. Brian just pasted it on there. Oh, can you just do VLC VLC / in the YouTube URL?
Yeah.
With YouTube instead of HTTP? Oh, you just do YouTube. Nice. Got the
Might have the GNOodle column here. Like, did you ever solve that?
all the different ones? No.
No, the GNOodle thing where we had to override it.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't do anything special for that, so.
No, we need the new. We need custom packages to do that. This is the problem with.
Yeah, we're still here. It froze there for a second, but come back when you stopped it.
Did you get any sleep, Andy?
Well, this afternoon?
Yeah.
Well, I have to admit I did.
You did. That's good because I may pass out any second.
If you need to go to sleep for a few
I'm
hours,
going
you go to sleep.
to count on you. Well, I'm not going to go to sleep, but if I pass out, I'm counting on you to keep things rolling. What happened to Jason? Let me look at my email. Maybe he mailed me something. He couldn't have gone to bed. It's what time is it?
So I did learn something very interesting yesterday, that they've raised the speed limit in Texas to 75 miles per hour.
Great.
Which is kind of crazy.
Does your car go that fast?
What was that?
Does your little car go that fast?
I was not in my car, but yes, my car can go that fast. I've had it up to, 85 before. Granted, the battery is zapped a lot quicker when you do that. I've had my motorcycle up to 95.
What the hell is
That was
this?
only temporary, just to see. I drive an electric motorcycle, too.
Yeah. Many years since I did such things. What happened to Verto?
N? Okay.
Been many years since you drove an electric motorcycle.
Motorcycle is probably what he means.
Yes.
Just be a little smart butt.
Somebody's saying hello. Where's that coming from?
Which one? Oh, he's hearing somebody talk.
Somebody is saying hello, and I can't figure out where. Is that ZipDX? Ah, ZipDX, your level is very low. I'll turn it way up, but...
Yeah, they're not bridged over to here, and we can't hear anything from them.
No, you wouldn't be able to.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello, that's Adrian Durkis saying hello. Hello.
Yeah, it's very low level audio. I've got you all the way up.
I have to say, I tried speaking when I was on ZipDX, and I didn't think you heard me either.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
Just dial in.
ZipDX is coming from here. Wait a second.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Comcast is planning 2 gigabit service starting in Atlanta.
Is that... That's not AG as in Adrian. Adrian, can you hear me? Uh-oh, now we got some...
Whoa. Hang on.
Yes, that's Andy. Right. Adrian, can you hear me?
Hello. Hi, Andy.
Yeah, how come your audio is so low? What's going on?
I have to work.
Barely hear you. In fact, I'm not hearing you now. The guys in Free Switch, but if you...
We can hear him a little bit.
I don't know
We have
how.
a PID on here too, don't we?
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we do.
Actually,
I'll paste it in the channel.
well, wait a minute. Where would that be coming from? Oh, yeah, you should be able to hear him, actually. Except it's very, very low. Wait, where is it?
I said something that's
How am I? How's my audio?
You're good.
Like I'm
Are you on ZipDX now, Andy?
That's from ZipDX.
Yeah, so you're fine. It's Adrian's having a problem of some kind. And I've got him all the way up.
Hello.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
can
hear you, but
just
you're
about,
way,
just about, Adrian.
very, very low.
I'm in the 5th dimension. Do you hear me now?
Getting better.
I can see you guys moving there.
Can you guys on the Switch conference hear me?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yes, if I'm not muted, you're
So
probably
now-
better.
So now all we need is a Polycom interface, and then we'll try and
Wait a
see
minute,
if
he's
chuck it all
coming.
in
He's coming.
Jitsi
I
as
have
well.
Andre from
You can
Polycom.
call it the SIP.
If I can just HTTPS.
Do we have the SIP addresses for this conference?
I'm typing it into the channel.
Typing it into what channel?
To VC.
VCIRC channel.
Typing it, I'm just making sure I get it right.
Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know why Adrian was not audible for some reason. Oh, he's probably on Linux. That makes sense. Yeah, Linux can't do audio. Oh, okay. Yeah, remember that? Remember those days? We used to get a scream of laughter. Let's see, 3500. Well, that makes sense. But is that audio only?
Nope, that's audio and video.
Okay.
That'll do.
SIP.
I will double check that real quick.
3,500.
Sure it will do both.
Is Bodies 264 loaded?
If he ran my script, it would be. I'm double checking right now.
5080. Okay. Sandre from Polycom. That'd be great if he could come in. Freeswitch.org. Yeah, that should work. Actually, that would work on my phone. I'm too lazy to go dial it. We need a way to just dial, 3500-2697 and jump in.
So you go, hey Google,
Hello?
Yeah, it's set
connect
up with,
me
you
to.
can come in with H.264 or VP8
Let's see if Andre can.
with the URL that I posted in the channel.
SIP URI. Cantina. Okay. I guess I could go. I have a. Yeah. If I turn my mic off and set it down for a second, I can go try to dial that on my Polycom. See if it works.
Yeah, you do under.
So what did you do last night?
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, can I hear you fine?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you enter muted and you have to zero to unmute. But yeah, that's great.
Well, that's for the DID.
You forgot to make SIP authenticated.
That's why it's on 5080. That one does transfer. Yeah, 5080 will transfer 35 any 35 into the dial plan on 5080.
Unauthenticated?
Yes, unauthenticated. That's how the DID gets in.
Right. So I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly what has gone on here. I better speak into the. Since I don't know whether Randy's sound is going out. I don't think it is. So I better say something.
Yeah. Well, here's what's happening. I tried to dial it on the phone, but if you've ever tried to dial a SIP URI of any length on a phone, it's very quickly expressed all of the swear words you've ever learned in your life, because it's just not possible.
Oh.
You know, because, you know, yeah.
What you're looking for?
Anyway.
Sure.
Right.
So we got the
exactly. I don't know exactly what has gone on here.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, there's like a minute difference.
I don't know whether Randy's going out. I don't think so.
If we keep waiting, it'll keep.
Say something.
Yeah, well, here's what's happening. I tried to dial on the phone,
The Hall of Mirrors will get.
but if you've ever tried to dial a SIP URI of any length on a phone, you have very quickly expressed all of the swear words you've ever learned in your life, because it's just not possible.
Oh.
You know, because, you know, yeah. Anyway.
Sure.
Right.
So we got the
exactly. I don't know exactly what has gone on here.
Oh, here we go.
Are you waiting for the
Yeah, there's like a minute difference.
I don't know whether Randy's going out. I don't think so.
They'll get a new one once a minute.
Yeah, well, here's what's happening. I tried to dial on the phone,
The Hall of Mirrors will get.
but if you've ever tried to dial a SIP URI of any length on a phone, you have very quickly expressed all of the swear words you've ever learned in your life, because it's just
Is this the RTMP stream?
because, you know,
That's
yeah.
Starkey.
That's Starkey.
Anyway.
Right.
So we got the
exactly. I don't know exactly what has gone on here.
Oh, here we go.
Are you waiting for the
Yeah, there's like a minute difference. Yeah, well, here's what's happening. I tried to dial on the phone,
The Hall of Mirrors will get.
but if you've ever tried to dial a SIP URI of any length on a phone, you have
I feel like we're stuck in that episode of Star Trek where they just keep looping and looping and looping.
We already did this once on VUC. So why would that not work with Chrome? Because Andre's telling me he can't get in via Chrome, and I am dialed in. Are we seeing anything on my? I don't see any video on my phone, but my phone is dialed in. It looks like it is.
Well,
Let me
most
see.
of the SIP phones
Hello?
you press a button and say
Yeah.
video call.
What's that? What'd you say, Brian?
Some of the SIP phones you actually have to say video call or it doesn't start the call in video.
Well, I did, and it's. I got a little more cord here. Let me go over to the phone because I can hear that it's working, and you can hear me. Hello. Hello. I can hear myself back. Video. Yeah, well, there should be video. It's probably a standard that it doesn't like. Anyway,
what client is it? No,
we'll
we
dump
did a ton of work on the HTTP.
VVX 600.
Oh, that's what I was using. Hold on.
No, it just it didn't like the video. That happens. So he says he's got Chrome. What did I do? Maybe I typed something wrong in the 3500. No, the other one. The browser doesn't like the Virtue. It's Virtue or Verto? It's Verto, isn't it?
Verto.
Oh, Verto. I screwed it up.
No, we did a ton of testing with the VVXs.
Well, it happens. This happens all the time.
Stream, so that should actually be pretty solid.
It connected, but it didn't connect in video.
That sounds like a negotiation problem, not a
Probably.
problem.
All right.
When we were having stream problems while we were still working on the 264,
Uh-huh.
you would often get it going one way, not the other, kind of things.
The ones that phones tend to suck too because they can only do really low res, and when we try and send this 1080p,
That's
image,
part of the problem. I would assume, yeah.
Yeah, we saw that, but we still got video from the phone every
What we
time.
could do is we can configure an extension that sets the variable that says mirror my resolution back to me. But instead of getting the 1080 picture, we'll downsample it, and that way, if won't cause any weirdness because most of the SIP phones expect whoever you're calling to be the same resolution as you. They just don't care and don't try that hard to make it work.
Mm.
Did you say the guy who was trying to call in works for Polycom? Does he work at
He's, yeah, no, it's Andre from Polycom.
We've got all kinds of feedback.
Good.
That being one of the issues.
Well, he's not, I don't think he's on that end, but that's actually how I have this phone, as a matter of fact.
I think that's how, something of the sort is how we got.
Why would that not work now? HTTPS cantina.freeswitch.org. Oh, Jesus, that's me. Wait, yeah, no, that was. I see that I.
Did you hit the allow button for video?
No, I'm missing a problem here. I'm missing a. Hold on. Freeswitch.org. There's a dot missing. I mean, usually you would see that, but.
You're not trying to do that on your phone, right?
No. Well, I was, but it was driving me crazy. No, I'm just sending him the URL.
Video on the phone is still, and WebRTC on the phone is still, I mean, there's some moves towards it, but it's still not prime time.
Audio
Are you trying to do it
PSTN.
with an Android phone or a SIP phone?
No, I'm not trying to do anything anymore. I tried it once. If you've ever dialed a SIP URI on a phone, you know. Oh, unmute me. He's on. Andre's on. You won't be able to hear him though. That's the problem. Where would he be? I'm trying to find him.
Acrobits crashes when it
Can't see him.
can get in the conference. As soon as it does, it crashes.
Is that him? 604. Let's see. Hello. Yeah. Hey, Andre.
Yeah. Let's see. Hey, Randy. How are you?
What's going on? So the guys at FreeSwitch are not hearing you because unless they're listening on Zip. Are you? How is he coming through?
There's acoustic feedback, I think.
Yeah, probably. It's probably unwanted. But anyway, we can hear you. Yeah, I don't know why you can't get the URL I was sending you for FreeSwitch.
Yeah, I don't know. I blame user error on my part. It's
And then
been
what does it say?
a long time since I've been around. But, you know, part of me.
What is it saying? What is it telling you?
Web page not available.
Well,
it'll do that if you're not HTTPS.
It's okay. It is HTTPS, but also I made a typo where I forgot I didn't hit the dot before org. So.
Yeah, no. It's giving me a DNS lookup failed.
All right.
On Cantina.
Did I spell?
Org.
Cantina. C-A-N-T-I. It is C-A-N-T-I-N-A, right, boys? Yes.
C-A-N-T-I-N-A.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on the thing that's working here. cantina.freeswitch.org/verto. And that is HTTPS. You're having a DNS lookup? You may need to change your DNS provider.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Using your free DNS, OpenDNS by any chance? Because they've screwed me a couple of times. Everybody loves them.
I'm not doing anything.
Well, that's strange. Huh.
But I only actually have another couple minutes.
Yeah, I know you wanted to call and say hello, and that's great. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Been a long time.
How's your marathon here been going? Your 24-hour celebration?
I'm already dead, and we're only in hour 5 or 4. I'm not sure. So check back in like 20 hours, and we'll see.
Yeah, I can do that. I can check back. So it's late for you. You're in France or you in California?
Yeah, I'm in France. It's 1:30 in the morning. Which, I've been up since 6.
You're gonna stay up.
Yeah.
And you're going to do it? You're going to stay up the entire time?
I'm supposed to, but I'm not so sure. I don't know if I'll make it. We'll see. See how many Kiva loans come through. How's that?
Oh, you need more. You need more coming through to
Need more Kiva loans. Well, we haven't done enough commercials yet either. Need people to get into the key. But other than that, everything's going fine here, and I hope it is for you too. And you should pop in one of these days. We have a lot of open slots, by the way, so if anything interesting, you know, send us somebody.
Yeah.
What was that, Anthony?
Yeah, I'd love.
Oh, he was talking to Brian. Okay. Yeah, Andre, you keep in touch, and if you would like to sometime, it'd be great to have you back. We've kind of done all the circle of everybody now, and it's back to you guys.
Good. Hopefully that's a good sign. But yeah, anyways, love to come back. Sorry I've been out, and yeah, I'll try and get back tomorrow morning. Maybe I don't know if I'll have a chance tonight again, but I'll check in on you guys.
Well, if you
later
can,
after 24 hours. Sorry, it's a short visit here. But
yeah,
good to hear your voice.
try to call in via video. There's also a URL to get into the Hangout, but that didn't seem to be practical since the way we're doing things right now. We're relaying FreeSwitch, but by the time tomorrow morning it'll be something else, maybe just the Hangout. So we'll see.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. My VBX, so I've got two. One of them's Link, one of them's OpenSIP here, but for some reason the firewall wasn't letting me to dial the 3500 at SIP-URI. So
yeah, well, I tried to dial it. I tried to dial it too. I got in. It was audio only. I could not get it to do the video. So we were talking about that a minute ago. Anyway.
All right, I better run. Good luck with the rest of it here, and I'll check back in the AM.
Okay, great. See if you can. Otherwise, get in touch.
Right.
We'll do something later. Okay?
Yep, sounds good. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Andre. Bye-bye.
Does that make it work, Brian?
All right, I don't know what. So, what do I have on Twitter here? Would you believe I can't actually resolve? You know what? Do I have a. Is it cantina.freeswitch.org, right? You know what? Jason tells me the same thing. It's not resolving. Let me do a dig here because that's weird. Well, obviously it does resolve here because I'm on.
Cantina1.freeswitch.org.
See, well, the one I have doesn't have a 1 in it.
Yeah, the 1 is the missing element.
Well, I'm on a thing that doesn't have a 1.
It's C-named. It'll work. We have them C-named so we can move them from 1 to 2.
Cantina.
Might want to try 1 just to be fair.
Well, it's too late now for him, but I'm already on and I'm not using 1. But Jason, yeah.
Would it won't resolve?
Yeah, hold on, Andy. Yeah, Cantina and Andy, hold on a second. Cantina 1 does C-name to Cantina. I mean, Cantina does go to Cantina 1, so apparently for some people that doesn't work. So let me tell Jason to try because he's up and I think.
You should just have a low TTL.
Well, it should go actually because it does here, but it didn't. Where is he? All right.
Testing 1, 2.
Why would it not resolve?
My head was huge.
Huh? You got the call.
Did that work, Brian? Because you see what I did?
No, it didn't. I'm not receiving video, so hold on a second.
Okay.
Now Adrian said that he's on 3500. How do I unmute? Well, I'm only seeing the people on video. You guys can see audio calls coming in. If I go up, scroll up, can I see that or down?
Hover over user controls.
User controls.
You'll be able to see everybody.
So is there somebody? Is Andre? Is there an active audio that needs to be unmuted?
I can check.
There.
So, Adrian, your audio is extremely low. It's very, very low. Even on this. So, yeah. Must be on Linux.
Volume up.
Yeah, you need more audio. Way more. Yeah, way more. Interesting. Yeah. So Cantina resolves to Cantina 1. Features. I don't. And for some reason that is not working for some people. Why would that be, guys?
Because internet.
Yeah.
Adrian here.
That's better. Now you're maybe a little hot.
I can fix that though. That's artificial.
Okay.
Turns out.
No, I got the longer.
That's
cable
good.
from Radio Shack.
You're good. You're good. You're good now. Nice to hear.
Guys.
Nice to hear from you.
Doing well. How are you?
Good, good. So who is there? How many people are online now?
Gosh, hundreds.
5 or 6.
No.
400.
Hundreds.
26?
No, hundreds.
Just call in to say hello, and I don't know. Is it an anniversary?
Yes, this is 8 years of the VUC.
8 years of uninterrupted radio show.
Isn't that something?
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I was just messing with Blink the other day. Blink Pro.
So we pushed Blink features from Mac into Windows and Linux world on Popular Land, and that's free of charge for those who care.
And I thank you for that.
Andy, are you using Blink?
I use it occasionally, yes. I don't use it exclusively, I have to say, but I do use it occasionally, and I find it always to be very good.
And that echo is.
We did the conference stuff with, Tony?
Yes.
I used to bridge. I used to use Blink to bridge with TalkShoe.
Yeah. 4597 maybe.
We used to use it at one of our 12-hour calls was via Blink, where we bridged two things right in Blink. What's with the feedback of the whirly bird sound there?
That's me. I'm outside.
Was that a bird?
That's actual. No, that's, I don't know. There's a bird in the tree.
No, maybe is that an animal making that sound?
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible.
Like not a pet. Like.
Yeah, a bird, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. Weird bird.
They apparently this microphone picks up everything.
Yeah, apparently because it's.
And I'm called in over PSTN right now.
PSTN, my God, that's zero-level technology.
I don't have this.
That's really funny how the bird is coming through, though. It's like the loudest thing. Oh.
Nice.
So, Andy, you ready to take over?
Well, I think I was just going to say I'm going to disappear and just have a comfort break.
Oh,
and if you want to disappear for a bit, then we will.
Yeah, but if I disappear, I might disappear for 8 hours.
No, I think I've got your phone number.
No, you don't.
I will have in a moment.
You have the neighbor's phone number in case anything happens to me. Okay, anyway. Might be time to put a, here. Put the thing on music and put a little piece of music on. Just for fun. Of course, if I go for a little rest, it might become longer than a rest. What's the longest song I've got on here? King Solomon's.
Andy, don't leave. Just stay there. Don't go to sleep. Don't go in.
Yeah, I've got to stay
No,
up.
I don't think you should go to sleep, really.
I'll try to stay up, but first listen this message.
Just put the long mute of Alice's restaurant, the long mix. Just put it on repeat.
Obviously, if you guys on FreeSwitch want to talk, you can just mute this.
All right, I'm back.
Brian?
Yeah.
See that extension there? Top of the screen, that's what I put in there.
Okay.
So where are we? Where's Andy? Smoking a cigarette.
Just anyone I need to do? Okay, so let's
Just
try
see
this.
the one. No, I'm just saying, look at the screen and see what's happening is all these things are pouring out that are new, and you have to be sucking them in.
Okay, let me take
showing you the SIP. Do you see the SIP extension there on the screen?
Yes.
By the cursor. That if you put that in, that's when it'll follow a SIP to anything basically, and it will set that variable, so the video will appear back at whatever it came in at.
Oh, okay.
That's because I think some of those SIP phones are choking because we're sending a 1080p image. For some reason.
So should I try again? Can I try again?
Yeah, if you want to, it might work now.
I'm gonna see because I did get the video when I called in on GroundWire of the intro video.
Welcome to FreeSwitch, the future of telephony. Now I'm getting a black screen.
Hey, that works.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
HD. No video though, black.
Give it a while.
Am I sending any
Sometimes it
video?
takes a long time for HD support to sync
Yeah.
up. Your video is working, I can see.
Oh yeah, you can see something? Oh yeah, I see my hand. I'm not receiving video for some reason. You see, you can see part of my room, my office here. Yeah, that's it. Interesting. Yeah, for some reason.
SIP phone anyway. Oh, a VBX?
Yeah, 600. Can you put that? Can you put the phone's video in the focus or whatever, the center screen where I am?
600 configured here.
Can you put that phone up where I am right now?
Yeah. Which stream is it?
Randy one.
I'm just curious because I can't see it that well. We'll put it on some. Well, it's actually Sane. Yeah, that's it. So it's got a camera in front of it, which we don't necessarily need. All right, so there's, yeah, well, that's actually looks pretty good considering. It's not getting any video back, so.
Is that your platform now?
Yes, I'm not getting any video back either.
There you go.
Like something about spent the
Let
first 10 years trying to make the audio work.
Well, the audio is more important, actually. That's what's funny. I dropped my mic.
I'm gonna leave it sitting there for a little bit.
Yeah, Tony, you might need to bounce to apply the latest changes. The AV changes. Yeah, but I think FreeSwitch has the
5 minutes. Yeah, I wish we had one for everybody. Hey, Andy, unmute. Show us you're alive.
Hang on. Jolly good. Hang on, I've got a Randy having a go at me, so I had to unmute in the other one.
Who?
Ooh, a Randy with a guitar.
Where have you been all this time? What have you been doing when you were muted? You're talking to somebody. Oh, you're still in Free Switch.
I'm still in the Free Switch conference. Yeah. Oh, okay. Right, guys, I'm going to have to get back to Randy.
No, not necessarily.
So, if you're going to be around, you know, either drop into us or we'll drop into you anytime. Okay, so I'm just going to mute you on here. Okay. All right. I'm with you now. Would you like an answer to your question?
My question?
Yeah. What was I doing when I was gone all that time?
Yeah.
Well, I went and made myself a cigarette and went outside and smoked it.
Well, that part I could figure out.
I paid a little visit. I heated up some soup, and I have a bowl of
Soup again?
Yeah, I've got some more soup, and I've already eaten egg sandwiches and things that I've made.
Wait a minute, I got an email I have to check now. Your invoices are ready to view. Okay, that was important. Jason said that he was able to see. He can't resolve Free Switch, he said, and then dropped out. Where to go next? Ah! Yes, meet me now. All right, let me see. We need to go to Jason's thing now. Presumably he's awake. That has to have Firefox. Firefox. Oh, gosh. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Without you, I couldn't. Let me put it that way. So it's Meet Me Now. M-E-E-T. No, it's Meet Now. Meet Now. Meet Now. mypp.com. Elf. Shit. I couldn't. When you type in a URL, you know, and then it doesn't meet me now. Meet Now. meetnow.com/L. Wow, this is complicated. See, this is why you need the thing that bridges the, what do you call it? Unable to connect. Of course, because it's not HTTPS, right? You know, every site should redirect from HTTP to HTTPS. It's a no-brainer. Google does it, of course. What did he say? Or Meet Now? Oh, no. All right. Log in as guest. If we can get this connected, then we will switch over to it. Let's see if it. Oops. What doesn't it like? Log in as guest and email. And of course, return.
Welcome to Unified Conferencing.
Okay. Are we almost ready?
I heard your HTTPS comment. I agree.
Yeah. Well, they really should. All right.
It's weird that it doesn't redirect.
Is it
instead of that big weird hash at the end, you can just dial the number. So meet now, not my RPP.
Look at this. You are live. You're live now on Hangout on Air. Andy, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just eating soup, so I made myself.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that everything's going okay. Well, Jason, can you hear him? No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You heard Andy?
Andy. I heard Andy.
Why are you... I don't know where that's coming from, but so much the better, I guess. I'm very dehydrated.
Yeah,
So-
we were working hard.
So, how does that sound on the SIP server? Not great, I'll bet.
Not bad.
Sounds pretty damn good here, I'll tell you.
Now he left, but he didn't leave us the view of the river. He didn't leave us the view of the river. Tootsie Bridge.
So because you were playing so beautifully, I had to, of course, give the laptop to my wife so she could hear.
Check the different pedal sounds. Too much distortion. Hey. Well. Oh.
Your guitar's talking to you.
I'm looking for a. No, that's no good. We have to have a. Must be an, that be it? Well, that's echo. Ah. Can't find the sound. Oh. Oh, right. Actual pedal. With the cord stuck in it. Yeah. That was fun. I can't find a. This doesn't have the same sounds as I have on my amp. So we have to. Oh. Ah, there we go. She was only 29. I was 32. All right, this one. Clean. They call this clean. Next. Oh, octave. I like that.
That's nice. So check out that little Jambox link you sent me too.
Huh?
That looked pretty cool. For my ladies and
It's
jam
kind of
tool.
fun. Oh. A lot of these sound similar to me. Some echoey stuff. See, it's this kind of thing you try in the store and you think it's cool, and then you get it home.
Not quite as cool. Or you might find it's more so.
Ah, wait a minute. Power lead, yeah.
We have visitors.
We had momentary visitors.
Very temporarily momentary visitors. And they've made other decisions.
Both are. I like the octave difference one best.
Randy is a rock star. Randy is a rock star.
Get your 4-wall run and get your firewall run. You can't really do anything. We'll lose our license if we quote any songs.
You can't do too much, right?
Ah.
Too similar.
That's weird.
That's kind of cool. I don't know how much that was you and how much was
Too much? All this stuff has too much to store. It's something that doesn't. And I'm only on G. Heading down to A.
Yeah, so what was that view we were looking at through your window at night? I mean,
The river.
Yeah, all right. It must have been dusk when I was looking, because all I could see was almost like a white sheet with some lights behind it. And then when we looked again later,
it was black.
It was black.
What was it? Oh, we can't hear you. He's going to turn it on. Oh, look at that. Oh, well, no wonder. There's trees in front, bushes.
Ah, yeah.
No wonder we couldn't see anything. But I thought we saw lights.
We did.
We saw lights.
I'm kind of wondering what those car headlights, I could have sworn that.
I swore, yeah. Well, is there something I can do here to, what is it, self-view? Is that it? No.
Hello? That kills it.
Yeah, well, that's just as well, though. Yeah. That's good. You can't kill the record. Oh, you can record. You can't kill the, what does it say over here?
Yeah, you got admin privacy.
Content.
Back on cam.
Right. Yeah, they'll probably get me on that one. That sounds like about 1,000 other things.
Do you get a nasty email, do you?
It's only 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:22. That puts us at what hour? Oops, what happened there?
What?
Oh, he did that on his end, right? He's showing it.
Yeah.
Screen share. Screen share, then, isn't it? Ooh, my back. My back is not going to take this much more. Where's the mic compared to? Okay.
Well, thank you.
Hey.
Breakfast. Hello. Can I start? Come here. No. Go on.
That was a funny noise. That was a funny noise. All right, bring the mic up. Google Effects. What are you? You're channeling James?
Sort of.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to have to sit down. Daddy's got to sit down now. Daddy's tired here. And Daddy's getting tired. Grandpa's getting really tired. Oh, boy. All right. Is the laptop... Oh, you know what? The laptop is still in free switch. Laptop is still in free switch. Let me go out and change that. I don't know what audio they're getting. Hold on.
They're getting some. Or free switch, I don't think they're getting any. I think you've been muted for some while.
I think that's muted, yeah. I had to pass my laptop outside as well that was running free switch.
All right.
Can you see the link in the IRC chat? And, either try SIP call or the web client that Randy's using.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I wonder if it'll share. I'll be sharing videos 3 places if this works. From one camera.
What are we doing here?
I'm updating the plugin because clearly you've made some changes.
Who?
Clearly.
Jason.
What did you do, Jason?
Shuffling around the furniture.
No, I meant to the plugin.
What's with the plugin? Jeez. Jiminy Cricket.
Pick your stimulant of choice, Randy. What's it going to be?
What's that?
What's your stimulant of choice tonight?
I don't know. I'm in trouble. Bunch of people followed one of my. Yeah. Well, it's funny because this would be the hour that people in the States. Matt Jordan joined the chat room.
And Nick.
Well, he was with us before. You must have been sleeping at that time, Jason. I can't imagine. What happened there?
Getting a camera in line through.
What happened there? Why have I got a funny camera, broken camera?
That's Andy joining in. Yeah.
Who? Yeah. Can't get this video together.
Too many cameras.
No, I've got one camera, and it's sharing
multiple times.
Free switch.
Yeah.
That's not very good.
No, hang on. It's refusing to talk now.
Hang on, then. Oh.
So I tried joining in SIP with the video unit to the free switch conference.
You're right.
On the software project, but not on the hardware one.
A couple of people were having problems with that. When I did a dig on the Canteen, was it Canteen? Cantina? It did. The Cantina resolved to Cantina 1 as it was supposed to. But you tried Cantina 1 and that didn't work either?
No, Cantina 1 worked. Cantina without the number behind it.
Yeah, for some reason it didn't. It's weird.
Yeah.
DNS is.
Apparently, you only set the servers up last night, so it's possible it just wasn't.
Oh, well, you're so far away, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we got a different internet over here.
Did I switch to voice? Yeah. Okay.
I have to say though that I'm getting echo back, and I'm expecting to get echo back now.
And?
Multiple.
And you're not?
It's not that bad.
Well, what
actually
the?
relatively close. It's
Well, that's because it's. You want echo? I'll give you echo. Go ahead.
Yeah. He's so kind.
Go on then.
He's a giving person.
I'm just thinking, if you look at the RTT here, it must be quite large.
Barely hear you.
You can barely hear me.
Yeah, you're very low.
I haven't changed my level.
No, you're still good to me. Randy's
Really?
playing with the
Okay, I
switches.
got some. Maybe something's wrong here then. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
So if I sleep on camera, what happens? Well, I'm not on camera, right? Wait a minute. You're not seeing me, right? You're only seeing. Oh, you can? Oh, you can see me because, yeah, all right. Self. Right. Oh, yeah, that's self.
Yeah, take a selfie.
Oh, right,
I can
because.
see you because I can see you talking to the Polygon.
Right, right. Absolutely. We're seeing your video. Andy, why? And your audio is weird too. Well, it's going to be really embarrassing if I crap out before 3 o'clock, right? What is that going to?
24 hours or just under.
Barely.
Make it 12.
Right, we started at 9 though, so this will be 6 hours, coming up on 6 hours.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. You know,
you look like I do usually when I join in at 2 a.m.
You know, now that I think of it, the big mistake was we should have started it at like 8 a.m., okay?
Yeah.
Because then I woke up, I was up at 6, so you start at 8 a.m., you go through the entire day with my wife there to help too, you know, meals, blah, blah, blah. Then she left because she's working. She's going to be out of town for the whole day. Huh. And then, because so 8 to 4 is already 8 hours, but 8 to 8, 12 hours. Yeah, what a stupid thing. Should have started it in the morning. Andy, why didn't you think of that?
Well, to be honest, I did. But I didn't think it was worth mentioning because you'd already set the time. So I thought,
Well, I could have changed the bloody time.
well, you could, but it's not such a bad thing to get the night over with. That's the
I'm not going to make it.
Yes, you will.
Struggling time.
I'm ready to go to sleep right now.
I'm sure you are. We're going to find a way to stimulate you.
Well, no, what we have to do is... No, what we have to do... The problem that we have to deal with is the 8-hour cutoff. I have to stop right before that to start the new Hangout, and then come what may while I'm asleep. Yeah, see?
Could be interesting.
Or, well, if we're just on 4, maybe I could get 4 hours of sleep. What could we do during that time? What can somebody else do during that time?
What sort of mischief can we create?
What we need more people. Why?
I should just strap a camera to my daughter and let her run around. I mean,
yeah, that would be great.
TV.
That would be great. Chris.
What's the time with you at the moment, Jason?
10:30 in the morning.
Yeah, see, these guys are up and at 'em. Chris Wilson is in Sydney. That's a couple hours difference, I guess, from you.
Just 1 hour difference.
1 hour. Okay.
Yeah, it'll be 11:30 now.
But anyway,
That's respectable.
Oh no! This is not gonna happen. I'm telling you guys. Embarrassing. Might have to stop the broadcast.
I did not know I was that boring.
No, it's not that. It's that I'm dead. Help us. And Andy, you can't be that fresh either, even though you slept a little during the day, I guess.
No, but I'm all right.
Good. Why don't you continue while I get a couple hours?
If you want to do that, then we'll do it.
I might have to. I'm fading here.
You can just stop and restart it to get over that 8 hour nap.
Stop and restart after the 8 hours?
No, you got an 8 hour limit, don't you, on the Hangout?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long does it run for? How long has it gone for now? 6?
9 p.m. That would have been, we'd be 6 hours, no. Yeah, 6 hours in 30 minutes. 5.5.
Nothing like getting a time man to do maths, you see.
5.5, yeah.
Oh, so if you stop and restart now, we'll get another 8. Is that right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we better get him to do that, Andy, before he passes out.
No, Andy can start a new one.
Right
Andy has the only difference is that the URL that I gave out that is supposed to redirect, that I have to update that. So yeah, we could start a new. We could start.
livevuc.me?
No, the other one, the 24.
Oh, the actual Hangout one. Yeah. I don't have that, so if you can send that on.
You don't have it? Oh, you're not in the Hangout.
Not the Hangout. No, I'm not in the Hangout.
Well, what it is, it's the thing that redirects. I fill in a file.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did send this to you, but I'll send it to you again.
Did you not say that to log into there I would need public key?
Log into what?
VUC.me.
Public? No, yeah, it's handy with the public key. It's handier, yeah. Not public. No, you need a. Well, wait a minute.
You need the public part of the public.
Well, you have to upload your private. You have to upload your public. I guess. Yeah, I can't even remember. No, but you don't. I mean, that's just one way to do it. That allows you to do it without entering a password. That's the only point, right? If you know your password and can type it fast with no errors, it doesn't matter. Oh boy. What were the other videos that I had? Looks like Jim Courtney is having some problems.
Yeah, I don't have a camera on that machine. I was checking the link work. Yeah, more me. Me on every stream. It's the goal.
So tell us a bit about this Polycom video bridge thing.
All right. So essentially, the concept was, can we bring people on in SVC? So the web client, the SIP box that I'm using is actually an SVC compliant box. The web client is, and any of the mobile ones are as well. So iOS, Android, PC, or Mac. But at the moment, yeah, it's still a plugin looking to what can be done with WebRTC, and that's all on a SVC non-transcoding bridge. So you should be able to see in that web client that if you pick the non-speaking participant, you can actually double-click on them and it will come up. So it's doing voice switching, obviously, but on the picture, it'll come up the main screen, and then the same with the screen share I did before.
Yeah, I'm particularly watching Randy at the second.
Just waiting for him to forward to keyboard, is it?
Well, yeah, I was just wondering whether that head was going to drop forward a bit further.
It can't go any further forward.
He's got cans on, so he can just scream loudly. It's like
I was just thinking it's probably not good for the battery to leave them on either.
Yeah, and you do it once an hour.
Let me think. So if I took just a couple of minutes off, who would know since nobody's here? I didn't know if they
Maybe
go.
try and bring someone else in, i.e. me.
If this,
Yeah,
if
it's kind of too much.
skip in after.
There's this thing back in radio, don't ever let dead air happen. I think.
Well, you're not supposed to, yeah.
You need to make noise.
Yeah.
But the problem is, should you make noise?
Make noise for the purpose of making noise.
Yeah, for the purpose of filling in blank spaces.
So the intimation that I heard was that you, Andy, will be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed tomorrow.
Oh, that's promising. Ready for another meeting?
What are you suggesting here, Andy?
About what?
Any form of intimation.
What are we going to do? We're in trouble. We're fading. Yeah, there is that. I am definitely, all right, that's good. Yeah, nice.
You're awake.
Comes and goes.
This is the bit I really like. All right, so we go. Ooh, I want to see. Hey. That's good. Let's see. And there we go. That works. That's
Okay.
As described.
So,
Just say something a second. I'm trying watching the lip sync between.
hello, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
2, 2, 2.
1, 2.
2.
1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1, 2. Oof.
Check. 1, 2.
It's pretty close.
What if my head lolls backward
So
instead of
this is,
forward?
This is me on loopback, so you get the side by side. Here we go. Ready. Oh, VoIPception.
Wait, what was that? There was an extra person there, or was that you on another?
That was me.
It looked like a different camera, right? Lower. Oh, that was that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was that one. Yep.
Almost woke me up. Almost. Wow. Yeah, if I could just lie down. Can I lie down on camera? Would that be more political? Boy, I'm dry. What did I
Sounds
eat?
reasonable to me.
What made me so dry?
Salt. You needing salt?
Might have been the rum I chugged.
I can do it.
Oh, let's turn this fader down.
I like your lavalier microphone.
Yeah, it's nice on the black. When you're wearing something black, it works well.
Yeah, it's good.
I have a better one, but I didn't want to bring it out. Too much trouble. The case is too hard to open.
That's a worry when you're not using your microphone because the case doesn't open easily. What is it with 8-hour timeouts? Yeah, seriously. I'll try and bring another unit in. We'll get a view from the office. Anyway. Walk around, have a stretch. Oh, I saw you first. Hey, there you are. Even better. Hello, video.
So I'm now not you sending any video to Hangout. I hit myself back twice.
Yeah, I'm just getting one of you, so it must be coming through another channel. Yeah, that'll do it. Every time, that'll do it.
So, what's Randy actually doing?
Still there.
Okay. Yeah. Movement. There is movement.
Always a good sign.
Can't hear you.
Silence is golden, they say. There we go.
I gotta get the real
That's the weather in
sound.
Bristol.
The real sound. The true. True sound. GRU. Like a true phone. Do I have
Where's
any
Tim when you
mail?
need him?
No, no mail. Okay, no mail. ... Yeah, we have
So
to keep.
that's the wonderful, beautiful city of Brisbane, Randy. It was raining very heavily just before when I turned that camera
Well,
around.
it rained here a couple of days, but today was actually decent.
Vegas.
I think I'm going to have...
Brisneyland.
By the way, I downloaded the real-time, whatever it is, media Polycom.
Real Presence app. Yeah.
I was not able to get in. We don't want to try it now because this works. So...
Yeah, this is working good.
But something was not working. You know, it wanted me to log in, which I couldn't do, of course.
Yeah. Well, let me just show you quickly. I'll run it on the phone, so I'm not going to associate with anything. But there we go. Simple 323. So you can pick. I'm not logged in at the moment. You can log it in if you have a server. So see that sign in button. But if I just call the conference that we're in now.
With no proxy?
Video and...
What does it use?
No proxy, no. No, I'm actually on 3G.
Okay. Yeah.
And then it will join in and show us. Simple. And very clear. So if we
Wait a
double
minute, I
tap on you...
think, did I install that on my... I was talking about the Mac client, actually, but now that I think of it, didn't I go install... Let's see. What is that called?
There you are.
What's the
Real
Android
Presence
app called?
Mobile, or Real Presence Mobile, Real Presence Desktop.
RP something, yeah. What? Screencast. Recognize that. I thought I... Oh, you know what? I installed it and uninstalled it right away, remember? Because it was showing, because it was kind of
Yeah, because you had network activity.
But, yeah. Can't remember.
So I'll leave that there. Just shoot through some probably data.
That works well.
Multiple angles. Yeah, it's
Oh, by the way,
pretty acceptable.
do you know Andre Reed, Jason, from Polycom in Canada? He was
That name does ring a bell.
He was, well, I think he's product manager for the VVX phones, maybe. Something like
Okay,
that.
yeah.
And he was in a couple hours ago, in fact. Well,
So I missed
ironically,
him.
he couldn't get in. But he was on something. I can't remember.
I did hear someone, I think it was one of the free switch guys, it was Brian that was saying he did have it working with his phone and then it stopped working, so
yeah.
I don't know what they changed.
Well, I also, same thing, I called into their bridge from the VVX 600 and they changed something and I was transmitting video but I could not see their video. It's true that now what's ironic, what's problematic about those phones is that nowadays everybody wants 1080p or 720 and I don't know if the phones do 720. I think they're more like 380 probably or less. So, you know, it's hard to connect.
I think they will do possibly 720, but that would be the upper limit.
But they wouldn't do a 1080 anyway. So if somebody was had their heart set on 1080, it wouldn't work.
It's amazing how many people say they want 1080 and yet 720p at 60 frames is usually a sweet spot for a lot of them.
Are you kidding? My
television all these years. It does 720. That's all it could do. It can't get any. It was HD ready 720p. We haven't replaced it. I mean, and I can see no use for 1080p on the TV. We don't watch sports. Let me put it that way. Maybe if you watch sports, you care about that. But for the TV show,
But once again, sports is more frame rate. It's refresh.
Anyway, but the stuff I watch that's 720, some of it's not even 720. And frankly, if you're watching TV, mostly it doesn't matter. If you're watching, I don't know, Avatar or something that requires a really sharp definition, it may matter. But most on live action, it matters even less to me. I mean, if the story is good and you're in the story, I don't care about the definition that much. That may be a thing about age.
It's a fair point though, because I've got a telly Samsung 32-inch thing.
Ours is 32 as well.
But it comes up at 1080i.
Yeah.
And you're much better off coming up at 720. Oh, echo, 720p. I mean, there are HD channels. You could always change.
We had a lot in Australia, and then they decided to go multi-channel, so they split all the HD channels out. There's really only one or two now, terrestrial. And it's really interesting because all the rest have just been filled with shopping channels at really low resolution. So it makes you wonder for all those people who have bought high-res screens.
Yeah. You still have to go and buy an extra peripheral to slap on the side.
What are we looking at there? A still? Slide? Yeah.
I had a laugh at anyone that walked into a store and asked for a 4K curved 3D compatible TV. You know, can I have all the buzzwords, please?
Yes. 3D. Certainly, here's one.
3D TV.
I'll have the money.
Can you give me $10,000, please? Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. What are we?
Yeah, that's what you're going to do. No one's jumped in.
Well, we need like 5 other people so I can take a nap. Plus, there's 3 viewers.
Wow.
This Good Friday thing's killing us, right? We'd have millions of people.
Yeah, it is.
We'd have millions of people if it wasn't for that. Good Friday and Passover at the same time. Well,
I was just trying to think.
Yeah.
I mean, apart from... Let's redirect the sound from the line.
What are you thinking about? Oh, he turned his...
Apart from...
oh, you're muted in the Hangout.
People down in Australia and New Zealand, who we may or may not know. Who else are we going to have coming in as guests?
Nobody. They all came in already.
I can't hear you now. I must.
They're all. We shot our wad. They've been in and out.
Not too early.
Matt might. He's in the chat room up here. So he might be back. Although he doesn't know where. Well, he has the Hangout URL. Yeah, when the Hangout URL changes, I think I'm off. You know what I mean? Leave the whole thing open, and Jason will moderate. He doesn't have any power.
Yeah, might want to talk to the wife on that one. She's got me penned for other duties, but I haven't made it. She can do it. She can hold it. Let's put the conference ID out on Twitter. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, do that. Well, there's like 44 people on IRC, and not one of them came in.
No, they're just lurking.
Yeah, but I mean, you put the thing in there, and you put it out on Twitter. If I repeat it for another 5,000 or 6,000, see if we can do this.
You're breaking.
Retweet. Friday chat.
There we go.
So I'll be back in about 8 hours to see if anybody clicked on that link. So 5,106 people.
Anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody, anywhere.
Come on.
Please.
But, you know, all of this stuff is losing its shine with Meerkat and all the other, you know, Periscope.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody's going to be...
Do you know the problem I have with those, though, is you get the link, and if it's not straight on it, the amount that are just 1 or 2 minute quick videos that people do to test it out, I've gone to so many and it's ended.
Yeah.
I don't know
Well,
whether
Andy
they're
did
even an
that.
archival. But
Andy did that same thing. He was testing something and ended.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you got other stuff to go and do. But...
No, but I mean, if people are actually at an event of any interest,
yeah,
Andy could be meerkatting this right now.
He could be.
Not much to meerkat, though. Well, oh.
And my gardener doing meerkat in the garden.
What?
Any life.
Meerkat in the garden.
What is he talking about?
He's going to go and...
Meerkat from the garden.
Meerkat from the garden?
Yeah. Meerkat's dead now, isn't it? Didn't they kill it?
Periscope.
I was working a couple of days
Long
ago.
live Periscope.
Okay. Yeah, Periscope. Yeah.
Meerkat is dead. Long live Periscope.
There we go. Here's some interesting content. Keep 1 foot outside of your covers to hack your sleep. Go.
I saw that not that long ago, yeah. I always do that. I always have 1 foot out. Well, not
1
now.
foot in, 1 foot out.
No,
See, this is me.
I
This is me
hate-
teasing you. I should talk about sleep.
I know. I hate to have my feet tied up when I'm in bed. You know what I mean? I hate to have them.
And there'd be other people who prefer to have that. So,
Yeah.
they're odd creatures.
This is about the time when if I'm going to stay awake, I'm going to have to start telling stories
Yeah. Tell me about your sleep habits.
about the woman who pinned her covers down. How did I ever get into that? I think we were staying, this was the hippie days, we were staying at her place, and somehow I wound up in her bed.
Something happened. Can't recall. It's all the case.
No, it didn't happen, or I wouldn't be telling it. But what was odd was that she pinned. Maybe she was falling out of bed. It was really kind of. I kind of made fun of it, which is maybe why it didn't happen. But
yeah.
I wasn't interested
Legend.
anyway. But the point is, if you picture how a bed is a lot of times is against the wall on one side, well, sometimes. This was an apartment in California, and so on the side that wasn't against the wall, the covers were pinned in. Maybe she was having problems falling out of bed. So everybody was kind of stuck in, trapped.
Yeah. I'm trapped.
And I couldn't stick my foot out, and I like to have my foot out. But I just read that recently, I don't know where you were getting that, but I just read this recently.
Actually, it was an article from New Yorker in August, so I don't know what came
Well,
up.
that may be the same thing I saw.
Very odd.
Then. There were some tips about being able to sleep better or falling asleep. And it's true that I prefer to have like at least 1 foot out, unless it's cold, in which case then I grab
Maybe it's a temperature regulation thing. Also.
unsupported OS.
My wife will always tell me all the echo. That She hates to have hot feet, yet she will always wear socks.
That's not confusing.
My mother told me when I was a kid that if I wore my socks to bed, it would give me cancer.
It's very dramatic. Very dramatic.
Yeah, well, fortunately, I did not go psycho because of that bad advice, but yeah. On the Mac, Chrome hired. Oh, the meet now.
Yeah, get Firefox.
Yeah, I just realized what he's talking about. Are you in IRC, Jason?
No.
Well, somebody's just talking about Chrome, and it's true that
No,
Chrome.
it's just Chrome.
It says on the Mac Chrome higher than 38. I'm not sure why, but you already said that 64-bit doesn't work. And why is that? And is that going to be fixed, or what's the problem? Do you know?
So yeah, the short answer is it's not really a problem, but no, it's been fixed. I've been worked around, and that workaround is WebRTC. So it's more that the plugin isn't being redone for 64-bit.
This is always a problem because like Jitsi only works in Chrome.
Yeah.
Is this WebRTC somehow with the SIP?
Is it at the moment? No.
Is there a mix of?
No, because it's not able to do the SVC in WebRTC.
It works okay on 32-bit Chrome.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, no problem with that.
Please join us. So I can understand.
Yes. Indeed.
All these extra buttons.
Every time, I don't know what you're doing, but every once in a while I see a big flash on the screen and have to look up, which keeps me awake.
Probably Andy talking.
Yes.
Oh, and then you come. That's right. That this thing, when you talk, when it changes focus, there's a kind of a movement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big blue.
Yes, attention here. Attention here.
Nginx. Well, one major problem was solved. The new certificate was uploaded to jitsi.vuc.me.
Jolly good.
Jolly good, yeah. I have several notes I need to make. One is...
King, join the meeting. Yay.
We have that new blood here? No?
Research.
Who joined the meeting? Oh, you're in the other...
Yeah. Got some video happening. Yeah, there we go.
Finally!
I swear it looks like you've got an Android helmet on.
It's the old Napster logo.
That's funny, yeah. Oh, somebody's fan just went off. Or some. What happened? A big noise just stopped. That could be me not hearing it. Am I going out? Yeah, I'm going out.
You're experiencing a connection issue.
Me?
Your video and audio quality may be affected. Yes, you.
Oh, on the bridge. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. Now that you mention it, it's very small.
And Jason's got echo. Do you know, I don't know how people can sit there and listen to this. It really puts me off.
What's that? The echo? We don't hear it. Something is making a lot of noise, though. I think it's my... Oh, you know what? This is maybe not going to... maybe it will.
Welcome to Unified Conferencing.
Thank you. And we're back. Sort of.
Looks like
with no audio.
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you too. What were you talking about, Andy? Hearing? Oh, you know what though? This is heating. No, it's not that bad. I don't understand. What's this
Yeah, my
noise
MacBook
coming
Pro
from?
is starting to spin up the fans too.
Mine is definitely. Oh, that's maybe on your end that I'm hearing the noise, but I'm feeling the heat on this end.
So
Well, I've got a headset on, so I doubt it's picking up the audio.
So how much processing power is this video bridge using? Does this suffer from the same problems as things like Jitsi do?
It's a little bit less, possibly. I'm getting 162% on Firefox. I'm assuming 200 is the limit.
Well, mine's maximum. Any one of these Chrome windows is 12%.
You're not in Chrome. Oh, Chrome Windows. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I am in Chrome.
Yeah, Windows. Yeah, you can. Yes, you can.
I have not run Windows on a workstation outside of a VM in probably coming up on a decade now.
Actually, for me, it's been about 2 weeks. I turned it on, did 700 updates, and turned it off. Windows 7, I believe. But
this is Windows 7.
The reason I don't turn it on because it's of the age where it has a lot of fan noise, and it has about 4 disks in it, 4 drives. Because in those days, drives were only 200-300 or 500 or something. So it has like a total of a terabyte or 2. And at the time, I was like, wow, over 2 disks or 3.
Yeah,
but now you have 1 disk.
Let me guess. That's about 2008, 2009.
Oh yeah, at least it's
Timeline?
it's a tower I built, like a lot of people. Plus, it's a big, cheap tower. With not even. I don't even remember. I don't know the speed or the amount of memory it's got in it. So it does run Windows 7. Oops, we just killed the audio over here. So that's 6 hours because they have 3 hours each.
Which audio did you kill?
Mixler, it's a 3-hour limit. You have to pay
right.
if you want more.
Okay.
But you can start it right away, so I just started one up again. But the point is, we actually, 6 times 4 is 25. 25%, I'll never make it. Never.
Oh, stop looking at the negative. You're sounding much better now.
I actually am in second wind.
Good.
But I would like to sleep, though.
I'm sure you would.
What am I going to do?
We're going to make it through the hardest part.
Which part is that?
The bit between about 3:30 and 5:30.
It's going to be 3:30 soon.
Yes, I know.
What time zone are you guys located in?
He is in British summertime. So it's only 2. Oh, you meant in an hour and a half.
I didn't mean in an hour and a half.
You didn't?
I'm thinking about you, not me.
It's 3:08 here. Remember, I've been up all day. That was the mistake.
Yes, I know.
Wait, 3:08 a.m. for you?
Yeah.
Europe somewhere, right?
Yeah.
I'm located out of Seattle.
Oh, well, we're about as far apart as you can be in civilized world. Maybe Hawaii, maybe further. So 9 hours. It's 9 hours difference right now.
So what's the time there?
9 hours earlier. 8 for you.
Yeah, it's 7 p.m. right now for me. I just finished a nice, quick, early-ish dinner.
Wait a minute. 7 p.m.
Clearly got lots of sunshine.
7 p.m.
Behind.
If it was 7 p.m. 7 and 8. There's only 8 hours difference? That's not possible. You're in Pacific, right?
Yeah. We've got.
Well, wait a minute. That can't
what's it
be.
called?
It should be 9 hours
Daylight
difference.
savings.
That's 9 hours to you.
Well, if it's 7 there.
It's 8 hours to you.
7 and 9. How much is 7
You're
and
3.
9? 16. Right?
9 hours.
7 and 9 is 16.
Sorry, 8 hours.
9. I'm 9 hours earlier, unless it's. Yeah, so if it's Friday morning for you, it's 9 hours earlier for me.
Yeah, but it can't be 7.
6 p.m.
5 hours to bed.
Ah, you see? He said 7. It's 6. Okay.
Ah,
that's better.
Hence the early dinner.
My mother used to eat dinner at 5:30, which was a
I was
source
up early
of
this morning.
difficulty. We actually eat earlier than most people here. But the point is, my senility and tiredness are safe by the fact that I heard 7, and I knew that 7 and 8
makes 3.
7 and 9 is 16, and 16 is 4, and it's 3. Okay, got it?
There's nothing like trying to do math in the middle of the night.
GMT minus 7. Oh, yeah, that's GMT minus 7, yeah. Because I'm GMT plus 2. No, not GMT. That's right. I was having an argument with somebody once about GMT. Yeah, well, it's summertime, it's daylight time. GMT, by definition, does never change.
Right.
I felt like
just our offsets.
I felt like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I had that much confidence, you know. No, GMT does not change. That's what it's there for.
Good old Zulu time.
There is no day.
Universal time.
What I wonder is, UTC, because they used to call it Coordinated Universal Time, which would be CUT. And when did it change? Here's a Google question for you. When did it change from CUT to UTC? And why? What does UTC stand for, by the way? Because the
I think
C
universal time or something.
It has to be French, because the C, coordinated, the adjective is at the end, see? I think they changed it to French.
Probably became an SI unit.
Let's see if we can look up. See if we can look up.
UTC was officially formalized in 1960. Here's the Wikipedia link in the IRC channel.
UTC, innovate. No, that's something. Yeah, Coordinated Universal. There it is. CUT, Coordinated Universal Time.
Yep, it is French.
Temps universel coordonné. I knew it. Wait a minute. Oh, the pot is wide open. Okay. In that case.
So why isn't it TUC?
You were saying?
You have a soundboard there?
Yeah.
Well, it says Coordinated Universal Time, brackets, French, temps universel.
Oh, you're right. Why is it UTC? Come to think of it. Universel coord. That's a good question. Where's my browser? UTC. Yeah, why is it UTC? Disambiguation. UTC. UTC most oftenly refers to Coordinated Universal Time. UTC. Well, there must be etymology. The abbreviation is from a desire of the ITU to use the same abbreviation in all languages. English speakers originally proposed CUT. The French said TUC. The compromise was UTC. There it is. Right. That's funny. That is funny. Who knew that? God, finally something worthwhile came of this entire 6 hours, right? Jesus, I'm so...
I bet you can't remember it tomorrow.
Well, I hope so, because it's the first thing that's come up. Okay, that's interesting. So the compromise was UTC, but why? Let's see, 7, which conforms the pattern abbreviations of the variants. I don't get that. I don't understand that. 7, National Institute of Standards. And when you click that, it goes to another thing. Compromise? Yeah, I read that, but I don't understand the UT0, 1, 2, UT1R, etc. I don't know. Don't know. So this is hour 7. Let's just do 8 hours for the 8 years. And where's Bodie? Damn it.
He's asleep.
Well, you must have his true phone number.
I do have his true phone number, and I was going to suggest that I might ring him, but not quite yet.
Not at this hour. I don't think Mrs. Bodie, as charming as she is, would appreciate it.
No.
Hey, gentlemen.
Who's back?
This is Michael joining on ZipDX.
You have a voice.
I am joining on Bria over my cell phone, though.
Yeah, I was going to
not
say.
in wideband today.
Yeah, and it's hard to recognize your voice. Plus, it's a funny time of day where we don't usually talk.
That's right. I just thought I'd check in and see if we were still on the
alive?
air.
Barely. Barely. You could, you might be able to call the video, though, on Bria, actually.
I didn't know what particular
Yeah,
thing you were using at the moment, so
yeah, well, I mean, we're on the Hangout, of course, which you actually could get on the Hangout with your cell phone, too. How could I transmit that phone number to you, the SIP number to you? I think.
Anyhow, I'm going to have to go off and grab dinner, but give me a short while and I'll touch base with you in a bit.
I hope I'm still alive.
Okay, there's a link in
I'm sure.
IRC. If you still got IRC open, Michael.
Or I could put it in Wire, I guess.
I don't, but I'll put it in Wire and I'll see you in a bit.
Okay. Have a nice dinner.
Cheers. Bye.
What are we? Oh, I keep trying to mouse over to the other computer and I can't.
It keeps getting stuck at the side, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it shouldn't though. That's the point. So let's see. Can you put the link in here? Well, no, that won't work. Yeah, that will. You put the link in here so I can, for the SIP.
Yeah, let's find it.
Starts with 66, right, I think?
Yeah.
So what is this conference we're talking through?
This is
this the Polycom one?
Real-time thing or something. Okay. Oh, I can't. It's hard to copy email address works, right?
Yes.
App.
So depending on where you paste.
Yeah, it might be mail to. I think I
Good
can handle that.
Yeah, I've had a couple of devices change the SIP colon to mail to colon.
Yeah.
A wire message.
You got my wire message?
Yeah, 3 devices.
I don't have notifications on anywhere for wire because it's quiet for days, and then somebody will get on, there'll be like 20, 50 notifications.
I do for Active VOC, Echo, Active VOC, but I don't for the Comms Mafia.
Ah, okay.
And anything else would be unusual.
It's all been pretty quiet, really. Why do you have that echo? Do you know?
Probably because I think
I'll turn that fader down if that's it. It might be.
It might be.
1, 2. No, that's when you talk that you get the echo.
Yeah, it's when I talk, and it's still there at the moment. Okay, so it's talking. It's gone down a bit. But not very much.
What if I mute myself? Let's see. Let me think about this. It's not coming through my mic, but it certainly could be coming through.
Well, the audio feed that I'm sending you is via the Polycom.
Is what? Whoa. Polycom just died again for me.
Welcome to Unified Conferencing.
Thank you for calling.
So it's a case that.
What were you saying?
I was talking to you.
Yeah, but I got
using
dumped.
the Polycom bridge.
Yeah. For
outgoing audio, but my audio coming back is not coming from the bridge.
It seems like if you're getting echo, it's coming from both things, no?
Yeah, it would seem to.
Because I am transmitting audio to both the Hangout and the Polycom bridge.
Oh, hang on.
So what you have to choose one or the other, I think, is what it is.
Well, if I redirect the output of sound from the Hangout to digital output, which has nothing on there.
Mm-hmm. That would do it.
Right. Now I get no echo, but please talk to me.
But you also don't get any sound.
Neither do I get any sound from you.
Can you hear me?
Which is not too brilliant.
Can you hear him?
Testing 1, 2, 3. You get my audio?
Not hearing anything.
I wouldn't. Oh, hang on. I didn't get your audio.
You didn't get any audio.
Get any audio at all.
Well, that can't be. You need to listen to the SIP bridge.
Well, I am listening to the SIP bridge.
Well, that's where the audio is.
It's not. The point is that when you change your output from the Hangout, it may well also change the outputs from the Polycom bridge.
Huh?
They're both running in the same Chrome session.
No. What?
I have run into a similar issue where if you're changing the media settings in Chrome when dealing with WebRTC stuff, it can switch the output device for all tabs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is what I think it's doing.
Yeah.
Ah.
When we've been dealing with a lot of the newer Chrome and the Verto testing, we've been running into similar issues.
Why don't you use Firefox for the bridge like I am, Andy?
Now that's a good idea.
And that gives you separation of church and state.
Just goes to prove you're still away.
I may say. No, I wouldn't use 2 tabs for. Well, I suppose if it works, you would, but it doesn't seem like a good idea. Except that one of those audios is going to you're still going to get echo. You're still going to have to mute one.
Yeah, but that's all right. I can do that.
But you should mute the Hangout, in my opinion. I think.
If you're using Chrome and Firefox on different tabs, you can actually use, are you in Windows or Mac?
He's Windows.
Windows.
You might be able to do the volume control and mute an application, and then mute and def the entire application that you're not actively using.
Okay, well, let's see. Right. Join as guest.
So the river view, if I remember correctly, that was somewhere in Australia?
Yeah, he's near Brisbane. But in fact, we saw that there were bushes in the way. I didn't realize that. Because at night it just looked like there were lights. But in fact, apparently it wasn't. What are you doing, Andy?
Traveled over.
I'm trying to make you hear me. Now you can hear me. My headset's given up now. It don't like all this mucking about with all this audio, I tell you. I've got the meeting has ended there. The Firefox thing hasn't logged in properly. Or at least hasn't managed to get any audio, grab any audio devices or anything that it wants. Okay. Okay. Let's try that. Ah, firewall. No.
Firewall?
Firewall. Now I'm back and I can hear myself echoing. But I can do something about it. Open volume mixer. Say hang out. It's already been told to shut up. Oh. No, I'm hearing you.
Who's echoing then?
You were, I thought.
No echo from me.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for the rest of the time it's going to just be the camera on me sleeping.
You think so?
Very likely.
Ah, right. So, why?
If I stop breathing, could you call the emergency services?
Okay, I'll just try something.
Yeah?
And I think I've managed to lose my echo.
Ah. What did you do?
I found that under the levels of my headset, there was a side tone set to maximum.
Side tone?
Yeah. Just making sure. Actually, no. No. It's just stopped. Why has it stopped? Oh, because I've been chucked out of the other one.
Yeah, that happens once in a while.
The Unified Conferencing.
Yes. Isn't it? 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 Woo, 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 woo. Oh God, my eyes are burning now. What am I going to do? Put alcohol in them? No, that's not what you do. Is it?
No. Drink the alcohol and then pass out. That's usually the.
I don't have any left.
Name of the
That's
game.
probably why I'm so tired.
Hmm.
You have to keep talking. Keep watching the skies.
So is there a list of topics? You said all the presenters have already given their spiels.
I was just talking to myself for ages, muted.
Topics? Oh yeah, what were you talking about?
I was talking about muting and unmuting and things like that, and it's really not worth repeating because it seems to be working now.
Okay. So you do or do not have echo?
I do not have echo.
It just went away. Out of nowhere.
Pretty much. There is something odd about my audio setup on here. I don't know what it is.
It would seem.
Odd things happen.
It would seem.
Either that or I'm just going completely stupid. That is also a possibility, of course.
It's incredible that not one person came in from Twitter of all the thousands that were potential audience.
Yeah.
Good Friday.
Yeah, it's Good Friday. It's the religious thing, isn't it, again?
Well, except that it isn't, come to think of it, in the States. It's Thursday.
Not yet.
No, but we've had a fair number of people from the States.
Yeah, but, well, it's dinner time for Michael, so yeah. In fact, it's dinner time.
Which Michael was it?
Michael Graves. Texas.
Okay.
Central Time. So let's try to do the calculation. It's 3 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 9:30 Eastern.
9:30
Pacific.
Eastern, so 8:30 Central. Yeah. $8:30 Central. Having dinner. That's a late dinner for America, actually.
Yeah.
But since he was on his mobile, I take it they're maybe going out or something.
That's always possible.
Just guessing.
So, I've got this $110 still in Kiva.
Do something about that.
Well, I think we should choose between
Get 4 loans. Get 4 loans.
So tell me about this loan thing that you guys were talking about earlier. I'm not familiar with it at all.
Oh, it's micro lending, so you put a small amount of money in. I think the only way to move money to Kiva is via PayPal, but there is no commission in either direction. Andy's going to share his screen.
I have shared my screen.
He has shared his screen.
So
if you have, say you had $25 you were willing to lend somebody, most of the time you get it all back, and you can take it back or you can let it ride. It's a loan, but you don't get any interest. So, people were going, well, what's the point? The point is that you're helping somebody. So, if that makes you feel good, no matter how modest, even if it's just one loan. There's another good thing, which is giving it to kids, nephews, nieces, whatever.
Well, look, here's one that it's got $25 to go. Shall we finish that one
Oh
off?
yeah, that's definitely. Well, but see if he's selling drugs or anything first.
Okay.
See,
Well,
no, they're all. It's mostly agriculture or. I personally, I go mostly for the food production stuff, Andy. Although also retail. But there's a lot of cosmetics and stuff like that that I'm a little less bullish on. How do we bring Jim in to this SIP thing? I guess he can try the web.
you could try the web.
Where was that? Is that in? Oh, okay. Keep reaching for the mouse, and it's not that mouse.
It's in IRC. Would you like me to find it for you?
I'll find it. I got it. Got it.
Okay. Where'd the Kiva page go? Right. Okay, so he raises and sells small animals like pigs, ducks, turkeys, chickens, amongst others. His business is located at his house. I mean, that's a lovely house to live in.
What country is this?
That's a good question. Where is he?
Pierre Manuel. Well, it's
Peru.
nice. Go for it. I say yes.
Okay, then. There we go. Let's lend him his $25.
Pierre Manuel.
Oh, too late. I think he's been lent it.
Yeah, well, you waited too long. You got to refresh now.
Yeah. Oh no, $25 loan added to your basket. Click here to go to your basket. Let's go and do it, shall we? But your users conference, $25. Do you usually give a donation towards costs?
I do every once in a while because I do
Yeah.
it more. I don't do it each time. It's up to
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Well, I do donate a lot of money to Kiva because I think it's a great operation. But I don't do it each time because it gets on my nerves.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
So you did one. You got 3 left. Oh, you're gonna do one every hour, maybe? Every
Yeah.
2
Let's
hours?
do one every hour. Then we can perhaps spend a little longer looking at the next one.
That was a good, nice one though.
Right.
So what the object is you go to kiva.org, you join our team would be good, which is kiva.org/ is it team or teams? I had it in IRC at some point. And
Looks interesting.
well, it's a way to do good if you can spare $25, and then you get it all back.
I mean, yeah. The point is, you get it back. It's
And-
a loan. It's not a donation or anything like that.
No,
You can take it back out if you want.
It's not a gift. And also, the most impressive part is that PayPal does not take any commission in either direction, because somebody who used to work at somebody who was an officer at PayPal was brought into Kiva, and so they worked out a deal, and it's still the case. Because otherwise, if PayPal was taking a cut every time you went in or out, that would be extremely uncool.
Right.
Be like hotel
Make a lot of
tax.
sense.
What?
Yeah. I was gonna say they should probably reach out to somebody like Stripe.com and look at Bitcoin.
So, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, for now, I think they're only PayPal because PayPal obviously covers. I'm trying to figure out what data you guys. There you go. PayPal obviously covers credit card, MasterCharge and Visa as well. Although the way they do it is a little irritating because they force you basically to open an account and you don't even know it.
Jim's here.
Plugin crashed.
Good.
Yeah, Jim made it in. So here's yet another way to connect.
This is the Polycom thing you've been trying to figure out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am
There's a
experiencing.
company that's trying to figure out where it goes from here.
I'm experiencing connection difficult. Oh, it went away. It's always 4 bars, though. Is that just a fixed logo? Is that part of the logo or what? The 4 bars?
I don't
On the
know.
left. Do you ever see any less than 4 bars?
Yeah, no, it seems to be just part of.
Oh no, it's 2 now. Okay, so and then it starts telling me, well, watch out now, look out now.
Oh, mine's gone to 0. Yeah.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, my plugin crashed.
You're going, yeah, I saw that.
So.
Well, that's Linux though. Linux can't do audio, as we know. It certainly can't do video any better. We used to say that
Actually,
for years.
I pulled the MacBook Pro to be able to run this.
We said that for years. That Linux can't do video. First, it couldn't do audio. Well, you got to remember, 10 years ago, that was a problem, actually. Yep. Drivers.
To be honest, to a degree, it still is a problem. If you're using it as a desktop.
Yeah.
I run Debian on the desktop and have for almost a decade now. And it was funny because the FreeSwitch guys were looking at ways to bridge the FreeSwitch MUC into the Hangouts.
Uh-huh.
In about 5 minutes, I was able to set up the ALSA loopback sound card to be able to bridge the audio and do the screen share for video. The Mac was crashing, and the Windows VM they were trying to run on was crashing too.
Yeah.
I think Ubuntu has done a lot to improve the state of audio and video support on Linux.
Yeah.
So they can bridge directly to the Hangout then. We don't need me. We could have done a triple bypass there tonight.
There are a couple of ways to do it.
Well, the only thing I'm doing is that like I'm doing this right now. There's a laptop running. It's talking on the SIP server, and it's the video output from the laptop is going into a Blackmagic Design capture device, and it's going in through Thunderbolt to the Mac. I know it looks good though because I've tried movies on it, and the frame rate and the definition is okay. The frame rate is very good. In fact, what I'm looking at right now is almost identical.
Good. Yeah, the problem I had was I was trying to set up Hangouts and do the cross bridge.
Yeah.
So I've got the Mac laptop I'm on here, but this is my workstation, a 3x1 monitor setup, and Hangouts couldn't handle the resolution. So I wound up grabbing a random laptop to try and handle the bridge.
What was wrong with the resolution?
I called somebody.
Why wouldn't it handle the resolution?
Because that is 1280 by 1024 or something times 3 wide, and then it's got an extra floating separate one on top.
Complete with a card game.
Yes. Yep. Actually, speaking of interesting things, you guys showed the micro lending. Have you heard of Rosetta at Home?
No.
Here, let me grab that link. Might be an interesting topic. I use it for burning in servers. Have you ever seen the old screensaver where it'll do protein folding while your screensaver's running? This is basically the next generation of it.
Okay.
So you can let this run on your computer or servers, and they're basically, University of Washington out of Seattle will use your processor as a node in a distributed cluster, so they can do protein folding research.
Mm-hmm.
So that means I'm contributing my electricity to them.
Electricity to the CPU.
Which is not incidental these days. This is one of the things that I fear about future of such things, is that I mean, there was a time when you couldn't throttle a CPU, you couldn't wind the voltage down, you couldn't do any of that stuff. The CPU ran, at whatever speed it ran, and it consumed whatever power it consumed. Then, when there are spare clock cycles that are available, these things make some sense. Once, Randy.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, right. It makes some sense. But now, when most data centers will want to really to charge you for power usage, you're electing to have a higher bill.
That's interesting because over here in the Seattle area, power is really cheap because we've got the nuclear and hydroelectric power.
Okay, well that might not.
So all the data centers charge for space, and they give you like 20 or 40 amps, and if you just ask for a little bit more power, nobody really asks.
That's not the case in the UK anymore. Certainly in Europe. It's more a case. I know that 4 or 5 years ago there were people that were considering trying to move over to a power-based charging model, and power was much cheaper then than it is now. So,
what are the electricity rates in your area?
over here at the moment, I think what do I pay about? I probably pay about 14 or 15 pence per kilowatt hour. So what's that? 20, 22, 23 cents per kilowatt hour.
Wow. So I'm looking at my general residential schedule. I pay under 4 cents per kilowatt hour.
It's a big difference, isn't it?
Yep.
It's different business models for different situations. But I mean, if you were doing that on a big server cluster, that would make a big difference over here.
Yeah, it does. That second link I pasted in the channel is kind of neat. It's basically they realized that a lot of gamers were good at problem solving.
Yeah.
So the protein folding folks wrote a little game out of it. And it turns out human brains are really good at folding proteins and finding big optimizations.
Right.
What? I don't care. I'll worry about it later.
Okay, so this is NanoCrafter. Try our big scientific discovery game. Interesting. It's quite
I enjoy puzzle games, but I just didn't. The folding one just didn't click.
Yeah. So there are two, or more than two, because there's fold it, and also NanoCrafter. NanoCrafter looks interesting. More on vascular endothelial growth factors. Wow.
Okay.
What the hell does endothelial mean? Oh, I'm glad I asked this question. The endothelium is the thin layer of simple squamous cells that lines the interior surface of blood vessels and lymphatic vessels. Now, what's squamous mean? Why do I think I've just opened a minefield? characterized by scales. Covered with scales. What scales? Yes, I suppose the cells have scales on. Okay. So, Randy is now no longer part of the podcast because he's crashed on the video bridge, and I might have crashed on the video bridge as well. Let's have a look.
I've crashed. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we should ditch that and just stay in the Hangout, which is going to end anyway. Let's. So we've done Jitsi, we've done that, we've done Free Switch. That's. Or wait, did we do? Yeah, we did Jitsi in the beginning, right?
Yep, we've done Jitsi.
Let me switch back to the video. Back to. Really funny. There are so many choices. You have to go all the way back up here. Okay.
Cool, there you are. No light at all.
Sort of. Here we go. We're gonna do a little. Music.
Were you resting your eyes for a minute?
Yeah, musical. Well, yeah, barely. A musical interlude, if you don't mind. Would you like to have a smoke?
I think that would be very pleasant around this time.
Let's see what we can come up with here. That hasn't been played already, and that isn't too short. How about? Oh, I almost played something that isn't mine. Here's one.
How long have I got?
Oh, a couple of minutes.
Oh, thank you very much. May require a little longer than that. I've got to go and make it first.
Do what you got to do.
Yeah, all right. I'll be back in a few minutes. I won't be very long. I won't smoke at all. Should we get the guys to come over into here?
Yeah. I'm just going to go ahead and post. I'll just post the link. Oh, I don't have the link. I'll post it in IRC. Oh, what the hell? Oh, but the mouse doesn't go over there.
Right, I'm going for a smoke. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh,
Gentlemen.
How's it going?
Not too bad. Where's Randy wandered off to?
I didn't hear.
Oh. I just tried the Polycom thing, but that didn't work out. I guess you guys abandoned that a short while ago?
Yeah, it dumped us.
Oh, did it?
Well, on and off.
It's funny because I actually have the Polycom desktop client installed from my last little adventure with those guys. And it works reasonably well with that thing. Although I think if you have to buy that, I think it's like $80 or something like that to buy it.
Well, I have the real-time, whatever it's called, that I installed. It's a trial version, 30 days.
Oh, yeah, Polycom Real Presence thing. Yeah, I just have the licensed copy of that.
But that also had some problems and bugs. It connected to the server okay once, but then another time it was detecting its IP as 0000, and there was a lot of weird things.
I mean, they're very traditional in what they do, which is funny actually, because what do they call that thing? I can't remember. It's not Real Presence is the back end stuff. The that gateway that you're using is there sort of supposed to be able to connect anything. You can connect iPads, you can connect Android devices, you can connect PCs and stuff to it.
It doesn't work with Chrome 64 though.
No, and that seems kind of funky as well. But I mean, I connected immediately with Real Presence Desktop, but Real Presence Desktop has a couple of quirks all on its own. So, anyway, Randy, buddy.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Half awake. Oh,
Cheers.
Hey, great. Yeah. Did you guys go out to eat?
No, in fact.
Or had guests or something?
As a consequence of doing our income tax return last weekend, we decided to be a little more frugal this week, and the missus was cooking at home for the week.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is anomalous. So we were actually having some leftovers tonight, but tomorrow night we'll go out. It'd be date night tomorrow night.
Okay.
So
I've been doing most of the cooking here in the last several days, for better or worse.
I am a reasonable cook as long as there's an outdoor grill involved. In the kitchen, I've somewhat given it up, although I'm the maker of salads hereabouts. So hey, those Grandstream folks seem to have chimed in.
Yeah, I didn't actually. I saw that you sent me something, but I didn't have time to read it.
Well, Ruth is going to try and get them to. I mean, they're going to do whatever they're going to do with respect to this GVC 3200, which is going into beta. It is. Think of it this way: it is their version of that bigger Logitech camera rig. And you can use it with Hangouts or Skype or Polycom or Cisco or whatever. I expect the price on it's going to be like closing on $1,000.
Really?
Yeah, but the point of it is to try and get one or two and maybe get a giveaway.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, that'd be all right. That could work.
Yeah. Andre Reed dropped by. You remember
Did
him?
he? Yeah.
Ironically, he was not able to connect to the power. No, that was free switch time. He couldn't connect to free switches.
Oh. Well, and there's a funny thing I can tell you now. Are we recording all of this? We're not.
Oh yeah. It's all recorded everywhere.
Okay.
So don't.
Well, I have I saw in the Polycom thing there was the guy in Brisbane.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Jason.
Okay. Yeah, Bortchenko. He and I both have HDX 4500s, which are really expensive pieces of kit. They're a couple of years old now, but I got nothing I can use it with. And technically, I suppose it's supposed to go back to Polycom, except they don't really know how to take it back, so they just told me to hang on to it.
Yeah.
David and I had what David had. I was administering it. The whole back-end server thing. We had we had like a 30-seat bridge and the administration server for it and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And that I'm sorry to say, literally that all went to crap literally a year ago this week. The contract ended, and I was done with that. So, yep.
No, by that you mean what?
Well, there was a joint project between ZipDX and Polycom. And
okay. No,
that was what funded ZipDX to bring me on board, and there was a bunch of Polycom gear floating around to facilitate that project. But then Polycom had an existential crisis and a change in the CEO, and came up with a new new game plan, and video was de-emphasized. Oddly enough, Andre and his team did quite well because there was this. They realized that they were selling a lot of telephones, and they were making money on telephones, whereas the video guys were struggling a little more. So the new management decided to.
Andre is the product manager of that of the VVX line, right, or something close to that.
No, Andre was kind of product manager for SoundPoint, for what they call personal endpoints, which was sort of like telephones. But he has had 2 or maybe 3 promotions recently, and he's now. I think he's over top of everything that isn't like a room system. So I think he's personal endpoints of all description, not just phones and desktop things. But yeah, so he's over a lot of stuff.
If only we knew the equivalent at Logitech, right?
Well, I see, and the problem, Logitech is a funky group.
Yeah.
And you see this headset from VXI? Not nearly as sexy as some of the Logitech ones, but my goodness, does it ever work better, and it's more robust. I just mailed one of these off to somebody that we're working with.
How come you're not using it now?
Not cordless.
You have a cordless, yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, did you notice Mike Oath had the same Sennheiser cordless, although he had the single-eared version this afternoon when he was on?
Now that you mention it, yeah, I think he did.
Yeah. The long and the short of it is, Logitech has this problem of they're trying to move up in the world, but at the same time, they're still a consumer products company trying for substantial margins and stuff, and the products are too short-lived, not sufficiently supported, and not available at retail. So like, you go to a store like a Best Buy, all you're going to find are the cheapest things.
Yeah, that's right.
These are not useful to anybody. So we literally cannot send one of our interpreters to a store and say, buy this, because you can't get it. So we have to send them a link to Amazon and say, order this. And if you're going to go to Amazon, you might as well order something professional grade and not something consumer grade, because it's only a few dollars difference. So anyway, so where's your missus anyway?
Working. Well, not this minute.
What part of the planet, though? Where's she off to?
She's in Paris, I think, right now.
Okay.
There's something. She works for school, and ironically, they're doing some, Good Friday, but they actually are doing something. I'm trying to figure out why I can't hear myself.
You see, in Canada, Good Friday is a national holiday, but here in the U.S., it's not.
It's funny because everybody thought it was.
Well, and if you look at a lot of these guys, they think that a lot of the more conservative folks around here, buy into that it's an officially Christian country, but lo and behold, that only came about. Even the "In God We Trust" on the money only became about in the 50s under Eisenhower.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, a lot of that. There was a. Turns out there was a movement amongst business coming out of the 40s, and they were still feeling burned by the New Deal and all of that. And they wanted smaller government, so they partnered up with the religious community to try and drive a more conservative approach to government. And lo and behold, it worked.
I've not heard it from that side.
This was actually, there was a story on NPR about 3 or 4 days ago that sort of introduced this, and there's a book coming out about it.
Yeah, I heard about it. I haven't had a chance to listen to it. I'd always assumed the Under God and the Money and the rest of it came out of the Red Scare side of things.
Well, the Red Scare, that was maybe slightly different, right? And boy, wasn't that completely we would now, thanks to the internet, you'd not be able to have that now.
Right.
Well, except maybe in Iran or China.
Well, with all the encryption that's out there, the FBI is complaining about.
By the way, Jim said something earlier today, Randy, that made me laugh, but I choked on it and I didn't say anything. He said something about
BlackBerry and Skype in the same sentence?
No, he said something about requiring so many servers to store and decrypt, or all the Skype calls. And I'm like, you haven't been paying attention, was what I was thinking, because there was a proof of concept treatise lofted about a year ago that said basically, given cloud computing in AWS, the cost of capturing and storing all telephone traffic in North America is something on the order of $50 million a year, which is nothing when you consider.
And that's if you're paying retail cloud computing rates.
Yeah, and it's nothing compared to the money that they've sunk into that facility out in Utah, which is the largest data center on the planet, right?
Yep.
All right, that's a crazy headset. What are you wearing, sir?
This is a SteelSeries wireless headset. It's made for video gamers.
Okay.
What I like about it is it's USB, it's got optical in, it's got analog stereo in, it's wireless, lithium-ion batteries. It comes with 2. The battery will charge in about 2 hours. I wear this thing probably 6 to 10 hours a day, and it's comfortable. I can get about 8 hours on a single charge.
I dig the circumaural headset, like the covers your ears thing, and it sounds pretty good. I've been up to my eyes in the headsets for the last 6 or 8 weeks because of some of the work that I do with interpreters who are non-technical people. Like, I mean, totally non-technical.
I'm very familiar.
and giving them guidance and helping them through simple things like sound card settings, because they've gone off and bought a $10 analog headset and are having a problem getting it set up to work with their laptop.
Oh, I like this one because the controls are really simple. There's a push button here for mute and unmute. It lights up bright red.
SteelSeries, huh? I've never heard of it.
Yep. It's SteelSeries wireless. It's about $300 for the headset.
All good decked headsets are about that much money.
Yep. I don't actually know if this one is decked or something else. I forgot to check.
Clear.
Well, there aren't that many wireless technologies out there for headsets. I'm just looking it up now. It's a gaming headset. See, most of the problems with gaming headsets is they attempt to do tricks with surround and such like. And that can be nice, but it tends to take a skilled user to sort of circumvent that or not let it complicate your life.
Yeah, so this one has a PC setting by default, so it's got a little, let me see if I can point it. Clickable. So it's got a PC setting, which makes it drop dead simple. It's a turnable knob for volume. There is a volume setting actually on the headset. It's just a roller knob up or down. I like the fact that when you hit the top of the volume, it'll double beep. If you put it on mute, it doesn't sit there beeping at you, telling you you're on mute.
Yeah, that's true. That's one of the things I don't like about the Sennheisers is they will, if you're muted, they'll beep at you periodically.
Now, the one bad thing that I found about this particular headset is if you walk out of range, and for For me, it's about 100 feet through a couple of walls is the range. When you come back, it'll auto-connect, and it doesn't matter if you were muted or unmuted. You will always reconnect unmuted. So if you step out of range just barely, it'll take your mute off, and you won't realize it.
I may have to procure one of these to. We're working on a list of officially approved devices. At the low end, believe it or not, I don't have it available to me, but the absolute dirt cheapest analog Logitech headset is a completely decent little headset that does a good job, sounds pretty decent. It's $11 on Amazon, and it actually, you really. You couldn't ask for anything more in that price class. It works. It's not going to fall apart immediately.
What's
as
the
opposed
connector
to,
on it?
well, it's an analog headset, so it's two 3.5 mil TRS jacks, TRS plugs. If you're plugging it into a MacBook Air or an Ultrabook that has a single 4-pole connector, you need a little Y cable, but it's completely workable. And whereas the cheapest Logitech USB connected headset could only be described as a POS.
I have a box full of headsets I have rejected. My favorite of all time was the Jabra BW, I think it's the 300 or the 800. It discontinued it, but it was a little one-piece headset, had a little small boom mic, replaceable battery. Great range, really good range, but they discontinued it.
I had a Jabra 9300 series. I bought it on eBay, had it for about 2 weeks, discovered that it was, for reasons I can't remember, unsatisfactory, and so I resold it, which was my habit at the time. And ever since then, I've been using either Plantronics or Sennheiser for the last couple of years. It was actually Andre Reed from Polycom who hooked me up with these guys at Sennheiser when they were just trying to get into the U.S. for the first time.
Yeah, I would enjoy a connection. I've been looking for something a little bit better than what I've got now.
Well, you're not going to find anything better for music than what you're doing now. You'll find something maybe smaller or maybe with a little more wireless range. But for general purpose music stuff, it's hard to touch the gaming things. But when somebody who's non-technical comes up to me and says, I've got this great gaming headset that my son told me to buy, and it's got 7 connectors, and what do I do with it? We're like, all right, okay, this is overkill.
So have you actually got Dolby Virtual 7.1 surround sound on your ears there?
Oh, for mine? No, I've only got 2. It doesn't up convert.
But if you were in Second Life, though, things might be different.
Well, so I've been experimenting and doing a lot of testing with the FreeSwitch stereo. And that's the binaural audio?
Yeah, Verto.
Yep. So these are good enough quality that you can close your eyes and play some of the demo 360 degrees, and you can listen to something walk around you. I've been trying to test and generate some where it's 360 around you on the same plane, and then on the y-axis go around like above and below, front, behind, etc.
I don't believe it does that. And I was pressing Brian about this a while ago about whether it handles y-axis transformations or not. I don't believe the HRTF he has for it does that.
So the one that's in there by default does not. By
default. Now that's an interesting selection of words.
Well, and the other thing is HRTFs are deeply personal, and what works for you might not work for me.
Right.
So, but there is an app. Sadly, I don't have my Android devices in front of me. There's an app. What's it called? Ambiplayer, I think, for Android. That is a it's a proper ambisonic decoder. And if you can get your hands on, and you can from ambisonia.com, properly encoded tracks, because they're 4-channel tracks that are they're an omnidirectional track and 3 cardinal directions.
Mm-hmm.
This player, when you play it, you plug your binaural headset into it, play it on your tablet or your cell phone, gives you a model of a head, and you can rotate the head in any direction you want, and it will turn the sound stage. It's as if you're like you've gone to watch the symphony, and as you spin the head, it's like you're turning your head, and you can hear the entire symphony move about you. It's immensely cool. Right down to like turn away from it and be looking at the back of the hall, and it sounds profoundly different from if you were looking.
Yeah, I've used to experiment with the different audios, and I remember when I think it was Dolby or somebody came out and started doing some of like the After Effects. Like you could take a music track and start having the orchestra or whatever circle you.
Mm-hmm.
So I was experimenting a lot with that in college and had fun learning some of the DSP side of it, but I never really did anything more than, oh, that's neat. That's how that works. And then
Here you go. In the Hangout, there's a link to Amba Explorer on the on Google Play. It's about a $5 app. The guy who wrote it, Hector Centenio, very very neat guy. The other thing that it will do is it will let you take one of these, they call them B format encoded tracks, the 4-channel track, and it will let you basically downsample them into a binaural recording that can be listened to on any stereo device. And in so doing, though, what happens is it gives you a virtual pair, a binaural pair of microphones that are like an XY pair. You can point them in any direction you want and then tell it to render the sound field out to a stereo file, which you then will listen to, and you're listening in the orientation of the microphone pair that you had when you did the render, which is kind of cool.
That's pretty neat.
And
yeah, I remember one of the projects I was dealing with, and I have not been able to find it. I've gone back and looked, but it basically would generate 3 or 4 different tracks where you close your eyes and listen to it go in the different axes around you, and you select basically like going to the optometrist or something, which one sounds better, A, B, and apply transformations to the audio to try and detect which transformations sound more three-dimensional for your ears, so you can kind of narrow in on being able to improve, I guess, your perception of the audio.
Here you go. Here's a place for source material.
Before I forget to mention this, this Hangout can now be 8 hours long. Is that the maximum length for a Hangout, or a Hangout on air whilst live?
Live Hangout on air.
So, I mean, we started about 2:45.
8 hours ago.
Like
we have about a half hour left. In fact, I was going to suggest at any moment that we should start a different one.
All right, where's your Mrs. Andy? How do you get to be up so late?
She's in bed. Simple as that.
There you go.
No, I announced that I was going to do this. There's no objection. So yeah, she's and I've been off all week. So
have you now?
Yes, I have.
What passes for vacation?
Sort of ish, yes. It means that I didn't do any work for TrueFan this week.
Well, we call it a staycation here in the U.S.
Yeah,
you don't
it was.
Really go anywhere, but
I haven't been. It hasn't been the weather or warm enough. Anyway. I wouldn't particularly want to go out that much in this sort of weather. But I've been doing other things like getting WebRTC working on the Raspberry Pi, so that I have a Raspberry Pi running here at the moment with a camera on it that's broadcasting out locally, and this is all towards what I'm trying to do for TAFHAC.
Oh, I have ordered some components to augment the Raspberry Pi that I have. I'm going to turn mine into a little music player. I've ordered the Hi-Fi Berry DAC and a little case for it.
Well, I have a. Hang on, let me just go and get one. I moved them earlier. Where did I put them over there? Hang on. I have a pair of these little things, which are just they're just servos on a. So you've got a nice.
Why, look! It's Tom Servo.
Yes, indeed. You could make it do all sorts of things.
Did you get MST3K over there?
Probably. It was. I haven't seen it anyway.
Okay. No, sorry. It was a parody TV show from the late '90s. They had a little robot animated character called Tom Servo.
Oh right. Okay. Well, yes, quite possibly. Anyway, so I'm going to get a Raspberry Pi. It's all going to get mounted on here. But this here is having an electric water pistol in it.
Okay.
Nice. Right, so and the Raspberry Pi camera has to go up here as well, above it. Although it might actually end up down here, we'll see. And this is basically it's. James wanted something to be able to scare off a cat that is interfering with his chickens.
Yeah.
So it's going to have auto mode, of course, but for the hackathon, I'm going to do the control for it using the Matrix. So that's my hackathon entry, anyway.
I have been considering using a Raspberry Pi or maybe something smaller to revisit something I did a few years ago, which is why you have the Urson characters in the back there.
Right.
In a past life, 25 odd years ago, when I had my kite company, one of the things we used to do at large public kite festivals with masses of kids around is we would run a bunch of good-sized teddies up on a very large kite with parachutes, and we would parachute them into the kids, which made for high drama. And we had to do it with really rudimentary mechanical contraptions to make them release and whatnot. And now, though, it begs for sort of an IoT-based solution with some maybe point-to-point Wi-Fi to make it happen. And if they can control a drone 1,000 feet away over point-to-point Wi-Fi, then I ought to be able to automate this paraflora and parafauna contraption that we used to have. So we'll see.
That would be pretty awesome.
It was so long ago that we don't have any digital video, but there is some old VHS tape of what we called the 2nd Canadian Parabear Squadron parachuting into a crowd of 10,000 kids in Montreal. And when you hear 10,000 kids in a large public park give a singular gasp, it's really quite alarming.
But you can do things now, then, though. Like, I mean, you could have a steerable chute and camera on it, so you can fly exactly wherever you want.
Yeah, no, we didn't do any of that. They were just simple canopy chutes, although they were, 2.5 meters across, right? And they would take 2 minutes to float down from 1,200 feet. But you never knew quite where they were going to go, depending upon wind direction. You made a good guess. And one time we actually put one into the St. Lawrence River. But little did we know that the festival organizers had the fire department on standby to rescue large and valuable kites that might go down into the St. Lawrence. So by the time we got over to the river's edge, a fireboat had gone out, fetched the bear back, had him, we're holding him on the deck of the fireboat, giving him CPR. That all got captured by a local TV station and ran in the evening news.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I've always wanted to build one of the those little Raspberry Pi, but rather than putting a squirt gun on it, put a Nerf pistol or something.
Well, yeah. The only problem with things like Nerf pistols is you've got to go and pick the bullets up and reload them and so on. If you're just using something like a water pistol, you have a bucket of water and that's it.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Put it in an office environment. Somebody's not paying attention. Control it, steer it.
Yeah, but you could get one of those little Kubi things, KUBI, which are just sort of like they're designed to hold a tablet and they rotate around. But they've got a simple trigger actuation, and you just have to sort of rig it so it holds some little something else in addition to the tablet. But
ready to make a quick switch?
A quick switch to what?
The next call.
I'm probably at the end of what my wife considers a reasonable break, so.
Oh no. You have to stay.
Right.
We're desperate.
You got to remember that time in the evening spent out in my office is considered a slight.
I could imagine.
Well, by all means, give her our apologies in advance.
Yeah, absolutely. At any rate, we do.
Your bandwidth is very solid, Randy.
Yeah, it has been. Touch wood. Especially since I have the other lab. I've got 4 computers on it.
Broadcast will be terminated in 30 minutes.
Oh, did it say that? Because I'm ready to. I have a button here that says end the other call.
You are one of 2 calls ongoing on ZipDX right now. It gets very quiet this late at night, generally.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Except that in about an hour's time, our
Asia
server in Hong Kong will start waking up and servicing clients in that part of the world.
Maybe you could get someone to come on the Hangout.
I wish that I knew anybody. Well, no, hang on. That's not true. I wish that I knew anybody that was worth talking to.
Well, Davey Chan would have been great. I wrote him, but he got married a couple of years ago and has a kid, and I think he kind of gave up on us. He's an interesting guy.
Who's the guy the free switch guy in Hong Kong? What's his name? William?
Which one?
The guy who's heavily into DSP.
I should know this one.
The fax guy.
Yeah, Copus. Steve Underwood.
Fax. Who wants
Steve
to
Underwood,
be fax? Why would we need fax? We don't need no stinking fax.
He's not just into fax.
No, that was back in the day, 10 years ago. That was his big thing. Is he still there?
Yeah.
He's still there and he's still active. I keep finding fax machines that are broken and send him a packet capture. It's like, hey, this one's failing.
Well, and I just don't. Fax is like it needs to die and it just can't or won't or I don't know what's up with that.
I don't understand why it's still around. People talk about a legal value. That's crap.
Well, yeah, you can certainly be more trustworthy. You can have a better chain of authentication or evidence if you have properly digitally signed PDFs than faxes.
Yeah,
I just recently talked to a lawyer, signed a large commercial document, and mentioned, hey, I can just email this to you, signed with my PGP key. You know it's me. It's got a timestamp. No.
No, they're not interested, right?
Not at all.
Yeah. You fancy technology guys can't be trusted.
Well, they do have a point. It's not something you can human read unless it's printed.
Well,
you can't guarantee.
Kind of can. The argument was somebody out here in the Seattle Federal District Court tried to prove that their PGP signed email was a valid form of sending something.
Oh, I'm not disputing that. But you need a second device to allow you to be able to read it.
I gotta tell you though, CCIT, whatever it is, fax, G3 fax, 1-bit TIFF files. You know, like version 1 of Photoshop can completely and transparently manipulate those bits, right? I mean, they are completely worthless and dead easy to totally mock up.
Yep.
Well, not only that. What happens if it's printed onto thermal paper?
Yeah. Yeah. How bad is it? Okay. A week ago, my brother comes from Canada with his 2 kids and his daughter's boyfriend. His daughter's boyfriend is only 15 years old. This is important. They decide they want to go to a go-kart track, indoor go-kart track. The go-kart track requires for a 15-year-old signed permission slip, specifically from the parent or a legal guardian. And in the case of a legal guardian, they want a paper from the court saying you're a legal guardian. So obviously, my brother's daughter's boyfriend, this didn't quite work, right? And his mother, who was back at home in Canada, was completely non-technical. We managed to get her to sign a blank piece of paper, take a picture of that with her cell phone, and send us that picture. Then we downloaded the PDF form from the place's website with a permission slip and all of that, and basically mocked up that form in Photoshop in about 15 minutes and forwarded it to their email address. And they looked at it and went, "Oh yeah, great, okay, thank you very much." Now it took some skills because not everybody would be able to do the Photoshop work as quickly as we did, but you know, in terms of building a document that would fool a court, oh yeah. If the court believes that fax is, we could have sent it a fax and they wouldn't have known the difference.
This is how an awful lot of con men get away with so many things. But provided you've done a reasonable facsimile of actually what is required, it's likely to go through.
Yeah, yeah. And that's honestly, that's how a lot of fraud gets perpetrated. The details of that I can't go into, but I did have to have a lawyer take care of something for me a few years back that involved identity theft and property fraud.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. West.
What's up?
We're about to.
All right, and you are using the same steel headsets too.
Yeah, it's the very best that money can buy right now. You have a 20-hour battery life, 2 batteries, and it works. It's got the best microphone. You can't get this for, like, if you're doing wideband WebRTC stuff. This is like the best you can get. It's a gaming headset.
The problem with gaming headsets, though, is if you get most of them, like the Turtle Beach and all that kind of stuff, they have these incredibly complicated connection schemes that freak out totally non-technical people.
Well, this one's USB, and I have to admit it has its issues. Every now and then with the Mac, you'll have it freak out in one way or another that doesn't make much sense, and just unplug it and plug it back in, and it works. But that's about.
Have you tested it in true double talk circumstances?
What is that?
Well, this is a problem that we've encountered, and it's something peculiar to ZipDX because of what we do with multilingual meetings, where you've got incoming audio, so you're hearing somebody speak, and you are speaking at the same time. Right? In those circumstances, there are quite a number of things, well, let's say Chrome, for example, that will mangle the audio in both directions because it's attempting to echo cancel, and the echo cancellation is really crappy.
I don't think I've ever noticed it with this headset.
Yeah, Brian, we've done similar things like that by accident during some of our day-to-day conferences, and I've not heard anything that's weird.
I think say you talk over Mike and I talk over Mike, and he talks over us like on a constant basis. So
you see, I've actually got I opened a trouble ticket with Google on this because we had a legitimate problem, and they looked at it. I sent them a bunch of test recordings with very meticulously laid out schemes for how they were created, and they said, yeah, and in fact, the echo canceller in Chrome, which has been rewritten twice in the last 3 years, basically was not intended to handle full-on double talk like that. But they don't consider it a bug; they consider it a feature request. So they've had to move it forward, and it'll get dealt with sometime. For the moment, though, at least within Chrome, as long as we turn off all of the noise cancellation, all of the echo cancellation programmatically, and insist that people use a headset that doesn't have some funky DSP implementation, it works fine.
Yeah, they had a similar reaction for, was it stereo audio, Brian? Where stereo microphones.
Oh my god. Okay, so what they do on stereo is they just outright disable the echo cancel, and they do it before the negotiation happens. So it like throws the whole answer thing into the trash, and it's like it's a bug. Tony opened a bug on it, and they just absolutely do not understand the concept of offer answer. When he tried to explain what was going on, and they said, well, we need to rewrite our echo canceller for stereo, and we're like, but it was working just fine. So what's the problem here? It was fine until you made this change to break it.
Yeah,
So,
and I think the problem is they've been working on things considering very narrow scopes and application use cases, and we come along and blah blah blah. Incidentally, I've got a Plantronics headset, a Plantronics UC headset over there that's a USB sort of plug-in headset. Exact same problem. The minute you have audio playing in the earpiece, the audio from the microphone drops to narrowband.
you have to remember that on a gaming headset, they're designed for these people to be talking and listening at the same time. I've not experienced this because they're in like Call of Duty, screaming and fighting each other. So and I would have not have thought of this, but it's like we were shopping for a headset that was both wideband. The microphone's not as wide as it could be, but it's wider than you can get.
Yeah, but your voice is not going to 20K anyway, so
right, exactly. So it was like it's the best we could find for you. You should get one and try it. It's the SteelSeries Wireless H. You should get one and try it. It's great, but don't do what William did and leave his in the rental car.
Oh,
bad move. Bad move.
It was a bad move.
Well, I did eventually get it back, but I called the rental car 2 hours after I dropped off the car, and they looked in the car and like, nope, there's no wireless headset here.
Oh, damn.
I went, filed a police report. I happened to have video, because I take a video of a car before I leave it. I happen to have video. It's sitting there in the back of the seat. Emailed that to them, and they're like, yeah, we see that. We have no idea where they are. 2 months later, oh, we found them.
Did they?
Yes, they did.
Oh, well, at least that was something.
Lucky.
On Amazon.co.uk, SteelSeries H wireless headset, £200 and a penny. Item under review. This product is not currently offered by Amazon.co.uk because a customer recently told us that this item he or she received was not as described. We are working to resolve this issue as quickly as possible. In the meantime, you may still find this product available from other sellers.
It was
$292. Ouch.
It is definitely not cheap, but I have one, Tony has one, William has one, Mike has one, and it's the problem. There was actually a complaint on Amazon when I bought mine, and you go look at the complaint. It's like they bought through Amazon from a third party, and it wasn't directly from Amazon, so they got shipped something that wasn't this, and that's what the complaint was.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what their complaint is in the Amazon.co.uk, but there's a Brian West in the UK that got a Kindle Fire for Christmas and signed up with my goddamn Gmail account, and I called him on the phone and told him, dude, you're using my email address for your shit. You might want to stop doing that. His daughter gets on the phone and rips me a new one. Like I'm trying to defraud them or something. I'm like, I'm just trying to tell you to stop using my email address, please. So I sent him a letter in the mail, postal, international post, explaining it all, and he's still using my email address.
But how can you can't get that email even?
No, he can't. I have like sent book upon book from the Amazon stuff that's free to his Kindle, like flooded the thing with books that are free. It's been great. It's been great. But see, what's the odd thing is, it's like I stopped counting when I got to about 200 Brian West, because I got brian.west@gmail.com. And so I have, like I said, about 3 years ago I quit counting, but I get things to that constantly. Hotel reservations, receipts for purchases. There's some dude that gets his oil changed every month at some place in Las Vegas, and I don't think they change oil there, but his credit card receipt comes to my mailbox every time he goes.
Also makes you wonder where the hell he's going if it's genuine that he needs his oil changed every month.
You know what? It could be some guy who runs a fish and chip shop. You just don't know.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Yeah, always think the best of people. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. And then like one time they did hotel reservations. I got like 20 of these things in the mail, and I'm like, holy crap. So I play dumb and call the hotel up and I say, well, what contact number did I give you when I made this reservation? She gave me the number, and I call the guy on the phone, and he's like, I've been wondering where those reservations were. I got the first one, but the other, like 8 for he was doing like every weekend for a couple of months. He had these reservations made, and he didn't receive them, and he was wondering what was up. So I forwarded them all to him. His name was Brian West as well. It's kind of neat.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of Michael Graves. We know that there are 14 in Texas because when I moved here and I went to get my driver's license, moved from Ontario to here, they told me, there are 13 other Michael Graves. And by the way, you need glasses. So, anyhow, I must depart, gentlemen, before my wife comes out with a shotgun and decides that I've been here too long. But
it'll be recorded.
Yeah, I will see you in the morning, folks. So, Andy, get some rest, buddy.
We're going to try to keep this open. I'll just, when I walk away tonight, I'll leave mine on. So at least there'll be somebody here.
Except that this is going to end in about 5 minutes. We really need to switch it over now.
Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine.
There'll be another one, though, right away.
Awesome.
The new URL.
All right, Jen.
Well, actually, the 24 URL will work as soon as I SCP it up.
Awesome.
Hey, Michael, good to see you, as always.
Cheers, guy.
I don't know how I'm going to stay awake, but all right, you guys, we'll be right back, okay?
All right.
Let's see what happens when I click on this.
I guess we're still here.